Transmigrated into the film Emperor's Death Chapter 117 to Chapter 192. Zhou Yixing had just sent his sister home and was about to leave when he bumped into his older brother. He hurriedly called out to his older brother, but as soon as he said that, he was punched. Zhou Yixing touched the corner of his mouth that was hurting. He couldn't believe it. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Zhou Yixing grabbed him by the collar and pinned him against the wall. "Zhou Yixing, you've become capable. You've even learned how to steal other people's women." "What? You studied abroad for a year and learned how to be a homewrecker?" Zhou Yixing was shocked. He almost blurted out, "You know?" Fortunately, he reacted quickly for once and swallowed his words before they left his mouth. He looked at Zhou Yixing timidly. Zhou Yixing looked at him and knew that Xianxia was telling the truth. How could he have such a disappointing younger brother? Zhou Yixing looked at him and said fiercely, "Remember this, Zhou Yixing. I don't care if you go crazy or have fun, but if you dare to do anything that affects me or our family, I'll be the first to cripple you." Zhou Yixing hurriedly shook his head. "I won't, brother. I won't." "Then stay away from the Jiang family. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Put away your dirty thoughts as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Jiang family does anything, just wait for me to push you to see Xianxia in a wheelchair." Zhou Yixing felt that these words were harsh, but he didn't dare to talk back to his older brother. He could only nod and say obediently, "I won't." "That's good." Zhou Yixing retracted his hand and said coldly, "Aren't you going out? Get lost. Don't be an eyesore." Only then did Zhou Yixing leave in a hurry. He got into the car and slammed the steering wheel. He roared angrily and breathed heavily. He was angry and hateful. He hated Zhou Yixing and Xianxia. He was afraid of Zhou Yixing. He didn't dare to touch Zhou Yixing's reverse scale. However, Zhou Yixing didn't want to offend Xianxia. In the end, he could only endure. Zhou Yixing found it ridiculous. He had always endured. At home, he endured Zhou Yixing. Outside, he endured the people the Zhou family didn't dare to offend. Why couldn't others endure him? Why did he have to tolerate others? He started the car angrily and drove out of Zhou's house to his apartment. Zhou Yixing stormed into the house angrily. He was holding a quick lunchbox that he had just bought from downstairs. He heated it up in the microwave and brought it to a closed door. Zhou Yixing took out the key to open the door and looked inside. The room was pitch black, and there was nothing inside. He reached out to turn on the light, and the difference in this room was exposed. This was a very simple room. There was no furniture or decorations. There was only a bed, a bedside table, and a wardrobe. Other than that, there was nothing. If this kind of decoration appeared in an ordinary home, then there would be no problem. However, if it appeared in Zhou Yixing's apartment, then it wasn't quite right. Zhou Yixing looked at the blanket that had been lifted, and the anger in his stomach instantly turned into anger. He walked to the wardrobe and pulled open the sliding door. As expected, he saw the person who was supposed to be on the bed hiding inside. That person was wearing thin white pajamas. He was shivering and curled up. His head was lowered, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He could only see that his shoulders were constantly trembling. Zhou Yixing was even angrier when he saw him like this. He pulled the person out and threw him to the ground. He said angrily, "This room is only so big, and there's only so much stuff. Where the F***ck do you think you can hide? What, you want to stay in this wardrobe for the rest of your life? Fine, you can stay here from now on. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. If you like, you can stay here for the rest of your life." As he spoke, he lifted the person up and was about to stuff him into the wardrobe. When the person saw this, he immediately struggled and cried as he begged, "I won't do it again. I was wrong. I really won't do it again. Please don't lock me in. I really won't do it again. Didn't you not want to see me? Didn't you like to hide inside? I'll satisfy you." The person hurriedly shook his head. His entire body was trembling. "I was wrong. I won't do it again. I won't do it again." Zhou Yixing snorted coldly. Only then did he let go of his hand. He handed over the bento he had heated up. "Eat." I brought food back for you. The person was still timid and did not dare to move. Hurry up. What's wrong with you? You're not hungry, right? Fine, I'll throw it away. When the person heard this, he reached out to take it. He slowly raised his hand and face. It was Yuan Mingxiu, who was not supposed to be here. Yan Qingqi looked at the private message he received on his phone. He was a little confused. A bamboo pole floating on water, Dada, you've been plagiarized. The artist Luo Yan Dada's new painting is very similar to the painting you did last week. A bamboo pole floating on water, Dada, are you not here? Dada, you'd better go take a look. A bamboo pole floating on water, F***ck, Luo Yan fans are so shameless. How dare they say that your new painting was plagiarized? They're clearly the ones who plagiarized you, Yan Qingqi put down his phone. When he first registered to MRQ and posted his paintings, he would occasionally come to take a look. Later on, he realized that Guanmei was doing well and did not care anymore. Today, he had finished his painting and had nothing to do. He came to take a look on a whim and unexpectedly encountered such a situation. Yan Qingqi switched to his usual alternate account and went to look at the artist Luo Yan Dada's Weibo. He did not know much about the artist's circle. However, after searching, he saw that Luo Yan Dada's fans were close to 1 million. She must have a certain status in this circle. Yan Qingqi looked at Luo Yan Dada's Weibo. The latest Weibo was a comic. Yan Qingqi opened it and saw that the comment section was full of praises. Luo Yan fans were passionately cheering. Other than that, there were also a few discordant comments. Dada, don't be angry. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Don't you want to be famous? Just ignore them. Yes, Dada, ignore them. What MRQ? I've never heard of it. Who knows where these wild chickens came from? Soon, someone replied, I went to take a look. It's a 4-grid drawing. It's a children's picture book for children. The story is quite simple, but the drawing is really good. I think it can be published in a book. From then on, comments began to revolve around MRQ. Luo Yan's fans saw that the situation wasn't right and refuted, causing the post to become popular. Not long after, a marketing account lurking in the forum posted, Little Invisible plagiarized Big Pink? Reversal. It's clearly Big Pink who plagiarized Little Invisible. Below was a 9-grid drawing. Besides Yan Qingqi's drawing and Luo Yan's plagiarized, there were also a few pictures of Yan Qingqi's other drawings. Luo Yan didn't have many active fans among her nearly 1 million fans. Soon, she was completely defeated by the netizens' attacks. Other fans who didn't like her also posted on Weibo, saying, isn't Luo Yan used to plagiarizing? What style does she imitate? Whoever becomes popular learns. Previously, she had been caught plagiarizing Little Invisible. In the end, she relied on her fans to twist the truth and forced Little Invisible to quit painting. She didn't expect that the same trick wouldn't work this time. Yan Qingqi saw that to MRQ's Weibo fans were skyrocketing. The comments and reposts were also increasing. Many netizens who saw this on Weibo and the forum felt that his drawing was not bad. They all cheered for him and spoke out for him. Soon, Yan Qingqi saw that this post was trending. Yan Qingqi didn't need to guess to know that Guanmei had bought it for him. After all, he was very familiar with this method of linking the forum and Weibo to the trending searches. Just like that, MRQ became popular. However, it was different from most artists who had student fans and office workers. To MRQ's fans, there was an additional type, young parents who were passionate about surfing the internet. These parents really paid attention to him only because of his drawings. They wanted to print his drawings and show them to their children. After all, children's stories, other than those fairy tales that had lasted for a long time, were not bloody or violent. They promoted the correct values of life and were interesting. There were too few works. If there was a market, there would naturally be profits. If there were profits, there would naturally be publishing houses coming to seek cooperation. However, the copyright of these paintings had long been signed by Jiang Machen to the cultural company under the Jiang Group. He was prepared to wait for MRQ to become popular before publishing it. Now was the time. In addition to those parents who printed their own drawings, there was another type of parents who paid attention to him. This kind of parents were relatively wealthy, so after seeing his painting, they wanted to ask him to draw a story for their child. For this, they were willing to pay a high salary. However, Xianxia refused all of them. He was not short of money. He only drew these paintings for Chi, so he did not want to draw for others. Most of the people would give up after he rejected them 2 or 3 times. However, there was a mother who had been sending him private messages on Weibo for the past 2 days. Xianxia felt that this mother was really too stubborn. It's Tang Yuan, not Xiao. My child really likes your paintings. His birthday is coming soon. I hope to give him a picture book that you specially created with him as the main character as a gift. The price is negotiable. I hope you can agree to it. To MRQ, this is not a matter of money. I've told you before that my paintings are all for one person. Even my Weibo name means that, so I won't draw for anyone else. Tang Yuan, not Xiao. From your story, it's not hard to see that you're a gentle person. You must have a child too, right? So, you should be able to understand our hearts as mothers. I hope you can reconsider. Is that okay? To MRQ, sorry, I can't agree. After Xianxia replied to this sentence, he was afraid that she would continue to insist, so he simply logged out of Weibo and did other things. However, he did not expect to receive a call from Guanmei 2 days later. Guanmei was very serious on the other end of the phone. Xianxia even felt that she was a little emotional. Her tone was very gentle, but there was no room for discussion. Xianxia, I'm telling you, I don't care why you and President Jiang decided to suspend your activities for this year, but this time, this is an opportunity that you must seize. Unless you're depressed now, your legs are broken, and you can't move in bed, you must work hard to get the male lead role in her next film when you meet director Fu this time. Even if you're not the male lead, you can still be the supporting male lead. In short, you must work with her, understand? Of course, Xianxia did not understand. Why am I going to meet director Fu? Which director Fu? Fu Mingji. Yes, I've arranged a meeting with her for you tomorrow. You must perform well when the time comes. Wait. Xianxia felt that he was a little confused. Why am I going to meet director Fu? Or tomorrow? Does Jiang Machan know about this? Of course he doesn't know. I haven't told him yet. But regardless of whether he agrees or not, if you really have a plan for your career and want to have a better development, you must go to this meeting. Xianxia felt a little headache coming on. So can you first tell me why I have to meet her tomorrow? Only then did Guanmei remember that. She had not explained the cause and effect to Xianxia, so she told him everything in a few words. To tell the story, it had to start from the last time Bo Yan had come to their house. Chi had shown Bo Yan the drawings that Xianxia had drawn for him. Bo Yan had liked them very much, so he had photocopied a few short stories. Fu Mingji had picked up Bo Yan and stayed with her for a few days. Bo Yan had shown her the photocopied short stories. Fu Mingji had seen that he liked them, so she had asked her assistant to find out who had drawn them. Coincidentally, the news of MRQ plagiarizing Luo Yan had come out at that time. Her assistant had not spent much effort to find MRQ's Weibo and found the drawings. She had reported the results to Fu Mingji. Fu Mingji was a famous director, so she was embarrassed to use her main account. She had asked her assistant for a secondary account and privately messaged MRQ. She wanted MRQ to specially draw a story for Bo Yan as a birthday present. However, Xianxia had coldly rejected her. Fu Mingji had persisted, so Xianxia had no choice but to go offline. When Fu Mingji saw that she could not contact him and that Bo Yan's birthday was approaching, she had asked her assistant to continue investigating MRQ's real identity. With this investigation, she had found out that Hefei had registered this Weibo account. Her assistant gave Hefei a call and told him about this matter. She also said that she was willing to work with MRQ. Their studio was about to shoot a movie and MRQ could be in charge of the online publicity of the movie. She believed that this would be a good thing for MRQ. Hefei asked her, "What kind of studio is your studio? If it's just some big online movie, then it won't be of much help to us, right?" Fu Mingji's assistant was so angry that she rolled her eyes. After asking for Fu Mingji's permission, she immediately told him the name of her studio. He was so shocked that he almost dropped the phone in his hand. His words carried little weight. When he heard Fu Mingji's name, he did not dare to make a decision on his own. He hurriedly asked her to wait for a moment and he would ask his superior. Then he hung up the phone and began to tell Guan Mei about this terrifying matter. When Guan Mei heard Fu Mingji's name, she was also shocked. On one hand, she was amazed at Xianxia's good luck. He was chosen by the heavens to be able to attract Fu Mingji's attention just by drawing. On the other hand, before she could rejoice, she remembered that Jiang Machan had said that all activities would be suspended for a year. Guan Mei felt that she really wanted to rebel against her superior. After all, who wouldn't want to produce a best actor? Fu Mingji had produced a best actress in his last film and a best supporting actor in his previous film. Perhaps this film could produce a best actor. Moreover, even if there was no best actor, she had already won 3 awards in a row. It could be said that she had grasped the key to winning an award. If nothing went wrong, this film would definitely continue to win an award. If Xianxia could act in a film that won an award, even if he wasn't the best actor, his future resources would only get better and better. Therefore, Guan Mei didn't hesitate to call Fu Mingji back and tell her the truth. She also arranged for Xianxia to meet her at noon the next day. Fu Mingji was completely stunned on the other end of the phone. No matter how she thought about it, she didn't expect the world to be so small. She had just met Xianxia not long ago. She didn't expect him to be Tia Marquez. Fu Mingji didn't know what to feel at that moment. She could only agree first and leave the rest to tomorrow. She hung up the phone and thought about it carefully. Tia Marquez, wasn't Xianxia's child called Chi? She smiled. She felt that Xianxia was quite interesting. He actually gave himself such a name. Tia Marquez, for Chi. She sighed. No matter whether Xianxia was a so-called good actor or not, at the very least, he was a very good father. When Jiang Machan returned home to cook dinner, Xianxia told him about this. Jiang Machan was stunned for a moment before he smiled. What a coincidence. Yes. Since Guan Mei has already spoken to Director Fu, I'll go and see her tomorrow. Okay, I'll ask Xianxia to drive you there. Okay. Fu Mingji chose a coffee shop. When Xianxia arrived, there was no one there. The owner of the coffee shop was a young lady who looked to be in her 20s. When she saw him come in, she greeted him and led him upstairs. When Xianxia arrived on the 2nd floor, he saw that Fu Mingji was already there. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa by the window, looking at some drawings. The young lady gestured for him to go ahead and left. Xianxia took out his phone to check the time. He was indeed not late. In fact, he was 20 minutes early. It was just that Fu Mingji was even earlier. He walked over and sat down opposite Fu Mingji. Only then did he realize that Fu Mingji was looking at the short story that he had drawn for Chi. I didn't expect you to be MRQ. Fu Mingji saw that he had sat down and did not bother with formalities. He went straight to the topic and started talking about the drawing. To be honest, I actually feel more relaxed knowing that it was you. Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. Of course, he knew what Fu Mingji meant. He was an actor, but not a very good one. However, Fu Mingji was a director, a very good director. So, I want to invite you to draw again. Your manager should have told you that I have a new drama that is about to start filming. You can come and audition for the male lead. If you are not suitable, I can also give you a supporting role. This was indeed a very tempting offer. Not all great directors would publicly audition for their roles. Sometimes, they would already have a suitable candidate in mind, so they would only send out audition invitations to those they thought were suitable for the role. Now that Fu Mingji had given him this invitation, Xianxia felt that it was indeed very tempting. Especially since the other party had promised that even if he was not suitable, he could still be given a supporting role. However, Xianxia was a little helpless. I'm sorry. First of all, since you already know that I'm a MRQ, you should know who this MRQ represents. These drawings are all for Chi, my child. Therefore, I can't draw for other children. This goes against my original intention. Secondly, Xianxia smiled regretfully, your offer is indeed very tempting, and I'm also very tempted, but I won't accept any movie contracts this year. So even if I really want to participate in your movie, the schedule is really not suitable. Fu Mingji was a little confused. What are you going to do this year? Why can't I act? I'm not feeling well, so I need to rest for a year. Fu Mingji looked him up and down. Forgive me for being blunt, but I think you look much healthier than I do. Xianxia smiled. Do you think I need to lie to you about this? What's your status? If it wasn't because I had no other choice, why would I refuse to accept your contract? Fu Mingji did not say anything else. Xianxia was right. She knew her status all too well. Therefore, when she found out that the other party was actually Xianxia, she felt that this matter would be easier to resolve. After all, it might not be easy for a director to convince a freelance artist, but it was much easier for a well-known director to convince an actor who had just debuted. Therefore, if Xianxia was not really feeling unwell, he had no reason to reject her. If he rejected her, who knew when the next big director would be willing to give him such a guarantee? Fu Mingji felt a little annoyed. At this moment, the cafe owner served the coffee. As she was about to put it down, Xianxia said softly, sorry, I don't drink coffee. The young lady was stunned for a moment. She did not expect him to reject her so directly. This is the specialty of our cafe. Thank you, but I really don't drink coffee. Just give me a glass of water. The young lady took the coffee back and nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. When Fu Mingji saw that she had left, she continued, okay, then let's not talk about the movie. Right now, I'm just Yan Yan's mother. I'm asking you to write a story for my child. Are you sure you can't agree? Yan Yan's birthday is coming up. He really likes the stories you've drawn. I also think that your drawings are very educational and full of childlike interest, so I want to give them to him as a birthday present. Are you sure you can't agree? Actually, if you want to give Yan Yan a birthday present, why don't you draw it yourself? Xianxia was a little confused. Even if your drawing isn't exquisite enough, Yan Yan will definitely like what you drew for him more than what I drew for him. I don't have the time. Fu Mingji said, you also know that in our industry, it's always very busy. Especially when I'm in charge of a studio. My schedule is packed. Even sitting here talking to you today is also because I've squeezed out some time, so I can't do anything about it. Then you can record the story you want to tell him as an audio file and let him listen to it as a bedtime story. Wouldn't that be great too? Fu Mingji smiled and shook her head. I haven't been in contact with children's books for too long, so I don't have this concept in mind. I can't think of anything suitable to record for him. Since you think he likes my drawings, you can record the stories in my drawings for him. Fu Mingji was stunned for a moment. She did not expect this to be possible. You and Bo Feng are divorced and you're usually very busy. Even if Yan Yan can't see you, he will definitely miss you. So, if you record some bedtime stories for him as a birthday present, not only will it make him happy, it will also let him feel your love and care for him. At the same time, when you're not by his side in the future, your voice will accompany him. Wouldn't that be great too? This was indeed a great idea, and it would not take much time. Fu Mingji felt that this was a great idea. Most importantly, she would not be by Bo Yan's side for a long time. If Bo Yan could listen to her voice, it would indeed be another form of companionship for him. You're right. Thank you. Fu Mingji looked at the person in front of her. Xianxia was still the same as when she first met him. He had a gentle smile on his face and was calm. He was not overjoyed by her generous offer, nor was he regretful about missing out on this opportunity. This kind of calm gentleness was indeed very suitable for the male lead of her next movie, but unfortunately, he was not available. Fu Mingji also felt a little regretful. In the beginning, when she did not know Xianxia, she did not have a deep impression of him. She only felt that he was very good-looking and popular. Because she did not think highly of young male idols, she did not want her movie to be associated with him, so she rejected her friend's recommendation. But in the two subsequent meetings, whether it was at his home or now, he always said the most appropriate things and did the most appropriate things. He did not go against his principles because of her fame, nor did he constantly persuade her because her schedule was not suitable. In fact, he even gave her some good suggestions. At this moment, Fu Mingji removed her previous prejudice against him. Even though she did not know how Xianxia's acting was, Fu Mingji felt that his attitude was very good. Whether it was as an actor or as a father, his attitude was very good. Xianxia was a little confused when Jiang Machen asked him to attend the audition in early April. "Didn't I tell Director Fu that my schedule is not suitable and that I won't be able to attend the audition?" "You can attend the audition first. If you pass the audition, the filming can be postponed." Xianxia looked at him suspiciously. "You went to look for Director Fu?" "We talked over the phone." Xianxia felt a little helpless and touched. "What I said to you that day was true. If you miss the opportunity, then so be it. I won't care too much about it." "Yes." Jiang Machen looked at him. "You won't care too much about it, but you will still care, won't you?" Xianxia could not refute his words. He could only lower his head and smile. Jiang Machen reached out and hugged him. "You have been on the rise this year. You shouldn't have stopped because of other things. If you didn't have this child, this year would have been a critical year for you. If you can stand firm, your future will be smooth sailing. If you can't stand firm, you will have to continue working hard. However, because of this child's sudden visit, you have to stop in your tracks. This is actually quite unfair to you. After all, the child belongs to both of us, but you have to bear and sacrifice more than me. Therefore, I don't want you to feel that it's a pity that you missed this opportunity with Fu Mingji. If you really don't care at all and don't feel that it's a pity, then it's a pity that you missed it. But you obviously care a little, don't you?" Xianxia felt that it was rare for Jiang Machen to be so attentive. He had hidden it very well, but he still saw through it. Was it a pity? Of course it was a pity. Did he want to act in it? Of course he wanted to act in it. One day, he would reveal their relationship to Jiang Machen. At that time, he hoped that he would have some achievements so that after he made it public, the netizens would say, "They're actually together and quite suitable for each other," and not everyone would be surprised, "They're actually a couple?" What does Jiang Machen see in him? When he first entered the entertainment industry, he only hoped that he could earn more money. But slowly, as their relationship warmed up, he also became more ambitious. He also hoped that he could achieve a certain level of success here. However, he had always been carefree. Even if he was ambitious, he wouldn't force it. This child did come a little suddenly, but it was his and Jiang Machen's child, so it was natural that it was more important than anything else. Therefore, he was willing to give up other things for this child. However, if he could have his cake and eat it, then it couldn't be better. "Thank you," Xianxia said, "although I won't regret it if I miss it, it is indeed a happy thing to get it." "As long as you're happy," Jiang Machen said gently. When Jiang Machen went to work the next day, he asked Guanmei to come to his office. Guanmei guessed that it was because of Xianxia. "Do you think that I shouldn't let him meet Fu Mingji?" Guanmei asked Jiang Machen. Jiang Machen looked at her and said, "He is your artist. Naturally, you have the responsibility and obligation to help him pick and choose the roles. You don't want to miss out on a director like Fu Mingji. You want your artist to have a better future. This is normal and I understand. I asked you to come here just to remind you. Do you still remember what I told you when I chose you to be his manager?" Guanmei looked at him and didn't say anything. "I said that he has the right to decide on all of his contracts. He has the right to reject them. This time, you bypassed me and told him directly. This is nothing because you are his manager. You only need to be responsible for him. However, you knew that Fu Mingji was looking for him to ask for a painting and he wouldn't go against his principles to draw for someone else. Do you think it is appropriate for you to set a time and place with Fu Mingji without talking to him or getting his permission?" "I just don't want him to miss out on this opportunity," Guanmei explained. "I know, but you also know that he can't take on any activities this year, right? If he wasn't feeling unwell and needed to rest, would I stop all of his activities in such a critical year?" Guanmei was a little confused and asked, "What's wrong with him?" "He isn't feeling well and needs to rest." Jiang Machen returned to the previous topic and said, "Guanmei, I asked you to manage him not only because I want him to become famous, but also because I want him to have the greatest freedom in this industry. I understand that you want to groom a best actor to make his resume look better, and at the same time, make your resume look better as well. However, you also have to understand me. To me, his health and mood are the most important. If he needs to rest or if he doesn't like something, I hope that you can consider his feelings first. This time, you didn't agree to Fu Mingji on the spot. This is very good, but you set a time for him without permission. This proves that you are moved. You can't resist the temptation from Fu Mingji. Next time, if there is a better opportunity in front of him, can you guarantee that you won't be moved and won't agree on the spot? Guanmei opened her mouth as if she wanted to say no, but she closed it again. Jiang Machen had already guessed that this would be the case. He understood this industry and the people in it too well. I hope you can, Jiang Machen said seriously. Jiang Yamo said solemnly, I hope you can always remember what you promised me. Put him first and respect his every decision. When Guanmei heard him say this, she knew that Jiang Machen was more or less angry about this matter. However, he had always had a good temper, so he only reminded her and didn't directly blame her. I understand, she said. Jiang Machen nodded slightly and said, that's all then. Go back to work. Guanmei nodded at him and left. Jiang Machen watched as she closed the door and left. He turned on his computer and continued with his work. Chi-Chi had been a little worried these 2 days because his good friend Bo Yan's birthday was coming up. He didn't know what gift to give him. He lay on the table and rested his head on his arm. He looked at Yan Qingqi eagerly, wanting Yan Qingqi to give him an answer. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's draw a short story for Yan Qingqi. Chi-Chi, you draw it first. Dad will help you draw it. You don't know how to draw it. Do you want me to draw something like the one Dad drew for me? Yes, Yan Qingqi answered. Chi-Chi quickly took out a piece of paper and colored pencils. He held his face with both hands and thought about what to draw. He thought for a while and came up with it. Yan Qingqi went over and saw him staring at the drawing paper and drawing very seriously. There were some places that he didn't draw well, so he immediately wiped it with an eraser and puffed up his cheeks to blow away the eraser on the paper. Director Fu gave Chi-Chi a gift to thank Chi-Chi, Yan Qingqi said. Thank Chi-Chi? Yeah. Didn't Chi-Chi draw for Yan Yan's birthday and even bought her a stuffed bear? Director Fu was also present on Yan Yan's birthday, so Chi-Chi told Director Fu that she hoped that she could buy more toys for Yan Yan. Director Fu wanted to thank Chi-Chi, so she also bought something for Chi-Chi when she bought something for Yan Yan. After Yan Qingqi finished speaking, he could not help but smile. These children are quite interesting. They're so young, but they're so worried. Yan Yan came to talk to me in the middle of the night about Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi secretly went to look for Director Fu, hoping that she could buy more toys for Yan Yan. He looked at Jiang Machen. He's really quite cute. Children are all very cute as long as they're taught well. However, we mainly owe our family to you. When I first adopted Chi-Chi, I was always worried that I wouldn't be able to teach him well. I was worried that he wouldn't be happy at my place. Later, when you came, Chi-Chi became a lot more lively, and her personality became a lot more cheerful. Jiang Machen sighed. You can't say that. You brought him out of the orphanage early, and that's the greatest happiness for him. Not every child in the orphanage can have a family. Those who have a family are very happy, Yan Qingqi said sincerely. Jiang Machen felt that there was a hint of sadness in his tone, so he pinched his face. Let's go. We should go home. Yan Qingqi nodded. Okay. Soon, it was June and the rising temperature. Yan Qingqi's belly finally grew visibly bigger this month. Yan Qingqi looked at his belly and felt a little strange. He looked at himself in the mirror and asked Jiang Machen, do I look like a fat middle-aged man with a beer belly now? Jiang Machen was packing his luggage. His previous film Moving Flowers and Receiving Dreams had been nominated for the Golden Deer Awards overseas, so he needed to attend this award ceremony. As he was packing, he heard Yan Qingqi's words. Jiang Machen looked up at him helplessly. Is there a middle-aged uncle as handsome as you? Yan Qingqi rubbed her belly. Although I'm a few years younger than you, I've already felt the midlife crisis earlier. In the future, when you're middle-aged, I can teach you how to relieve stress. Jiang Machan was simply defeated by his train of thought. You'd better sit down obediently, Uncle Yan. Can you win an award this time? Yan Qingqi asked him. How long will you be gone for? It won't take long, don't worry. As for whether I win an award or not. Jiang Machan looked at him. That's not something I can decide. If you win an award, how do you want to celebrate when you come back? Jiang Machan thought for a moment. Why don't the three of us have a meal together? Don't we eat together every day? What kind of celebration is that? But I don't think there's anything else I want. How do you want to celebrate? Jiang Machan asked him. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. Why don't you call your friends and have a meal together? Jiang Machan chuckled. Is your way of celebrating better than mine? Yes, it wasn't, but there really wasn't anything that needed to be celebrated. Their relationship was stable now. Jiang Machan had a successful career. Although his career was temporarily stagnant, it had a bright future. For a moment, it seemed like they couldn't find a way to celebrate. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If you win an award, when you come back, we'll drive together. When Jiang Machan heard this, he was instantly speechless. Yan Qingqi narrowed his eyes and asked him, Do you want to? Is this a question of whether I want to or not? It's a question of whether you can do it or not. Baby, can you ask the doctor first? How about this? If you win an award, we'll drive together regularly in the future. If you don't win an award, I'll decide whether we drive in June and how many times we drive together. You're not allowed to refute me. Isn't it bad enough that I didn't win an award? You still want to do this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yan Qingqi shook his head. Handsome guys like us don't have a conscience. Jiang Machan simply couldn't do anything about him. He had never imagined that things would end up like this. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Yan Qingqi still boasted shamelessly beside him. You have to have confidence in yourself. If you win an award this time, you'll go from a newly crowned Best Actor to a 2 Gold Best Actor. How great would that be? I have to thank you. You're welcome, Yan Qingqi said with a smile. Jiang Machan left at noon the next day. He looked at Yan Qingqi's stomach and was still a little worried. He gave a lot of advice, and Yan Qingqi nodded obediently, looking very obedient. You kept nodding. Did you really listen to me? Jiang Machan was very doubtful. Don't worry. After you leave, my mom will move in. When that time comes, she'll be stricter than you. Don't worry. That's why I said I'm fine. Wei Lan looked at him carefully. Wait a minute. Have you been eating too well recently? Why do I feel like you put on some weight since the last time I saw you? Yan Qingqi thought. That hurts, buddy. However, Wei Lan was very realistic about his own perception. Stand up and let me see if you've really put on weight. This won't do. Even if you haven't been active for half a year, as an actor, you can't indulge yourself like this. Yan Qingqi didn't want to stand up. He just wanted to sit down and hide his belly. Why are you still sitting? Get up, you who don't want to be a slave. Let me be a slave. Yan Qingqi looked at him. Wei Lan walked over and was about to pull him up. Yan Qingqi saw this and knew that he couldn't escape, so he simply stood up. His belly was exposed when he stood up. Wei Lan stared at his belly in disbelief. He even touched it to make sure that Yan Qingqi didn't put a pillow inside. Oh my god, no wonder Nanqing suspended your activities. You can't do that. Don't you have the responsibility and self-awareness of an idol? Isn't it just celebrating the new year? How can you eat like this? It's already June and you still haven't lost weight. Are you trying to die, Yan Qingqi? Yan Qingqi had no choice but to smile awkwardly. Wei Lan looked at him. Tell me honestly, are you really sick? Otherwise, how can you suddenly have such a big belly? Even if you can eat a lot, you can't eat like this. Would you believe me if I said I drank? Like hell I'd believe you. This is the first day I've met you. Yan Qingqi was a little worried. How should he put it? You're really not sick? Wei Lan asked him. He carefully looked at Yan Qingqi's complexion. You really don't look sick. Then why? You're really making me anxious. I'm afraid that I'll scare you if I tell you. Wei Lan chuckled. What? Are you going to tell me that you're pregnant? How many months has it been? From the looks of it, it's definitely more than 3 months. More than 6 months. It's been 6 months. No wonder it's so big. Wei Lan nodded but suddenly reacted and looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? 6 what? Yan Qingqi sighed helplessly. More than 6 months. What? More than 6 months? Child. More than 6 months? Child. Child? Wei Lan looked at Yan Qingqi's belly in astonishment. Say that again. To tell you the truth, last year, I had a dream. In the dream, a literary star descended to the mortal world and needed to be reincarnated. He accidentally saw the wrong person and reincarnated in me. He was afraid that I would be shocked, so he appeared in my dream and advised me not to panic. When I woke up and checked, I found that there was indeed a child in my belly. Forget it. Do you think you're Lady White Snake? Oh, you're Lady White Snake. Jiang Machan is Su Xian. Then who am I? Little Qing? Sister, you finally remembered, Yan Qingqi said gently. Shut up. You're going to piss me off. Yan Qingqi spread her hands. Believe me, this is the easiest way to accept. Accept what? Accept that you're a snake spirit? Accept why I have such a big belly now. Wei Lan rubbed his brows. He felt that he needed to calm down. His good buddy had suddenly become a good sister. She even promised him that she was pregnant. What should he do? Urgent, waiting online. Yan Qingqi saw that he seemed a little tired and patted the sofa. Sit down and calm down. Wei Lan looked at her in disbelief. You're pregnant? There's a child in your belly? The good news of Jiang Machan winning an award quickly became a hot search. Weibo marketing accounts rushed to repost it, and forum posts came one after another. Sister Little House was very happy, and the forums and Weibo started the lucky draw, vowing to let the whole world know that their brother had won an award again. Following Jiang Machan's win, Lost was officially released. On July 15, the actors of Lost cooperatively reposted the official announcement on Weibo. While promoting the movie, they also congratulated Jiang Machan for winning another award. The release date of Lost not only meant that the movie was about to be released, but it also meant that a press conference was about to be held, and the actors were about to start their roadshows. Jiang Machan had just returned home to celebrate winning an award with Yan Qingqi, and now he had to leave home to attend the press conference and roadshows all over the country. Yan Qingqi could not attend because of her pregnancy, so she recorded a VCR for the crew. On one hand, she apologized for not being able to attend the press conference and roadshows because of her health, and on the other hand, she congratulated Lost on its box office success. When the fans saw that he finally made an appearance, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was just a VCR, it greatly stimulated their enthusiasm. They were determined to fight for their little brother and let more people see his value. Hence, Sister Yan Mai started to buy tickets crazily and kept promoting it. Friend, have you bought a ticket? If you buy a ticket to Lost, we will still be good friends. If you don't buy it, I won't buy it. No one cares about Qingqi's value. If you vote, I vote, Qingqi's future will be better. Yan Qingqi originally thought that she would lose some fans after not appearing in public for half a year, but she did not expect it to be even more exciting. Wei Lan, a veteran in the entertainment industry, explained to her, "This is the legendary abuse of fans. You just became popular, but your activities are suspended. Your fans don't know the reason, so they can only guess that there is a conflict between you and the company, so they are oppressing you. When they think about it this way, how would they dare to leave? They are afraid that if they leave, you won't have anything to rely on." Wasn't there a post that listed the top 10 misconceptions of fans the other day? The first one was, "He only has me. How can I leave him?" You know a lot. Yan Qingqi sighed. Of course, I've been in this circle for a few years. As Wei Lan spoke, he reposted Xianxing's Weibo, "I told you he's fine." July 15, Lost, Be There or Be Square. Yan Mai's older sister quickly rushed over after hearing the news and thanked him for his support. They were truly grateful to Wei Lan, not only because when Yuan Mingxiu insinuated and framed Yan Qingqi, but also because Wei Lan posted a Weibo post to refute the rumors a few days ago. Wei Lan's Weibo post was very simple: "I had nothing to do so I browsed the forum. Rumors are really free. Yan Qingqi and Nanqing are doing well. There are no problems, no conflicts, and they did not offend anyone. They did not have any activities for half a year simply because they were not feeling well and were resting." Nanqing was not a juicer that wanted to squeeze all the value out of its artists. If they had the time to spread rumors, they might as well read a few more books and go to school. Wei Lan's Weibo post was like a stabilizing needle that stopped those who wanted to continue spreading rumors. Everyone knew that he had a bad temper, and it was common for him to go on the forum and argue with others. His older sister fans were famous for being protective of their younger brother for 30 years. No matter what he said was right or wrong, no one was allowed to say anything bad about their younger brother. Now, if anyone wanted to spread rumors that Yan Qingqi had offended Nanqing, they could not avoid Wei Lan's Weibo post. However, no one dared to say that Wei Lan's Weibo post was nonsense. After all, it was fine if they were being attacked, but if their idol was implicated, it would not be worth it. Therefore, Yan Qingqi's rivals all gave up and prepared to disappear for a while, then change their direction and make a comeback. Guan Mei felt bitter. She had said it 800 times that Nanqing did not plan to freeze Yan Qingqi, and that Yan Qingqi was resting because he was not feeling well. Why did no one listen to her? Everyone believed Wei Lan's words. Sigh, the word management company was indeed a sin. Although Yan Qingqi did not attend the press conference of Lost, the reporters asked many questions about him, and all of them were directed at Jiang Machen, who was in the same company as Yan Qingqi. After congratulating Jiang Machen for winning another award, the reporter asked, this time, the actor who played Meng Luo, Yan Qingqi, did not attend the press conference. I heard that it was because he had some conflicts with the company, right? Jiang Machen said gently, it's just a rumor. Qingqi is not feeling well, and the company has suspended his activities for this year for the sake of his health. However, everyone knows that he is an artist with a lot of potential. I heard that the company seems to have already made arrangements for his activities next year. They are just waiting for him to recover and make a comeback. After he finished speaking, he added, of course, he is also an actor that I personally admire. I also look forward to him bringing better works to everyone next year, so that everyone can see more of his potential. Jiang Machen's words not only dispelled the rumors once again, but it also reassured Yan Qingqi's fans. After all, Yan Qingqi's status was there, and he was also Nanqing's top actor. Therefore, even if the fans did not know what illness Yan Qingqi had, they believed that he would be able to return to the entertainment industry after he recovered and start his own glory again. As long as they worked together to get through this difficult period, it would be fine. This period of time was actually not that hard to endure, because good works always brought in more fans. Just like what Jiang Machen had told Yan Qingqi before, although Meng Luo did not have many scenes, he had a very dramatic setting and a beautiful, strong, and miserable persona. As expected, he successfully captured the eyes of the film critics and the audience during the screening of Lost. The film critics sighed with emotion. In a limited number of scenes, he successfully completed the transformation of two personalities. From quiet, introverted, and unobtrusive, to arrogant and self-admiring, Yan Qingqi used his own performance to add the most exciting touch to this movie. The audience was more direct than the film critics. I want all the information about Meng Luo in 5 minutes. The pre-screening of Lost officially kicked off the battle for the box office during the summer vacation. The exciting plot, full of characters, and full of conflict, He Yu and Zhou Fang's battle of wits and courage, Meng Luo's mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and the two different romances in the middle. Not long after the pre-screening started, the movie's reputation exploded, and the number of viewers skyrocketed. Yan Qingqi looked at the discussion about Meng Luo on the forums and Weibo. This was much more popular than he had expected. Just as Jiang Machen said, Meng Luo's death instantly sublimated the audience's feelings for him. Everyone could not help but sigh with regret. He was actually a victim. If he had grown up in a normal family, he would definitely not have done such a thing. The scene of Meng Luo's back facing Hiyu when he unbuttoned his shirt and revealed his back caused countless girls to scream. The fangirls were amazed by his perfect figure, his back, and his shoulder blades. "Mom, I won't eat meat this month." They also cried to hug Meng Luo. They were so heartbroken. Because of this scene, there were even fans of the Hiyu x Meng Luo couple. If only Meng Luo had met Hiyu earlier. Hiyu might have been able to save him from the mud. Hiyu obviously had pity for Meng Luo. But, Meng Luo was still in a bad situation. The CP group that had been silent for a long time finally became restless. They started to praise Hiyu and Meng Luo. In a short period of time, videos, fan fictions, and CP pictures were produced one after another. The new fans joined in and cheered like groundhogs with the old fans. Without a doubt, Xianxia became popular again and ushered in the second peak of his career. At this time, Guanmei received the invitation for the Come Fight Friends invitation for the new season. The production team was very sincere and gave a very generous offer. Guanmei looked at the string of zeros behind the price list and sighed. Times had changed. A year ago, Xianxia wanted to appear on the Come Fight Friends. Not only did he need to lower the price, but he also needed to tie up Jiang Machan to get the production team to agree. A year later, Xianxia was able to get the production team to give such a price based on his own value. However, Xianxia had previously told her that the Come Fight Friends for this variety show, he was only a temporary replacement. He would not be participating in the new season's recording. What's more, he was still in a period of not accepting activities, so Guanmei politely declined with the excuse that she was not feeling well. Come Fight Friends. Although the production team felt that it was a pity, they had also heard that something had happened to Xianxia's body, so he had been recuperating and had not participated in any activities for half a year. Therefore, they only felt that it was a pity and did not have any complaints. After all, no one could do anything about such an objective factor. Other than the Lost and Come Fight Friends. Apart from these two matters, Tuimarqu's first album was finally released in late July. After Luo Yan's plagiarism incident, Tuimarque became famous and attracted a lot of fans. Although Luo Yan pretended to be dead in the beginning and did not come out to publicly apologize. She even led the fans to attack Tuimarque. However, she was just a little girl in the drawing circle. How could she win against a professional like Guanmei? Very quickly, Luo Yan's dark history was dug out. The studio that had a business partnership with her publicly announced that they would never use Luo Yan's drawings again. They hoped that everyone would actively supervise and create a pure land for her. Lost was a hit, and the collection of paintings was selling well. With these two happy events, Xianxia finally welcomed a new week of prenatal checkup. Jiang Machan returned home after the publicity event. Xianxia felt that he didn't have to work so hard. He could go with the two mothers, but Jiang Machan insisted on going with him. Xianxia felt sorry for him, so she kissed him and smiled. "It's great that you're with me." Jiang Machan and Xianxia were very familiar with the procedure of the prenatal checkup. The two of them went through all the procedures, and the doctor happily told them that Xianxia and the baby were very healthy. The expected answer was very satisfactory. When they left the hospital, Jiang Machan and he had already walked to the VIP elevator. Zhang Xiao called Jiang Machan and told him that he had forgotten to give something to Jiang Machan and asked him to come back. Xianxia told him to go back and get it, and he waited for the elevator to come up. While he was waiting, he suddenly heard Zhou Yixing's voice coming from the corridor not far away. He sounded a little anxious. Xianxia was puzzled. What was going on? However, he couldn't be bothered to care about Zhou Yixing. When he saw Jiang Machan walking back, he asked him, "What's wrong?" "Zhang Zhao's sister's birthday is the day after tomorrow. His sister is my fan, so he wanted me to write a happy birthday to her. I was so busy with your matter that I forgot about it. I only remembered now, so he asked me to go back." Xianxia nodded. "Oh yes, I heard Zhou Yixing's voice just now." "Zhou Yixing?" Yes. Yan. Xianxia nodded. He sounded quite anxious. Something must have happened. Jiang Machan thought for a moment. Forget it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Let's go. Yan Xianxia didn't ask any more questions and left with him in the elevator. When they reached home, Jiang Machan's cell phone rang as soon as they entered the house. When Jiang Machan saw that it was Xianxia, he was afraid that it was related to Yan Xianxia, so he quickly picked it up. What's up? Xianxia couldn't keep his cool. He walked a few steps to calm himself down. Jiang Machan, let me tell you something. Other than Yan Xianxia, this is the second pregnant man I've seen today. Jiang Machan was surprised. What did you say? Yan Xianxia is not the only one. There's another man who's in the same situation as him. You know him, and he's even involved with you. Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu is also pregnant. Jiang Machan was shocked. However, before he could recover from his shock, he heard even more shocking news. But he wasn't as lucky as Yan Xianxia. He had a miscarriage and lost the child. I heard from the nurse in the operating room that he was injured and not in good spirits. He's severely malnourished and is still in a coma. It was Zhou Yixing who sent him here. Now the news has been sealed. Zhou Yixing doesn't allow it to spread. Jiang Machan nodded. I understand. It's good that you know. I just heard them talking about it and thought that this is the same situation as Xianxia's. That's why I called you to let you know. Okay, thank you. I'll hang up first. Okay. Yan Xianxia saw that his expression had become more serious and asked him, what's wrong? Jiang Machan looked at him and thought for a moment. Then he said truthfully, it was Xianxia. Didn't you say that something seemed to have happened to Zhou Yixing? Yan Xianxia nodded. Jiang Machan said, he did. Yuan Mingxiu was pregnant, but she had a miscarriage. Yan Xianxia was shocked. Jiang Machan sighed. But it has nothing to do with us. I'm telling you because I don't want to hide it from you and cause animosity between us. But don't think too much about it. You don't have to worry about it. Yan Xianxia was a little confused. Wait, didn't you ask him to leave? Why is he here again with Zhou Yixing? When Yan Xianxia said this, Jiang Machan finally reacted. Yes, why was Yuan Mingxiu here? Wait a moment. He called the person in charge of Yuan Mingxiu's matter. When the other party heard this, he was also very surprised. When we went to see him in March, he was still in El City. Later on, I was busy here, so I didn't go. I also asked you for permission to visit him once every 6 months. During this time, if he entered X City, someone would report it to me. But I didn't receive any feedback. Why did he come back? You didn't see him in the city during this time? Young master, if he appeared in the city, I would have received the news. There is only one possibility. He was helped to come back here. After he arrived, he stayed in a very hidden place. That's why he wasn't discovered. Jiang Machan felt that he almost knew what was going on. He hung up the phone and looked at Yan Xianxia. If I'm not wrong, Zhou Yixing must have used some means to bring him back. He was scolded by his brother because of you, so he has been avoiding me for a while. He was probably afraid of angering me because of this and being scolded by his brother again, so he didn't let Yuan Mingxiu appear in front of others. That's why he wasn't discovered by my people. Yuan Mingxiu turned his head in a daze and saw Zhou Yixing sitting on the sofa in the ward. He's still here, Yuan Mingxiu thought. Why is he still here even though I'm already here? When will he stop being here? You're awake. Zhou Yixing saw him open his eyes and stood up to walk towards him. Yuan Mingxiu looked at him and didn't say anything. There was no life in his eyes, no light at all. Zhou Yixing looked at his lifeless expression and thought of what the doctor had told him. He felt a mixture of grief and anger in his heart. He looked at Yuan Mingxiu and couldn't help but go forward to take off his clothes to see if he was a man. Yuan Mingxiu saw him coming over and his body couldn't stop trembling. He had already formed a conditioned reflex and didn't dare to resist, but he was scared both mentally and physically. Zhou Yixing looked at him shivering under the blanket and couldn't understand. How did you get pregnant? How did you have a child? You're a man. How did you get pregnant? Yuan Mingshu couldn't hear what he was saying. He just lowered his head in fear and his body couldn't stop trembling. Zhou Yixing couldn't stand seeing him like this. He grabbed his chin and said, "Say something. How did you get pregnant? Are you a woman? Are you a monster? You don't even have a uterus. How did you get pregnant?" Yuan Mingshu still didn't say anything. He just looked at him timidly. Zhou Yixing raised his hand and wanted to hit him. Yuan Mingshu instantly closed his eyes and curled up. Zhou Yixing looked at him curled up. He raised his hand halfway and slowly retracted it. He couldn't understand how Yuan Mingshu got pregnant. What was a man who could get pregnant? A monster who was neither male nor female? Why did he get involved with this kind of person? Why did he stay with this kind of person for so long? He looked at Yuan Mingshu, his eyes full of disgust and contempt. He wanted to tell Yuan Mingshu to get lost and never appear in front of him again. However, countless complicated emotions entangled in his heart and made him unable to say those words. He could only hate him and hate himself at the same time. Yuan Mingshu kept his eyes closed, as if he didn't have to face everything by closing his eyes. All the suffering and torture would be gone. Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth and looked at him one last time. He turned around and walked out. He couldn't stay here any longer. He thought that he needed to calm down and think about the future between him and Yuan Mingshu. He needed to calm down. Yuan Mingshu heard the loud sound of the door closing. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around the ward again. Zhou Yixing had left, he thought. Zhou Yixing had finally left. He closed his eyes and wanted to sleep for a while, but he suddenly realized something and opened his eyes. He looked at the ward he was in and gradually became excited. He even revealed a surprised smile. Zhou Yixing left. This was not his house. This was the hospital. He could leave. He could escape. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Yuan Mingshu lifted the blanket and got out of bed almost immediately. He had just had a miscarriage, his body was injured, and he was seriously undernourished. Almost as soon as he got out of bed, he could not stand. However, Yuan Mingshu stood up with his own will. He covered his wound and walked step by step to the door of the ward. He had never felt so close to hope. He had never felt so excited and happy. He opened the door and ran out in an instant. The nurse who had received the news and was about to take care of him saw him run out and quickly chased after him. She shouted as she chased, "Patient over there, stop. You need to rest." However, Yuan Mingshu would not stop. He fought with his strong desire to live and quickly ran into the elevator. He closed the elevator and went all the way down. His heart was beating fast. He knew that success or failure depended on this one move. If he escaped, he could still live. If he was caught by the nurse, he would probably die in Zhou Yixing's hands. The elevator opened and he ran out as fast as he could. However, he was caught by the security guard on the first floor. Yuan Mingshu struggled with all his might. He kept struggling, screaming, and even started to bite the security guard. His movements were too big and instantly attracted the attention of the other patients in the hospital. When the security guard saw this, he tightened his grip and was ready to drag him into the elevator. At that moment, Yuan Mingshu felt what despair was. Tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. He cried and begged them to let him go. The security guard quickly covered his mouth. He bit down hard, but he was no match for the security guard's strength. In the end, he was dragged to the front of the elevator. He cried out in despair. His heart was dead. However, at the moment before his heart died, he saw a figure. Yuan Mingshu had never felt that he was so familiar. He appeared in front of him with a light that he had never dared to pray for. At that moment, he seized his last chance. He used all his strength to shout in the direction of that person, Wei Lan. Wei Lan accompanied Wei Sun to visit an uncle who was sick and hospitalized at home. Wei Sun didn't plan to bring him, but he hadn't seen this uncle for a long time, so he followed him. Just as the two of them were about to take the VIP elevator up, Wei Lan heard someone screaming at the top of their lungs. He turned around in the direction of the voice and saw two security guards pulling a patient away from the elevator not far away. Wei Lan frowned and looked at them. He wondered who it was. As he was thinking, he saw that the patient took advantage of the moment when the security guards were stunned to see him. He broke free from them and ran straight toward him. He ran so fast that the security guards, who finally reacted, chased after him until he was right in front of him. Yuan Mingxiu used all his strength to run to Wei Lan. As soon as he arrived in front of him, his legs gave way and he fell. He quickly got up and knelt in front of Wei Lan. He hugged his leg and looked at him. Wei Lan, save me, save me. I beg you, save me. I don't want to die. As he spoke, he even began to kowtow to Wei Lan. The two security guards quickly held him down. They apologized to Wei Lan and tried to take him away. Wei Lan finally reacted. He looked at the person who was begging in front of him in disbelief. Yuan Mingxiu? Yuan Mingxiu's tears flowed freely. He was forced to stand up by the security guards. Wei Lan was suddenly filled with anger. He reached out and pulled Yuan Mingxiu away, looking at him in disbelief. It was the next morning when Xianxia received Wei Lan's call again. Wei Lan said, I've already asked someone to send him away. I didn't send him back to his hometown. He didn't dare to go back, so he chose a new place and won't come back in the future. Okay. Before Yuan Mingxiu left, he asked me to pass on his apology to both of you. Although I don't think you need it, since he said so, I'll pass it on to you. Xianxia smiled. I really don't need it. What he did can't be forgiven with just an apology, but I don't need to forgive him either. Anyway, we won't see each other again. Yes, so that's it. I'm done here. I'll go do something else. Okay, contact me if there's anything else. Xianxia hung up after saying that. Wei Lan looked at the phone in his hand and sighed. He remembered what Yuan Mingxiu said before he left. I didn't think I was wrong in the past. How could I be wrong? If Xianxia didn't appear, if Jiang Machin still treated me the same as before, then wouldn't I still be living happily? It wasn't until I was locked up by Zhou Yixing and lived day after day in his house that I realized that compared to Zhou Yixing, Jiang Machin and Xianxia were simply angels. They hated me so much, but they didn't think of using such methods on me. But what about Zhou Yixing? Yuan Mingxiu smiled bitterly. He even said that he likes me. That's ridiculous. He looked at Wei Lan. Can you apologize to both of them for me? I know that they don't want to see me now, and maybe they don't need my apology, so I won't disturb them. I'll go far away and never come back. I won't appear in front of you again. Thank you. Wei Lan put the phone back in his pocket and walked back. After dealing with Yuan Mingxiu, he still had to deal with Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing parked the car under a tree not far from the Wei family villa. He leaned against the car and waited for Wei Lan. Wei Lan asked the driver to stop the car in front of him and got out. When Zhou Yixing saw him, he rushed in front of him and asked, Where are you? I've sent him away. Where did you send him? That's none of your business. Wei Lan, this is between me and him. What right do you have to interfere? Because Yuan Mingxiu knelt in front of me and begged me to save him. Because he said he didn't want to die. So you know it's you and him. I thought you've been a jailer for so long that you've almost forgotten that prisoners are humans too. Zhou Yixing was stunned. Wei Lan looked at him. Didn't you say that you didn't like him in front of your friends? Then why did you lock him up? Or do you want to tell me that you like him? The way you like someone is to look at them like a dog. If they don't meet your expectations, you'll beat them or scold them? You don't like him anyway, so why bother? Zhou Yixing said angrily. If he didn't rush in front of me, I wouldn't know anything. Of course, I wouldn't care. But he knelt in front of me and begged me. I'm not you, Zhou Yixing. I only care about things, not people. I don't like him, but he's a living person. What right do you have to play him to death? What right do you have? Zhou Yixing felt bitter. He looked at Wei Lan and said with difficulty, Just take it that I'm begging you. Can you tell me his address? What can I do if I tell you? Wei Lan asked him. Will you marry him after you get him back? You won't. Your family won't let you marry someone like him who has no background. You don't like him either. He has no power or influence, so what's the point of going after him? Zhou Yuan Mingxiu is just a normal person. He can't play with you. He even knows that if he goes to the police now, he might not be able to arrest you. So he chose to leave and asked me to find someone to send him away. He finally woke up for once. It's time for you to wake up too. After Wei Lan finished speaking, he was about to leave, but Zhou Yixing took a step forward and stood in front of him. Just as he started to speak and spit out the word he saw a car stop beside the two of them. The car window rolled down, revealing Wei Sun's cold face. The moment Zhou Yixing saw him, he unconsciously took a step back. Wei Sun looked at him. His eyes were very cold, without a trace of warmth. His voice was very soft, and no emotion could be heard. He said, "You talk too much." Zhou Yixing subconsciously shivered and lowered his head. Wei Sun's eyes did not stay on him for too long. He shifted his gaze to Wei Lan. The coldness in his eyes slowly dissipated, and there was an unconscious gentleness. "Xiao Lan, get in the car." Wei Lan said, "Oh," and took one last look at Zhou Yixing. "Let's leave it at that," he said. "Anyway, nothing will happen between the two of you. Just treat it as accumulating good karma for yourself. Let him live, and let yourself live too." Of course, Zhou Yixing knew what he meant by letting himself live. Wei Lan was arrogant and despotic, but he had a kind nature. That was why Zhou Yixing dared to look for him after knowing that he was the one who took away Yuan Mingxiu. However, Wei Sun was different. Wei Sun and Wei Lan were very different. Wei Sun's indifference was ingrained in his bones. His hands were stained with blood. He did not care about life and death, and he did not care about the lives of others, except for Wei Lan. Wei Sun saw what happened today. He said that he talked too much, so there would be no future for this. Zhou Yixing was not brave enough to take the risk of making Wei Sun unhappy and continue to ask about Yuan Mingxiu's whereabouts. His feelings for Yuan Mingxiu were too complicated. There was love, hatred, struggle, and helplessness. He liked Yuan Mingxiu, but he would not marry Yuan Mingxiu, and he would not anger Wei Sun for Yuan Mingxiu. He lowered his head and stood aside, as quiet as a pillar. Wei Lan walked to Wei Sun's car, opened the door, and got in. He looked at Wei Sun and was a little surprised. "Why are you back so early today?" "I finished my work, so I came back." "Then we can watch a movie together tonight." "Okay," Wei Sun responded and handed him the orange beside him. "Here." Yan Qingqi felt that his innocent look was very cute, so he reached out and rubbed his face. Chi-Chi allowed him to rub his face. He wasn't angry and even smiled at him. His smile made Yan Qingqi feel embarrassed. He softly coaxed, "The baby is still sleeping. When can he come out to play with me?" Chi-Chi said as he gently tapped his belly with his finger and asked, "Can you hear me? Baby?" He was still a baby himself. Now that he was calling someone else a baby, Yan Qingqi couldn't help but laugh. He replied gently, "In a few days, he can come out to play with you." "What does he like to play?" "I can give him my toys." Yan Qingqi looked at him gently. "He likes you," he said, "so he'll be happy to play with you whatever you want." Chi-Chi was a little shy when he heard what he said. He leaned forward and kissed his belly. He whispered, "I like him too." Yan Qingqi suddenly felt very warm. He was a little touched, and even a little grateful. He softly nodded and touched Chi-Chi's head. On September 7th, Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen's child finally came into the world. When the anesthetic wore off and Yan Qingqi woke up, Jiang Machen was sitting on the chair beside his bed. When he saw that he was awake, he finally smiled as usual. Yan Qingqi smiled at him and said softly, "I made you worry." Jiang Machen bent over and kissed his forehead. He said helplessly, "Why do you always interrupt me? I haven't had time to thank you for your hard work." "Then you can say it now." Yan Qingqi was very cooperative. Jiang Machen smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." Yan Qingqi teased him. "I'm serving the people." Seeing that he was still in the mood to joke with him, Jiang Machen finally felt relieved. He reached out and held his hand. "It's a boy. The child is very healthy. Mom and Dad are looking at him now." I've already thought of the child's name before, but I didn't tell you. He'll be called Yan Jishu. Like Chi-Chi, he'll have the same surname as you. Yan Qingqi had thought of the child's name before. At that time, he thought that the child would be called Jiang Jishu according to Jiang Machen's naming method. He didn't expect that he guessed the child's name and surname correctly. But, he shook his head. You can call him Jichu, but his surname can't be Yan. He still has to follow your surname, Jiang. Jiang didn't understand. Why? We have 2 children now, one surname and one's surnames and one surname. Yan Qingqi disagreed. Have you ever thought about how you're going to explain it to them when they grow up and know more things when their surnames are different? Just like the other children. Tell them that one of them has the same surname as the father, and the other has the same surname as the mother. If Chi-Chi is my biological child today, we can certainly explain and do this. But Chi-Chi isn't. This is very sensitive. I don't want to do this. Jiang Machen didn't understand. Are you afraid that Chi-Chi will feel that he and his brother are different because they have different surnames? Chi-Chi is still young. He won't think so much. But he'll grow up eventually. He'll understand. Yan Qingqi shook his head. Jiang Machen, you're not an adopted child. You've never been adopted, so you don't know how sensitive and scared adopted children are. A slight difference will make them overthink and worry unnecessarily. I know you feel sorry for me and think for me, but I don't care about this. To me, it doesn't matter if they have the surname Jiang or Yan, they're both our children. But for the children, it's undoubtedly the best choice to have 2 children with the same surname. Jiang Machen felt that his words were a little strange. What did he mean by saying that he hadn't been adopted before, so he didn't know how sensitive and scared adopted children were? Yan Qingqi had never been adopted before, had he? He only thought that Yan Qingqi was considerate and couldn't help but think for Chi-Chi. It was just that he had already decided that this child would have the same surname as Yan Qingqi. He didn't even say it out loud because he wanted to give Yan Qingqi a surprise. In the end, this surprise was going to be given up for no reason because of Chi-Chi. Jiang Machen couldn't bear it. He saw that Yan Qingqi was pregnant and watched him give up his career that was rising to take care of the baby at home. Yan Qingqi's attitude was very good. He didn't feel any regret or unwillingness. He even started a new career for himself and achieved impressive results in painting. But this didn't mean that his sacrifice was justified. This was their child, but Yan Qingqi was the one who bore the psychological and physical pressure of a man's pregnancy. This child should have his surname. Qingqi, I don't think Chi-Chi will think so much. Jiang Machen tried to persuade him. Look, isn't he accepting the fact that he's about to have another child? That's because he hasn't realized the difference between biological and adopted children. No one at home has told him this, and outsiders don't know that I'm pregnant, so he thinks he's the same as this child. Of course, he's the same as this child. Whether it's him or this child, they're both my children. I don't want Chi-Chi to unconsciously think too much in the future because of something as unnecessary as a surname. He looked at Jiang Machen. I know you're doing this for my own good, and I'm very happy. But if he doesn't have my surname, won't he be my child? Will it affect my status in the family? Yan Qingqi shook his head. No, it won't. So, I'm very happy that you can consider my feelings and let the child have my surname. But I still hope that he can have your surname. Jiang Machen looked at him and his heart was full of heartache. He reached out and touched Yan Qingqi's face. Can't you think more for yourself? You love the child, but what about your own rights? You gave birth to this child after carrying him for 10 months. It's natural for him to have your surname. How can you not agree? This time, Wei Lan didn't come empty-handed. Instead, he bought 2 longevity locks. It was his first time buying something for a newborn baby. He didn't know what to buy, so he had to ask Wei Sun. Wei Sun had never bought a gift for a child before, so he could only answer based on his impression. How about a longevity lock? Wei Lan got the answer he wanted and went to the mall. He originally only planned to buy a gift for Yan Qingqi's newborn baby, but when he was shopping, he thought of Chi-Chi, so he also bought one for Chi-Chi. After all, he was a pampered young master. It was his first time buying a gift for a child. He didn't know anything, so he chose the most expensive one based on the style. Xianxia looked at the pure white jade in his hand and thought that it probably wasn't cheap. Chi had long passed the age of wearing a longevity lock, so among the various gifts he had received, no one had ever given him this. Therefore, Chi was a little curious. What is this? It's a longevity lock. Wei Lan took it out and put it around his neck. You can live to 100 years old with it. 100 years old? Chi looked at him with wide eyes. That's amazing. Wei Lan pinched his face and said softly, yes. Chi lowered his head and looked at the jade around his neck. He was a little happy. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Wei Lan put it around his neck and put the other longevity lock around Xianxia's neck. Yan was still looking at them innocently with his big, grape-like eyes. Chi looked at the one around his neck, then looked at Yan's, and finally turned to look at Wei Lan. I had the same one as my brother. Yes, you are brothers. Wei Lan patted his head. Chi said obediently, then I'll thank you on behalf of little brother. Wei Lan's heart melted when she heard him call her brother. She couldn't help but pinch his face. She felt like raising a child again. When Chi went to school the next day, she couldn't wait to show the longevity lock around her neck to her friend, Bo Yan. She asked him, does it look good? Bo Yan nodded. Yes. Brother Wei Lan gave it to me. He said that I can live to 100 years old if I wear it. Chi put the jade back into her collar. Who is Brother Wei Lan? Bo Yan asked. My father's friend. Then you should call him uncle, corrected Bo Yan. Chi frowned. But my brother asked me to call him brother. When Bo Yan heard him say that, he thought of the sisters he had met before, who were obviously aunties but had asked him to call them sisters, so he didn't correct him anymore. Then you should listen to him. Chi nodded. She leaned closer to him and whispered, Yan, we have a new baby. Do you want to see it? Bo Yan was a little surprised. What do you mean by a new baby? We have a new baby. Chi blinked. Will he always be at your house? Chi nodded. Yes, he's my little brother. Bo Yan looked at his smiling eyes and thought that he was really silly. He already had a second child at home. Not only was he not worried that he would be neglected, but he was also smiling. He was more mature than Chi in terms of thinking. Because of the influence of his family environment, he was more thoughtful than Chi. He had seen it on TV before. Some families started to treat their first child badly after they had a second child. This was especially true for Chi, who only had one biological father. Can I go and see it? Is your father okay with it? He asked Chi. Chi nodded. Yes, I told my father. He said it's okay. Then I'll ask my father to pick me up later. After school, I'll go with you to your house to see the baby. Chi nodded. Then, she suddenly smiled. Yan, you look so alike. Bo Yan felt that what he said made sense. He looked at Yan Qingqi and said helplessly, it would be great if our family lived here too. Then I could play with him after school. Yan Qingqi listened to his childish words and was very happy that Chi had such a good friend. He hugged Bo Yan and said, it's okay. You can have fun in school. Bo Yan was a little reluctant, but he had no choice but to nod and say, okay. He looked at Yan Qingqi and made a promise with him. Uncle, you can't tell anyone what we talked about today, okay? Yan Qingqi reached out and hooked his pinky finger with him. Okay, this is also our secret. Bo Yan hooked his pinky finger with him and suddenly smiled. He whispered, we already have 2 secrets. Yes. Bo Yan looked at him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He liked Yan Qingqi very much and liked to talk to him. Bo Yan thought that it would be great if his father could be like this. He also wanted his father to hug him and talk to him like this. He also had a lot to say to his father and ask him many things that he did not understand. However, he could not. Bo Yan could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly realized that he was in someone else's house and there were other people around him, so he quickly pulled himself together and tried to look less disappointed. "Thank you, uncle. I'll go and play with Chi-Chi then," he said. Xianxia saw the change in his expression and could not help but feel sorry for him. He nodded and said, "Go ahead. Have fun." Bo Yan stood up and waved at him before he went to find Chi-Chi. Xianxia watched him leave and sighed. If possible, he hoped that Bo Yan could be happier. He was so sensible that it made his heart ache. Xianxia stayed at home for 2 months to recuperate and spend time with his 2 children. In November, Fu Mingji called him and asked when he could start filming. Xianxia was very surprised. "Has it been decided on me? Am I the male lead? Why else would I wait for you for so long?" Fu Mingji asked him back. "I thought that my schedule wasn't suitable and that you had chosen someone else. I originally had this idea, but after thinking about it, you're still the most suitable candidate. I've seen you act as Meng Luo. Although some parts weren't handled well enough, the last scene was very stunning. I really liked your final performance." "Thank you," Xianxia said. "You're welcome. When can you start filming? You said you couldn't do it this year, so can you do it next January?" "I think so. I'll check with Jiang Machin." "Alright, give me a reply as soon as you've confirmed it." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. He hung up the phone and couldn't help but feel excited. The next second, he called Jiang Machin and said excitedly, "Jiang Machin, I received a call from Director Fu. He asked me when I can start filming. I'm the male lead." Jiang Machin had vaguely heard rumors that Fu Mingji had cast Xianxia in his next role, but because Fu Mingji hadn't contacted him, he was afraid that the higher his expectations, the greater his disappointment, so he didn't tell Xianxia. He didn't expect that Fu Mingji would call Xianxia directly. Jiang Machin smiled silently and was happy that the dust had settled. "That's a good thing. We can celebrate tonight. So I can start filming in January? If you want to, go ahead. It would be 4 months from September to December." Xianxia had recuperated for so long, so his body should be able to recover and he should be able to work, Jiang Machin thought silently. When Xianxia heard this, his heart was overflowing with happiness. He even fantasized wildly, which was rare for him. "Do you think I'll win an award for this film?" Jiang Machin obviously wouldn't discourage him. He closed his eyes and said confidently, "You will. Director Fu's films are all aimed at winning awards. If you act well, you will definitely win." As he said this, he remembered the news he received in the afternoon. "Speaking of which, there's another piece of good news that I haven't told you yet. I was going to tell you when I got home to make you happy." "Great, now it's double happiness." "What is it?" "I just received news that Lost has been nominated for the Best Film Award. You've been nominated for the Best Newcomer and I've been nominated for the Best Male Lead." Xianxia felt that if he were a groundhog, he would probably scream. What kind of day was it today? Why was there so much good news? "We're not cooking today. We're going out to eat," he said generously. On November 26, the Golden Laurel Awards officially announced the nominees. Lost had 4 nominations: Best Film, Best Screenwriter Lu Meng, Best Actor Jiang Machin, and Best Newcomer Xianxia. On the same day, Fu Mingji's studio officially announced Xianxia as the male lead of the new film. Xianxia's fans received 2 pieces of good news in one day. They were so excited that they couldn't organize their words properly. They could only scream to express their joy. Nominated for the Golden Laurel Awards and the male lead of Fu Mingji's new film. Is this kind of surprise real? Brother is amazing. I was already very surprised to see the nominations in the morning. I didn't expect there to be an even bigger surprise in the afternoon. Oh my God, I'm willing to be a vegetarian for a month in exchange for my brother to win an award. As long as my brother wins an award, I'm willing to not eat meat this new year. Let's keep a low profile. I'm already very happy to be nominated. Whether he wins an award or not, it's an affirmation for my brother. Yes, a nomination is a victory." Xianxia saw that his fans were like him, full of anticipation but cautious. He couldn't help but comfort himself again. Calm down, calm down, calm down. However, while he could still remain calm, the netizens on the forums and Weibo were not calm. The fans of the actors who were in the same batch as him were also not calm. Am I blind? Fu Mingji? What does Xianxia have to win? It's probably because of Meng Luo. He was just nominated for the Best Newcomer award. Isn't Meng Luo a good character? If it were anyone else, they would be furious. The person above is a classic case of sour grapes. I think Xianxia's acting is very good. Director Fu said before that he wanted to use a newcomer for this film. Although Xianxia has acted before, he's still inexperienced. He's also considered a newcomer and his acting is good. Why can't he be used? Isn't the most ridiculous thing that someone said before that Xianxia and Nanqing had a falling out and Nanqing had frozen him? Frozen? Is there anyone who would freeze someone to the point of giving him to Fu Mingji's new film? Please do the same to my brother. Ha ha ha, this is what it means to be insulted, right? Back then, you were mocking me every day. Now, it's a slap in the face. The onlookers laughed out loud. The fans reposted the lucky draw to celebrate Xianxia's double happiness in a high-profile manner. The anti-fans were so angry that they gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. The entertainment industry was always very lively at the end of the year. Even though Xianxia didn't participate in any activities this year, the success of Lost and Gentle made him the favorite of various year-end ceremonies. Xianxia rejected most of the invitations to events, only leaving the Golden Laurel Awards, the Golden Camel Awards ceremony, and the Seal Surprise ceremony. The former was related to Lost, while the latter two were related to Gentle. Jiang Machen attended the Golden Laurel Awards with him. Because they were in the same crew, it was rare for them to walk the red carpet together. Jiang Machen had a luxury brand endorsement. For such occasions, the endorser would provide the clothes. He asked Wu Yuan to borrow an extra set according to Xianxia's size, with only 2 words, good-looking and matching. Of course, Wu Yuan didn't only consider the point of good-looking and matching. The clothes on the red carpet had always been the focus of netizens. Even though the clothes of male stars didn't have as many styles and patterns as those of female stars, no matter male or female stars, they couldn't escape the comparison of the clothes on the red carpet. The brand, style, and whether it was out of season, current season, or out of season, were all the focus of netizens when calculating the red carpet clothes. They used this to speculate the brand's love for online stars and the star's status in the fashion industry. Jiang Machen walked the path of style, and he was also a movie star. He was handsome, and whether it was Chinese or foreign friends, they could feel his charm. Therefore, not long after his debut, he had a luxury brand endorsement and always wore the brand's out-of-season or custom-made clothes. Considering that it was very likely that Jiang Machen would be nominated for the Gold Laurel Award this time, Wu Yuan directly communicated with the brand and requested a custom-made set for him. The brand readily agreed. Since Jiang Machen wanted to wear custom-made clothes, Wu Yuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and discuss with the brand about custom-made clothes for Xianxia. He could even imagine the state of the fan circle when the time came. There would definitely be a bloodbath. Jiang Machen had never cared about trivial matters like clothes. He was born with a good wardrobe and looked good in everything. Therefore, he would wear whatever the brand and stylist decided. This time, when he heard Wu Yuan report that he had already communicated with the brand and that both of them would be wearing custom-made clothes, he was pleasantly surprised. "You are quite smart," he praised. "Thank you, but I feel that I will be scolded soon. I'd better cut off the internet for safety." Wu Yuan was very calm. "By the way, I wanted to ask you that day. Is your new student also nominated for the Best Newcomer Award?" "Yes. Fortunately, I discovered this child early and signed him under me. Otherwise, many companies would definitely want to sign him after the Gold Laurel Award this time." "Do you think he is likely to win the award?" Wu Yuan was a little hesitant. "Tell me the truth. What do you think?" Wu Yuan expressed his desire to live. "Anyway, we will know in a while. It is meaningless to talk about this now." Jiang Machen looked at him. "Do you think he is more likely to win the award than Xianxia?" This was a statement, not a question. Wu Yuan did not say anything. He just smiled and did not deny it. Jiang Machen had read Lin Yao's information before, He was very young, only 17 years old. When he was a child, he had been a child star for a while. Later on, he had quit the entertainment circle and gone to school. During the summer vacation last year, the director he had worked with when he was a child had met him by accident. He had felt that Lin Yao was very suitable for the role of the male lead in his new movie, so he had invited Lin Yao to work with him again. He had acted in a movie with a juvenile theme. The movie had a good concept, and his performance was also very good. Most importantly, he had played the role of the male lead, while Yan Qingqi had played the role of the supporting male lead. The male lead would always have more room to perform and express himself than the supporting male lead. Yes, Brother Chen and I are from the same company. When I was on set, Brother Chen took good care of me. Brother Chen is a very good senior. I learned a lot from working with him in my first movie, so I have the best relationship with him, Yan Qingqi said. The host nodded. Seeing that it was about time, he gestured for them to enter. Ji Sixing saw that the host only interviewed Jiang Machen, the director, and Yan Qingqi. He was a little unhappy, but he did not show it because they were in a public place. The few of them entered the venue and rested backstage for a while. Yan Qingqi wanted to go to the restroom, so he told Jiang Machen that he would be leaving first. He walked towards the restroom. When he turned the corner, someone happened to turn the corner and almost collided with him. "I'm sorry," the person said hurriedly. Yan Qingqi looked at him. Chen Xianlang. Chen Xianlang was also shocked. Yan Qingqi. Are you feeling better? Yan Qingqi nodded. You're really amazing. What happened? Why did you take a year's break? And you're still on the rise. You're really brave. Yan Qingqi smiled. I'm just not feeling well, but I'm fine now. That's good. But you're quite lucky. One movie, one TV series, and both became popular. Not only did they not let you fall behind, but they also directly promoted you. Your luck is really unparalleled. So you don't have to worry about me. Chen Xianlang sighed. It's good that you're fine. I really thought that you had some conflict with Nanqing. I even asked Sun Sun about it. If Sun Sun didn't repeatedly assure me that it had nothing to do with the company and that it was because of you, I would have believed the rumors online. You could have asked me directly. I saw that you took a break for half a year and didn't participate in anything. It was as if you were being frozen. I was afraid that you might really have a problem with your body. Based on this situation, it's probably not a small illness. I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable if I asked. I'm not that delicate. But Nanqing treats you pretty well. You wanted to rest for a year when you were on the rise, and they really let you rest for a year. You don't know, but some companies want you to work hard as long as you don't fall. They're really heartless. Yes, so I also think Nanqing is very good. Yan Qingqi thought for a while and added, when my contract is full, I will renew my contract with Nanqing. You'd better wait and see. Being good now doesn't mean you'll be good in the future. If you have the ability, of course, you should open your own studio and be your own boss. Yan Qingqi thought, I'm almost the boss now. I own half of the boss's assets. Chen Xuanlang's phone rang, and he frowned in annoyance. Yan Qingqi asked him, what's wrong? It's nothing. Are you going to the toilet? You go ahead, I have something to deal with. After he finished speaking, he took his phone and went to the other side. Yan Qingqi looked at his back and felt that he seemed to have something on his mind. After Yan Qingqi came out of the toilet, she did not see Chen Xianlang again. It was almost time, so they left the backstage and entered the hall one after another. They sat according to the names on the seats. Although Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen were in the same crew, because of the difference in status, they did not sit in the first row. Only Jiang Machen and director Wang sat in the first row, while the others sat in the second row. Yan Qingqi took her seat and glanced to the side. She saw Chen Xuanlang's name on the back of the chair. She felt that the two of them were quite fated, and it felt like it was a small world. Zhao Cheng had just finished checking her makeup with a small mirror in her handbag when she saw the breathing light on her phone flickering, indicating that she had received an unread WeChat message. She opened it and found that the message was sent by Ji Sixing, who was sitting next to her. Zhao Chang opened the message and saw Ji Sixing complaining, as if he was thinking about her. You're the female lead, but the host didn't interview you. Instead, he interviewed Yan Qingqi. I really don't know what he's thinking. Zhao Chang felt that she was not that close to Ji Sixing, at least not to the extent that Ji Sixing was thinking about her. Therefore, she looked at the WeChat message and smiled elegantly. Did he think that she was a little girl who had just entered the entertainment industry? Zhao Chang moved her fingers with red nail polish and replied, of course it's for the sake of work. Yan Qingqi has been nominated. If they don't interview him, are they going to interview us who haven't been nominated? Ji Sixing continued to provoke her. He's the third male lead, and we don't even know if he has 20 minutes of screen time. How can he be nominated? I really feel bad for you. You've been filming for longer than him, and you've put in more effort than him. In the end, you didn't get nominated, but he did. Zhao Chang did not expose him. She replied like a cat playing with a mouse, the core of this film is a battle of wits and courage between the three of you. I'm just the seasoning for the tense plot. It's normal that I didn't get nominated. Ji Sixing saw that she had no sense of competition at all, so he secretly called her an idiot. However, he still patiently replied to her, you're really good-tempered. If I were you, I wouldn't be so easy to talk to. When Zhao Jia saw this, he moved his fingers and replied to his last message. Yan Qingqi did not win the Best Newcomer award, but Jiang Machan won the Best Actor award. Jiang Machan was actually a little surprised. He had already won the Best Actor award overseas with Moving Flowers and Receiving Dreams this year, so he felt that he should not be so lucky to win 2 awards with 2 different works in a year. Because of this, he had been paying more attention to Yan Qingqi. He did not expect that he would win the award when Yan Qingqi did not. He went on stage to accept the award calmly and expressed his gratitude. Yan Qingqi's disappointment was quickly replaced by joy when he saw that he had won the award. He had been thinking that since both of them were nominated for the Gold Laurel Awards, at least one of them should win the award. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Although he did not win the award, Jiang Machan did. He could not help but feel happy. He thought that Jiang Machan could be considered a 3-time Best Actor award winner. He could be considered successful and famous. He clapped for Jiang Machan with all his might. Although he knew that Jiang Machan could not see him, he could not suppress his excitement. However, how could Jiang Machan not see him? He looked down the stage and saw Yan Qingqi. He added, of course, I'm also very grateful to my family for their support, encouragement, gentleness, and tolerance. Thank you. After he finished speaking, he looked up at Yan Qingqi and smiled faintly. Yan Qingqi was shocked. Could Jiang Machan see him from the stage? Although the second row was not far from the stage, could he really see him? In the end, Lost won the Best Actor award and the Best Screenplay award. It was considered a good result. After Jiang Machan left the hall, he was immediately besieged by various reporters. They fought to throw out question after question. Jiang Machan chose to answer them and then left politely. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan met in Nanjing. Then they changed cars and asked their assistants to send them home. Jiang Machan handed the trophy to him. Yan Qingqi took it and looked at it carefully. Jiang Machan saw that he liked it and thought that it was a pity that he didn't get an award. If only you were the best newcomer. Lin Yao is not bad either. Yan Qingqi had already adjusted her emotions. She even thought rationally. It is better to give Lin Yao the position than to give it to someone else. He is also from Nanjing, and Wu Yuan is leading him. At first glance, I can tell that he is the future hope of Nanjing. You are the hope of Nanjing's future. Jiang Machan expressed his opinion with a 1,500-meter filter. Yan Qingqi chuckled. Of course I am. But wouldn't it be better to have a few more? Speaking of which, I don't know how the discussion between Chen Xianlang and Wu Yuan went. If he can really jump ship, it will be a good thing. It shouldn't be a big problem. I heard that Chen Xianlang has a conflict with his management company. Over the past year, other companies have tried to poach him, but he didn't go. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to approach you. He had this intention before. When we were recording a variety show, he asked me about Nanjing. Therefore, you don't have to worry. There shouldn't be a problem. What I am more worried about is who will take care of him. You are about the same age as Xianxia, and there is a high overlap of resources. Therefore, Guan Mei can't take care of him. I don't have any problems with Wu Yuan, but he obviously intends to support Lin Yao. Although Xianxia is weaker in the film industry, he is considered an A-lister in television. He certainly won't be willing to be inferior to a newcomer. However, the other powerful agents also manage A-listers. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. These artists will not be willing to be the same agent as Xianxia. The remaining agents will certainly be very willing to take over Xianxia, but Xianxia will most likely be unwilling. He might even feel that the company doesn't value him. This will be very troublesome. In general, Nanjing was a place where there was a carrot and a hole. The top agents all had A-listers under them. These artists could allow their agents to take care of another artist who was not in the same batch as them. However, they were absolutely not allowed to take care of two people who were similar in age and status. Jiang Machan looked around and felt that Lin Yao would most likely fall into Wu Yuan's hands in the end. The reason was very simple. Lin Yao was too young. He was 17 years old and had yet to take the college entrance examination. At his age, there were not many television shows and movies that he could play the leading role in. However, given his current starting point, it was impossible for him to casually take on some supporting roles that did not have any highlights. Therefore, the range of roles that he could take on was actually relatively narrow, and the overlap of resources with Qin Xuanlang's resources was relatively low. Qin Xianlang would not care about Lin Yao, and Lin Yao would not feel that Qin Xianlang was in his way. This was considered suitable. I guess it will be Wu Yuan. He looked at Yan Qingqi. There is no one more suitable than him. Yan Qingqi also felt the same way, so she nodded. Congratulations on recruiting another tiger, President Jiang. Congratulations to you too, Madam Jiang, Jiang Machan replied. By the time the two of them returned, the two children had already fallen asleep. Yan Qingqi was a little hungry. Jiang Machan saw the dumplings in the refrigerator and cooked 2 plates of dumplings for the two of them. Yan Qingqi talked to him while eating. He had originally wanted to celebrate with a good meal, but he had not expected that they would end up eating dumplings. Jiang Machan asked him, "What do you want to eat then?" "We will eat tomorrow." "It depends on you. You are the protagonist of the celebration. I will listen to you." "Why do you listen to me on such matters?" Yan Qingqi smiled subconsciously. Jiang Machan put down his chopsticks and looked at him, saying gently, "I will listen to you on other matters as well." Yan Qingqi smiled and clicked his tongue twice. "Mr. Jiang, you won the Best Actor award today, not the Best Sweet Talker award." Jiang Machan smiled. "If there is such an award, it will definitely not be mine. It will be given to you. Your sweet talker is much better than mine." Yan Qingqi thought for a while and admitted shamelessly, "That seems to be the case." After the meal, Jiang Machan went to wash the dishes, and Yan Qingqi put his trophy in the glass cabinet in the study. The cabinet contained all the honors they had received in the entertainment industry. There was the Most Popular Newcomer award that Yan Qingqi had won at the Seal Awards ceremony last year, and the Best Actor award that Jiang Machan had placed at the top of the list. They did not separate the trophies. Instead, they matched the trophies according to their respective stages. For example, next to Yan Qingqi's Most Popular Newcomer award was Jiang Machan's Most Popular Newcomer award. However, one was awarded at the Seal Awards ceremony, and the other was awarded at some university film festival. Neither of the trophies were valuable, but they were both the beginning of their acting careers. He looked at the trophies in the cabinet and counted how many awards he had to win to make these trophies pair up. Jiang Machan finished washing the dishes and went upstairs. He saw Jiang Machan thinking about something in front of the glass cabinet that was used to display the trophies in the study. He walked over and was about to speak when Yan Qingqi noticed his arrival. He turned around and said, 3 gold medals. Huh? Sister Yan Mai, can you not lick the biscuits all day long? This brand has never had an ambassador, okay? Someone immediately jumped out to mock her. Yan Qingqi's fans were not to be outdone. You're amazing, aren't you apologizing on the spot, Yan Mai? Yan Qingqi hasn't attended any events in a year, and this is her first appearance this year. She's even nominated, so it's normal for her to pay more attention to custom-made clothes. It's just that her brand is the same as Xianxia's, so there's nothing to discuss. Don't lead the discussion. I don't understand what you're saying, but I just think that both of them look good in their outfits. They even look a little compatible. CP fans are so cute. Shut up, thank you. Who the hell is a CP fan? They're just passers-by. CP fans are all howling on Weibo. Where would they have the time to check out posts like yours? Sister Xianxia stared at the post, afraid that the passers-by would say something wrong and Xianxia's fans would start a war. However, before they could start a war, another bombshell came. Someone posted a gif of Xianxia and Xianxia on Weibo. In the picture, Xianxia seemed to be talking to someone else. Xianxia suddenly patted him and reminded him to walk out. Xianxia nodded, and Xianxia adjusted the brooch on his chest. Xianxia looked down and smiled at him, as if saying something. Xianxia smiled too. The gif seemed to be backstage. The poster only had a row of and a string of exclamation marks. There were no other words, but it was enough to express her excitement. When the CP fans saw the picture, they screamed like groundhogs. Oh my god, so sweet. So sweet. President Jiang is so gentle. So sweet. Couple outfits, tidying up the accessories, looking at each other and smiling. I'm dead, no need to save me. I feel like I've hit the real deal. It's so sweet. Is it not real? Soon, this gif was stolen by a marketing account. When the Yumai sisters saw this gif on their Weibo, they felt like crying but had no tears. Originally, it was already very scary to see the same style of haute couture. Now, there was another gif. Wasn't this forcing the Yumai sisters to tear it apart? However, Xianxia's fans didn't get agitated as quickly as they thought. Apart from the initial angry fans online, most of the fans were reasonable comments. They didn't attack Xianxia, and they didn't have any intention of attacking Xianxia. They's fans. Theirs is. Unless Xianxia's they's fans is. They wouldn't let Yan's if Yan's, or SSSS fans is theirs, fan Yan's them, as. Otherwise, if they became enemies, people would think of Xianxia when they talked about Xianxia. That would really be helping the poor. However, Sister Xianxia was afraid that Sister Xianxia would be angry, so they restrained themselves and spoke carefully, whether it was on the forum or Weibo. When it came to the clothes of the same brand, they said that the two of them looked different. When it came to whether Xianxia was going to win a new title, they said that it was probably just for the Gold Laurel Awards. They said that the two of them were a perfect match, and they thanked Mr. Jiang for taking care of them and congratulated him for winning the Best Actor award. Sister Xianxia was originally immersed in the joy of Xianxia winning the Best Actor award. Although she was unhappy to see her brother wearing the same clothes as others, it was Xianxia who took the initiative to help Xianxia arrange the brooch, not Xianxia who stuck to Xianxia. Therefore, they couldn't scold Xianxia for sticking to Xianxia. Therefore, they could only turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, although some fans of the Jiang and Yan families were fighting with each other, the overall fan circle was relatively peaceful, except for the fans of the couple. That night, the number of fans of the couple skyrocketed. The gif of Xianxia adjusting Xianxia's brooch successfully made many passers-by support the couple. They even shouted that they should work together again. This time, they shouldn't fight to the death. Instead, they should work with each other. As a result of the skyrocketing number of fans, their popularity ranking kept rising. Xianxia was so shocked when he logged on to Weibo the next day. He clicked on the group chat that he had not visited for a long time and realized that so many things had happened that night. Now, there was still a passionate discussion in the group. They analyzed whether they had worn a couple's outfit last night, from clothes to watches. Some people even photoshopped the photos taken by the media in front of the autograph wall to their marriage certificate. Some people even photoshopped the wedding scene. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After reading for a while, he closed Weibo. At the moment, he didn't know that he and Xianxia had already won a place among the couples. In the end, Chen Xianlang was indeed handed over to Wu Yuan. The reason was even simpler than they had thought. Lin Yao had gone to prepare for the college entrance examination. This young film and television star was also an idealistic high school student. He had been uninhibited all his life and loved mathematics, physics, and chemistry. All he wanted was to be admitted to the best science university in City X. As for the 3 major courses, Lin Yao said that he had been studying hard from elementary school to high school for a long time. He would not be satisfied if he did not get into a 985,211 university. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He even thought that Lin Yao was a little cute and was curious about which university he would attend in the end. After the Gold Laurel Awards, Xianxia attended the Golden Camel Awards ceremony and the grand ceremony of the seals. Finally, it was January of the new year. Fu Mingji's movie Wuling in the Fog would start filming that month. Xianxia would play the role of Wen Yao, the male lead in the movie. Wuling in the Fog was a movie about the inheritance and disappearance of martial arts. During the Republic of China period, the flames of war were everywhere. In this era, martial arts had long become a legend in books. Everyone thought that martial arts had died and that the martial arts world was just a fictional world, except for the 4 young people in Ling City. Wen Yao, Yanzi, He Xiaoshui, and the young monk were the few remaining martial arts people who knew each other. Among them, Yanzi was the descendant of the godly thief Golden Peony. He Xiaoshui was the inheritor of Carefree Fist. The young monk was a disciple of Shaolin and learned Arhat fists and staff techniques. He was considered the most orthodox martial arts disciple among them. Wen Yao was the son of the previous leader of the martial arts world, Wen Xing. He practiced flying knives and swords. The martial arts world of Ling City was originally formed by 7 martial arts people. They were very capable and each had their own unique skills. They were very influential in the society at that time. In order to restrain each other and at the same time to pass down the spirit of martial arts, the 7 of them formed an alliance by blood and elected a leader. The leader was responsible for supervising and uniting everyone. They did not come into contact with the world, did not create chaos, did not let ordinary people know about the existence of the martial arts world, and did not harm people. As time passed, in the generation of Wen Yao's father, Wen Xing, only 4 of the 7 martial arts people left behind descendants. Wen Xing passed away due to a serious illness and passed the position of the leader of the martial arts world to Wen Yao. He Xiaoshui thought it was funny. He did not understand how a martial arts world with only the 4 of them could be considered a martial arts world. He felt that the martial arts world was long gone and Wen Yao, the leader of the martial arts world, was very funny. Therefore, he wanted to disband and let everyone live their own lives. However, back then, the 7 of them formed an alliance by blood and set a rule. As long as there was still a descendant alive, they had to abide by the martial arts world's rules and could not leave. They had to restrain each other. As the new leader of the martial arts world, Wen Yao did not agree with He Xiaoshui's suggestion. He still held 3 martial arts conventions at the beginning, middle, and end of each year, even though there were only 4 of them. When the Japanese army entered the city, the leader, Sai Tu, met He Xiaoshui by chance. He took a fancy to He Xiaoshui's skills and promised him glory and wealth. He invited him to join. He Xiaoshui had enjoyed the feeling of indulging in luxury and readily agreed. With He Xiaoshui joining, the Japanese army was like a tiger that had grown wings. They helped the tiger do evil in Ling City. Yanzi found out that He Xiaoshui had joined the Japanese army and advised him to turn back. However, He Xiaoshui was unwilling. Yanzi had no choice but to tell Wen Yao. As the leader of the alliance, Wen Yao had the responsibility to protect the right path of the martial arts world. Therefore, he found He Xiaoshui and advised him to leave. However, He Xiaoshui was unwilling. The 2 of them argued fiercely. Wen Yao saw that He Xiaoshui was stubborn and put him under house arrest in the Wen family. The opening ceremony went smoothly. After everyone offered incense, Xianxia uploaded a few photos to his Weibo with the caption, "Good luck." While his fans helped him with the data, they did not forget to remind him, "Brother, take care of yourself and take care of your health." Xianxia felt that it was really not easy for them, so he drank 2 more mouthfuls of hot water. Also attending the opening ceremony were Qi Ruan, who played the swallow, Jiang Xiaoming, who played the little monk, Su Chan, who played the silver bell, Zhang Tsong, who played the role of Xianxia, and Mo Jianying, who played the role of Wen Xing. Among these people, Yan Qingqi had only heard of Mo Jianying's name. When he was young, he played the leading roles of great and honorable people. Now that he was older, he had become a golden supporting role favored by many directors. This time, he was playing Wen Yao's father. It could be considered as carrying Yan Qingqi's sedan chair. Yan Qingqi asked Xiaohe about the other people's situation. Xiaohe gave him a simple explanation. Qi Ruan was an actress who specialized in literary films. At 22 years old, she was not old and had acted in a few award-winning films. However, she was unlucky and did not win any awards, so she was not very popular. Because of the character settings, Jiang Xiaoming and Su Chan used young actors. Both of them were child stars at 14 years old. Jiang Xiaoming had even learned kung fu in the Shaolin Temple when he was young. For this role, he shaved his head bald. His head looked very round and was a little cute. Xiaohe did not know much about Zhang Kong. He had very few works and was not famous. He was the kind of actor who was forgotten after the broadcast every year. However, Xiaohe heard rumors in the crew that Zhang Tsong had a strong background. He could be in this film because he was on the side of the investor. The investor insisted that he play the role. During the casting, the assistant director gave him the most unlikable role of Xiaoxuai. Therefore, Zhang Tsong was not very happy during the opening ceremony. He kept a straight face, as if someone owed him 5 million yuan. Yan Qingqi understood the situation and noticed that Su Chan was secretly glancing at him. He turned his head to look at her. Su Chan immediately turned her head, as if nothing had happened. But when Yan Qingqi turned his head back again, Su Yao secretly glanced at him again, thinking that she was very discreet. Jiang Xiaoming couldn't stand it anymore. He gave her a push. "What are you afraid of? Go on. We're in the same crew now. He definitely won't reject you." Su Yao was embarrassed and whispered, "I don't dare." She and Jiang Xiaoming were both child stars, and they had worked together in 2 movies before. They could be considered friends, so Su Qinglong was very happy to see Jiang Xiaoming when she arrived at the set. Jiang Xiaoming was also very happy. The two of them talked about a lot of things. When they talked about the other stars in the movie, Su Qinglong said excitedly, "Do you know that the lead actor we are working with this time is Yan Qingqi? I'm so happy." Of course. Jiang Xiaoming did not know and was confused. Su Yao looked at his confused expression and said shyly, "I saw it on TV last year. It was called Cotton Candy. He played Lin Yang, Brother Lin. I like Brother Lin so much. Brother Lin is so gentle." She asked Jiang Xiaoming, "Do you think he will agree if I ask him to take a selfie with him?" Jiang Xiaoming scratched his little bald head. "I think he will. We're in the same crew. He will." But Su Yao did not dare. She treated Yan Qingqi as her idol. She was afraid that if she asked her idol if she could take a selfie with him, he would stand on the clouds and coldly reject her. Then, she would be upset. That was why she kept sneaking glances at Yan Qingqi, but when Yan Qingqi looked over, she would immediately turn her head and pretend that nothing had happened. Jiang Xiaoming saw her like this and wanted to help her talk to him, but Su Yao quickly pulled him back. "You can't go. If you're not right and he thinks that I'm immature, then I'll be in trouble." Jiang Xiaoming did not understand her girlish thoughts and asked her, "Then what do you want? You don't want to take a selfie?" Of course, Su Yao was unwilling. Today was the day that the filming of the new movie started. She was going to post a selfie of herself and Yan Qingqi on Weibo. She gave herself a pep talk and prepared herself mentally. She took a deep breath and took out her phone to look at herself. She asked Jiang Xiaoming, "Do I look okay now? Is my hair messy? Is there anything dirty on my teeth? Is my face oily?" Jiang Xiaoming was a straight guy. How could he tell that her face was oily? He could only shake his head and say, "No, it's not oily. It looks pretty good." Su Yao took another deep breath. She wrung her hands and said, "Then I'll go." "Go ahead." Jiang Xiaoming cheered her on. Su Yao turned around and walked forward with her head lowered. She had only taken a few steps when she bumped into someone. She was shocked and dropped the phone in her hand. Suya did not care about the phone and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She looked up and realized that it was Zhang Kong. Her series of apologies successfully attracted Yan Qingqi's attention. Yan Qingqi turned his head and realized that the girl who had just peeked at him seemed to have bumped into someone else. He did not take it seriously. After all, it was not a big deal and Suya was still a child. However, Zhang Tsong obviously did not think so. He was already in a bad mood because he was playing an unlikable character, Xianxia. He was about to go back to the hotel to rest when he was bumped into by someone. Zhang Tsong's anger immediately rose. What's wrong with you? Don't you look where you're going? His voice was a little fierce. Suya was so scared that she lowered her head subconsciously. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Jiang Xiaoming quickly rushed to Suyao's side and helped her explain, she didn't mean to. Brother Tsong, don't mind her. She's just a little nervous. Who's your brother? Zhang Tsong looked at him. You're so young, but you're quite good at making connections. Jiang Xiaoming was embarrassed. After all, in the entertainment industry, as long as the relationship was not particularly bad, the other party would always give face if they called each other brother. He had never encountered such a situation before. He stood there, not knowing what to do. Both of them were child stars and did not have professional managers. Their parents were their managers. However, their parents could not participate in an occasion like the opening ceremony, so the two of them did not dare to speak again after being scolded by Zhang Kong. They could only keep apologizing. Yan Qingqi did not expect Zhang Tsong to have such a personality. Seeing the two children being scolded like little quails in front of him, he could not stand it anymore. He walked over to help them out and said, What's wrong? When Suyao saw him, she was so ashamed that she was about to cry. She originally wanted to dress up beautifully and appear in front of Yan Qingqi. She wanted to tell Yan Qingqi that she liked him very much and ask him if they could take a picture together. She wanted to post it on Weibo. But now, she was not beautiful at all. She even made a fool of herself and was being scolded. Why did her Prince Charming have to come at this time? Suyao felt very wronged. She felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Xiao He saw her frown and looked troubled. He handed the phone to her and asked, Are you looking for this? Suyao looked at him in surprise. Thank you, brother. You're such a nice person. She took the phone and realized that it was not broken. She walked over to Yan Qingqi shyly and asked him, Shall I take a picture? Yan Qingqi squatted down so that they were about the same height. Suyao turned on the camera and it happened to be in selfie mode. She reached out her hand and made a small gesture. Then, she smiled and pressed the button. Thank you, Brother Lin, she said happily as she held the phone. Yan Qingqi straightened up and smiled. You're welcome. Suya did not expect to be so lucky today. Her idol was so gentle. She smiled so widely that her dimples appeared. Then, she said embarrassedly, Then I'll leave first. See you on set, Brother Lin. Yan Qingqi nodded. Suyao pulled Jiang Xiaoming, who was beside her, and walked away. Jiang Xiaoming was pulled along by her. He only reacted halfway. Why are you pulling me away? I haven't taken a picture with Brother Yin yet. Why take a picture? You're not Brother Lin's fan. But we're in the same crew. Then you can take a picture with me in the future. Jiang Xiaoming was helpless. He felt that girls were really hard to understand. He shook his head and sighed. That afternoon, Wulin in the Fog officially started filming. As the male lead, Yan Qingqi had so many scenes that he could not stop. Fu Mingji was very serious about filming. He was very strict with the scenes. Many times, he had to reshoot a scene several times. It was Yan Qingqi's first time facing such a strict director. He could not help but feel a little pressured. When he video called Jiang Machen that night, he even expressed his worries. It was rare for Jiang Machen to see him so unconfident. He felt that it was quite rare, so he acted as his teacher again and taught him some skills before ending the video call with him. Yan Qingqi felt that it was difficult, let alone Zhang Kong. Fu Mingji looked at his assistant director. How did you choose this person? If it was any other character, you don't need to see me anymore. The assistant director had no other choice. The producer was looking for an investor, and the investor specifically asked for him. There was no reason why he wouldn't invest. The producer asked me if I could give him a role. I thought that Xianxia doesn't have many scenes and it's easy to act, so I agreed. Fu Mingji said helplessly, next time, tell me in advance about this kind of thing. Do you think my movie will be stumped by the investment? Now that the contract has been signed, the person has joined the production team, and the money has been spent. It won't be easy to change the person now. The assistant director was a little afraid of her. Then what should we do? What should we do? What else could he do? Delete his scenes. Luckily, it's Xianxia. After Fu Mingji finished speaking, he turned around and informed the scriptwriter to delete Xianxia's scenes. He could not spoil the whole pot of soup just because of a rat's poop. That night, Zhang Song received the new script. When he saw the thin script, he flew into a rage. He called his backer and complained that his scenes had been reduced and that the production team was bullying him. Mr. Wang immediately contacted the assistant director on behalf of his little sweetheart. The assistant director was also unhappy. Previously, you said that the person you recommended had a good temper and good acting skills. It's just that he's not popular and hasn't acted in any good films before. You wanted to use this movie to make his resume look better. But in the end? This is called good acting? Mr. Wang, Director Fu said that it's either this or forget about it. When Mr. Wang heard this, he immediately stopped. He had originally intended to use this movie to make Zhang Song's resume look better. After all, he was Fu Mingji. If he missed out on such a great director, who knew where to find the next one? Hence, he could only smile and express that Zhang Song was young and did not know how to curry favor. He hoped that Director Fu would not be angry. When the assistant director heard this, he politely said a few more words and hung up. After Mr. Wang hung up, he comforted his little sweetheart and asked him to bear with it. Everything now was for the sake of his future career. Only then did Zhang Song give up. However, Zhang Song was not in a good mood. Hence, he kept making mistakes when he was rehearsing with Xianxia the next day. When Fu Mingji saw that Xianxia's condition had become unstable because of him, she scolded Zhang Song angrily and asked him to wait at the side while she filmed Xianxia and Qi Ruan scenes. However, when Xianxia and Qi Ruan finished filming, Fu Mingji was about to call Zhang Song over. When she turned around, she realized that there was no one around. Xianxia felt that although he did not have a lot of experience in acting, this was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Zhang Kong. He was a little surprised and wondered where Zhang Song's confidence came from. Fu Mingji's temper was not very good to begin with. When she encountered someone like Zhang Song, she immediately put all of Zhang Song's scenes at the back without a word. However, she also requested for Zhang Song to be there early every day to wait for his scenes. Zhang Song felt that Fu Mingji was toying with him. Fu Mingji asked him, "Can you film?" "You can't film him and leave." Zhang Song wanted to leave. He really did not want to play this role at all. However, he also knew that this was an opportunity that Mr. Wang had fought for him. If he left just like that, Mr. Wang would be unhappy. Furthermore, he really needed a good show to boost his reputation so that his work would not look so mediocre. Hence, he could only endure it and stay on set for the time being. Zhang Song knew that Fu Mingji was angry at him for leaving without a word. However, he thought that since he could not leave, he could not offend Fu Mingji in the future. Hence, a few days later, he went to look for Fu Mingji to apologize. His apology was very smooth, and he looked like he was sincerely repentant. Even if Fu Mingji did not like him, she felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. She told him to think carefully about his role in the future and stop thinking about nonsense. Zhang Song naturally agreed and left with his head lowered. This was his best acting. He always acted in front of Mr. Wang. After acting for a while, he became proficient at it. In order to match his lines, he behaved himself in front of Fu Mingji with his tail between his legs. He was so obedient that he looked like an ordinary transparent boy who knew his mistakes and would change. When Fu Mingji saw this, she did not make things difficult for him anymore. However, because his acting skills were not up to standard, she still put his scenes at the back. Zhang Song kept his tail between his legs in front of Fu Mingji. If he kept his tail between his legs for too long, it was inevitable that he would feel uncomfortable. Since he was uncomfortable, he did not want others to feel comfortable. He did not dare to provoke Xianxia and Mo Jianying. Hence, he kept looking for trouble with Su Chan and Jiang Xiaoming in places where they could not be seen. Jiang Xiaoming was a boy after all. He had a bad temper and almost scolded him. However, he was stopped by Su Chan. On this day, Xianxia happened to be looking for Jiang Xiaoming to practice her scenes. She saw Zhang Song shouting at Su Chan, "Take care of your dog. It only knows how to bark." Yin Ling had a puppy in the drama, so the production crew borrowed a black puppy for Su Chan. The black puppy was very small and it lay by Su Chan's feet. Su Chan was a little afraid of Zhang Kong. She stroked the puppy while covering its mouth. Su Chan pouted. "He just doesn't like me and thinks that I'm young and easy to bully. That's why he always scolds me." "Are you afraid?" "A little, but it's okay. The next time he bullies you, you can come and find me." Su Chan nodded. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Not far away, Mo Jianying saw the series of events and felt that it was quite interesting. He looked at Xianxia. He couldn't tell that their male lead looked like a vase, but his skills and acting skills were actually quite good. Mo Jianying felt that it was quite interesting. He couldn't help but look at him for a while longer before leaving. After Xianxia and Su Chan finished talking, he went to look for Jiang Xiaoming to practice his lines. Jiang Xiaoming was practicing his staff techniques. He had learned them in the Shaolin Temple when he was young, so this set of staff techniques wasn't difficult for him. After a set, he was full of vigor. Xianxia waited for him to finish before walking over. Su Chan followed him and praised, "Xiaoming, you practiced really well." Jiang Xiaoming scratched his bald head and smiled embarrassedly. Xianxia waved the script in his hand. "I'm here to practice the lines for the next scene with you." Jiang Xiaoming hurriedly said, "Wait for me, Brother Yin. I'll go get the script." He ran to a chair not far away, drank some water, and asked his mother for the script. When Xianxia saw his mother, he realized that Su Chan's mother wasn't by her side. "Where's your mother? Why isn't she here?" he asked her. Su Chan said softly, "My mother isn't feeling well today. I asked her to go back to the hotel to rest. Anyway, I'll be fine on set." Xianxia nodded and asked her politely, "Is it serious? What happened?" "It's just a stomachache. Don't worry, Brother Lin." As they were talking, Jiang Xiaoming came over. "All right, Brother Yin. Let's practice." "Okay." Xianxia and Jiang Xiaoming walked through the scene. Although Jiang Xiaoming was a child star, he was still young and couldn't understand some parts very well. However, he had a natural advantage. He was the same age as the little monk in the drama, and both of them had a naive and optimistic spirit. In the drama, the little monk represented kindness and truth. He didn't know much about the inheritance of the martial arts world, but he was willing to follow the teachings of the sect and listen to Wen Yao. This was his true intention. He saved Yin Ling. Even if he was betrayed by Yin Ling's mother and died because of Yin Ling, he never regretted saving Yin Ling. This was his kindness. Jiang Xiaoming was only 14 years old. His family environment was good. He did not know what it was like to be a teenager, and he had a cheerful personality. He naturally fit the role very well. Xianxia was still exploring her acting skills, so she just gave Jiang Xiaoming a few simple pointers and left. Jiang Xiaoming liked him very much. When he left, he asked him enthusiastically when they would practice together again. Xianxia touched his bald head and said, "We'll see." After leaving Jiang Xiaoming, Xianxia looked through his next scene and found that it was a scene with Mo Jianying. Xianxia had only filmed one scene with him before. It was the scene where Wen Xing passed the position of the Wulin alliance to Wen Yao before his death. Mo Jianying's acting skills were very good. Even if it was just a scene, Xianxia felt very comfortable when acting, as if they were really Wen Xing and Wen Yao's father and son. Therefore, when he saw that his next opponent was Mo Jianying, Xianxia couldn't help but look forward to it. He quickly looked through the content of the scene again. Wen Xing tested Wen Yao's swordsmanship and competed with Wen Yao. Wen Yao defeated him. Wen Xing was very happy and felt that the pupil had surpassed the master. He was in a good mood and told Wen Yao some things about the Wulin alliance. After a while, the martial arts director called Yan Qingqi to practice his swordsmanship. Yan Qingqi wore the white training clothes from the movie. Most of the time, he wore this set of white training clothes in this movie. He took his sword, walked in front of the martial arts director, and began to practice his swordsmanship. Yan Qingqi's swordsmanship looked very good when he practiced. He was as agile as a swimming dragon and as graceful as a swan. After the martial arts director saw him practice for the first time, he asked him if he had practiced before. Yan Qingqi only said that he had learned some swordsmanship in the children's palace when he was young. The martial arts director was very surprised. "You're really good to be able to do it at this level." Yan Qingqi smiled and thanked the martial arts director. It was always easier for him to practice his swordsmanship alone. After all, he more or less knew some swordsmanship. However, it was inevitably difficult for him to compete with Mo Jianying because Mo Jianying really didn't know how to do it. Fortunately, the martial arts director was very professional. He kept explaining to them how to counter Mo Jianying's swordsmanship and how to counter Yan Qingqi's attacks. Yan Qingqi's swordsmanship and how to counter Mo Jianying's attacks. Yan Qingqi learned much faster than Mo Jianying because of his foundation in martial arts. He saw that Mo Jianying was still practicing hard and there were always some moves that he wasn't used to. He took the initiative to coordinate with Mo Jianying's swordsmanship and even changed a few moves. Although it looked the same to outsiders, it was more convenient for Mo Jianying to practice. After he was done practicing, he walked in front of Mo Jianying and asked him politely, "Senior, may I have a go with you?" Mo Jianying was already in his 40s, but he still looked very refined. When he heard Yan Qingqi's question, he stopped his swordsmanship and indicated that he could. The two of them went back and forth for a round. Mo Jianying was very surprised. "Did you change some of your moves?" Yan Qingqi nodded. "I made some changes according to your habits. However, outsiders won't be able to tell. It's just easier for you to practice." This time Mo Jianying was even more surprised. "You know how to do that?" Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said thoughtfully, "Okay." Jiang Machin pinched his face. "Chi-Chi is such a good boy." Chi-Chi smiled sweetly at him. Jiang Machin called Mrs. Jiang in front of Chi-Chi and asked her if Yan Yan could go on a long trip at his age. Mrs. Jiang asked him, "What are you going to do?" "Qing-Chi is filming recently. His crew doesn't have holidays during the New Year. I plan to take Chi-Chi to his crew to reunite with him. Chi-Chi wants Yan Yan to go with us. I'm worried that Yan Yan is too young to go on a long trip, so I wanted to ask you." "Oh." Mrs. Jiang nodded. "You can go, but can you take care of Yan Yan?" "Why don't I go with you?" "That's not necessary. Otherwise, only Dad and Sister will be left at home. Then they'll live their own lives, and we'll live ours." "That's not a good idea." "What's not a good idea?" "Do you know how to take care of a child? Do you know what to do if Yan Yan cries and throws a tantrum?" "It's decided. Call me when you're leaving." Jiang Machin was speechless when he heard the phone suddenly hang up. How could it be decided like this? He didn't even agree to it, okay? Jiang Machin had a headache. He called Mrs. Jiang again helplessly. However, Mrs. Jiang was smart. She pretended not to hear and didn't pick up. Jiang Machin sent her a WeChat message, but she didn't look at it. It was as if she was going with them. Chi-Chi saw him sigh helplessly and thought that Yan Yan couldn't go. He didn't want to make Jiang Machin unhappy because of his insistence, so he grabbed his hand and tried to persuade him. "It's okay, Dad. If Yan Yan can't go, then don't let him go for now. We'll take him when he's older. Don't be unhappy." Jiang Machin touched his face and said, "Son, the problem now is not whether your brother wants to go or not. Your grandmother wants to go. Daddy is really tired." Chi-Chi was a little confused. "Grandma?" "Yes, so your old father is now thinking about how to make your grandmother give up this idea." Chi-Chi puffed up his cheeks and tried very hard to help him think about this problem. Jiang Machin looked at his serious face and couldn't help but hug him on his lap. Actually, the answer was very simple. They just had to leave Yan Yan behind. However, Chi-Chi was right. This was Yan Yan's first New Year after he was born. It didn't make sense for the three of them to celebrate the New Year together but leave Yan Yan behind. They were a family of 4 and should spend the New Year together, even if Yan Yan was still very young. When Jiang Machan had first decided to visit Yan Qingqi on set with Chi-Chi to celebrate the New Year with him and give him a surprise, he had never imagined that things would develop in this direction, the Jiang family's New Year trip. Xingchen said on the other end of the phone, "Anyway, we haven't gone out for the New Year in a long time. It's a good opportunity to go out and have some fun. Forgive me for being blunt, sister, but the place where Qingqi is filming is just a small town. It's not even a tourist town. It's just the most ordinary kind of town. What are you going to do there? Just take it as returning to nature and breathing in some fresh air. As you know, the air quality in X City has been very bad recently. It's time to go out for a walk." Jiang Machan rubbed his temples helplessly. "Is that what Daddy thinks too?" "Yes." "Okay." Jiang Machan hung up the phone. He felt that when the time came, the surprise would probably be gone. When Yan Qingqi saw the whole family, he would probably only be left with a shock. However, things were not as simple as he thought. When they were eating, Chi-Chi said crisply to him, "Daddy, Yan Yan wants to go with us. Can we bring Yan Yan along? Yan Yan wants to celebrate the New Year with Mommy." Jiang Machan's chopsticks paused. "Yan Yan told you that?" Chi-Chi nodded. "Yan Yan wants to ask me out to play in a few days. I said I can't go. He asked me why. I said I wanted to go see my daddy. He asked if he could come with us. He wants to go see his mommy." Jiang Machan thought about it. There were so many people already. Of course, bringing along a PhD student would not be a problem. However, he said, "You have to ask Yan Yan's daddy about this." "Has Yan Yan told his daddy?" "He said that he would tell his daddy when he comes back tonight. He asked me to tell you first." Jiang Machan picked up some food with his chopsticks. "Yan Yan wants to go with us. Of course, that's not a problem. If his daddy is willing, then we will bring him. If his daddy is not willing, then we can only let him stay here to celebrate the New Year with his daddy." When Chi-Chi heard what he said, he felt that Yan Yan was a little pitiful. He swallowed the food with difficulty and asked Jiang Machan anxiously, "Is it true that Yan Yan can only celebrate the New Year with Mommy or Daddy?" Jiang Machan thought about it. "Logically speaking, that's the case." "What do you mean logically speaking?" Chi-Chi did not understand. Jiang Machan explained to him, "You're right. Most of the time, he can only celebrate the New Year with either his daddy or mommy." On the 29th of December, the New Year's Eve team officially set off. The town where Yan Qingqi was filming was not far from X City and could be reached in a day's drive. Therefore, Jiang Machan decided to drive himself instead of taking a plane to a bus. Xingchen, Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, and Yan Yan were in one car. Jiang Machan, Chi-Chi, Bo Feng, and Bo Yan were in the other car. It was Chi-Chi and Bo Yan's first time going on a long trip with their friends. They were very excited the whole way and chattered nonstop in the back seat. They talked about the homework assigned by their teachers, the cartoons they had recently watched, and finally the games they played. Jiang Machan listened to the two of them playing two little bees flying into the flowers in the back seat. He looked up at Bo Yan and asked Bo Feng, "I heard that you broke up with your little girlfriend?" Bo Feng was helpless. She really wanted to be Mrs. Bo, so she thought that I treated her well, so she thought that she could marry me. Everyone believed her and thought that I was really going to marry her. I hate this kind of woman who likes to talk too much, so we broke up. I thought you were really planning to get married. I will definitely get married. I can't be a bachelor for the rest of my life. It's just who I'm going to marry and when." Jiang Machan listened to the sounds of Chi-Chi and Bo Yan playing games. He wanted to ask Bo Feng if he would remarry Fu Mingji. That way, Bo Yan would have a complete family. However, he was worried that his children would hear them in the back seat, so he did not ask. Chi-Chi and Bo Yan played for a while and felt thirsty. He took out a bottle of yogurt from his backpack. He generously took one for himself and one for Bo Yan. Then he tilted his head and looked at Jiang Machen in the driver's seat. He asked softly, "Dad, are you thirsty? Do you want some yogurt?" Jiang Machen replied gently, "I'm not thirsty." "Chi-Chi, you can drink it yourself." "Then do you want to eat something?" Chi-Chi looked at her small backpack. "Chi-Chi has a lot of food here. Biscuits, potato chips, chocolate, jelly, and candy. Father, do you want some?" As he spoke, he took out a box of biscuits and extended his hand forward. Jiang Machen had no choice but to answer him again, "I'm driving. I can't eat yet." "Chi-Chi, you eat first." "I'll eat later." "Oh, then I'll keep it for you." Chi-Chi put the biscuits back into his bag and took out 2 more bags of chips. He handed one bag to Bo Yan and said happily, "Let's eat this." In the end, just as he tore open his bag, he saw Bo Feng staring at him. Chi-Chi blinked and looked at Bo Feng. He thought for a moment and looked down at his chips. He handed them over and asked, "Uncle, do you want some chips?" "This bag is for you." Bo Feng looked at the other person's son and then turned to look at his own son. Bo Yan covered the bag of chips Chi-Chi had just handed to him and said like an adult, "What are you looking at? You don't have any. Even if you look at them, I won't give them to you." Bo Feng was speechless. What kind of trash son is this? I don't want him anymore. I want a new son. He smiled at Chi-Chi and said he didn't want any. He turned back to chat with Jiang Machen. "Old Jiang, would you consider sharing your experience on raising a son? They're both little boys. Why is your family's donut and mine's a little rock? There's a big difference." Bo Yan heard this and snorted from the back seat to show his dissatisfaction. Jiang Machen smiled. "It's simple. There's only one thing." He glanced at Bo Feng. "Find a good wife. That's it." "Bo Feng? Are you showing off?" "I'm just telling the truth," Jiang Machen said honestly. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at the city where the filming location of Wulin in the Fog was located. Jiang Machen had already asked his assistant to contact the best local hotel in advance and book the entire hotel. Now, he followed the GPS to find the place, parked the car, and checked in directly. The children were tired and had already fallen asleep in the car. Jiang Machen and Jiang Xingchen discussed that they would stay here for the next 2 days and spend Chinese New Year's Eve at this hotel. Xingchen agreed and asked him, "Are you still going to Qingqi's tonight?" "Of course I'm going, but Chi-Chi is asleep so I won't bring him. I'll come back after I pick Qingqi up." "Okay." Since Jiang Machen wanted to go, Bo Feng went with him. Bo Yan was still asleep, so he left a note for Bo Yan and asked Xingchen to take care of Bo Yan before leaving. The next day was Chinese New Year's Eve, so Fu Mingji finished filming early so that everyone could talk to their families on the phone the day before Chinese New Year's Eve. Yan Qingqi returned to the hotel and called Jiang Machen. Jiang Machen didn't pick up, so Yan Qingqi thought he was busy and didn't think much of it. He hung up and called his home. Mother Yan heard that he was going to stay on set for Chinese New Year and felt bad for him. "Then you'll have to spend Chinese New Year alone this year?" "I won't be alone. There are so many people on set." "How can the people on set compare to your family?" Mother Yan was very honest. "The feeling is definitely different. It can't be helped. That's how actors are." Sigh. Mother Yan sighed. "You guys are always so glamorous on TV. I didn't expect it to not be as good as I thought. It's quite tough." Yan Qingqi was very open-minded. "It's not easy in any industry. Actors generally earn a lot and live a glamorous life. It's not bad." Mother Yan heard this and could only say, "Then take care of yourself. You have to eat well even if you're alone. The Chinese New Year's Eve dinner on set should be okay. It's simple. I found Director Fu and he asked the hotel staff to open your door for me." "What a scheming guy," Yan Qingqi commented. He shook the box in front of him. "So what did you send me?" "You can open it and have a look," Jiang Machen said. Yan Qingqi tore off the tape and opened the box. He found some local snacks in the box. "You have been filming here for so long. Have you eaten these before?" Jiang Machen asked him. Yan Qingqi shook his head. I spent most of my time on the set. After I left the set, I went back to the hotel. I really didn't have time to walk around this town and eat the local snacks. I guessed so, so I bought some. Let's try it together. Yan Qingqi looked at him and felt that he was becoming more gentle and considerate as time went by. He looked at the snacks in the box and suddenly thought, what about the baby? Does Chi-Chi know that we won't be spending the new year with him? Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't take care of everything? Of course I brought Chi-Chi with me. Chi-Chi is right. We are a family. Of course we should spend the new year together. What about Chi-Chi? Yan Qingqi looked around the room. Where did you hide him? Jiang Machen sighed. Do you know what Chi-Chi means by we? You mean me? And his baby brother. Jiang Machen looked at Yan Qingqi and said helplessly, so he wanted to bring Yan Yan with him. When my mom heard that I was going to bring Yan Yan, she immediately said that she wanted to come too. Since she wanted to come, my dad didn't want to be outdone. So in the end, we decided to spend the new year together here. Yan Qingqi was stunned for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know you could do that. That's amazing. My little Chi-Chi is so powerful at home. Jiang Machen smiled and said, that's good too. I've always spent the new year in City X. This time, I'll treat it as a New Year holiday. I can also see the local customs here and change my mood. Do Dad and Mom think so too? Yeah. Doesn't that mean that as long as we're together, we'll be reunited no matter where we celebrate the new year? Yan Qingqi felt that what he said was right, but she also felt a little embarrassed that so many people had to go through so much trouble because of her. She was touched and said, thank you. Jiang Machen looked at him. There's no need to talk about this between us. Yan Qingqi lowered her head and smiled. She didn't say anything else. She just reached out to hold his hand and slowly tightened her grip. When Chi-Chi saw Yan Qingqi, she was so happy that her eyes turned into crescents. She ran straight to him and threw herself into his arms. Daddy, she cried. Yan Qingqi carried her and asked her, Chi-Chi, did you miss Daddy? Chi-Chi nodded and hugged his neck. Chi-Chi hasn't seen Daddy in a long time. Yan Qingqi kissed her. Now you've seen him. Chi-Chi also kissed him and smiled with her eyes curved. Bo Yan saw that Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen had come back together but didn't see his mother. He looked up at Bo Feng and asked, where's Mommy? Bo Feng saw the longing in his son's eyes and felt a little sad. Fu Mingji and Yan Qingqi were different. Fu Mingji was the director and the core of the crew. She couldn't let the entire crew celebrate the new year at the hotel tomorrow while she didn't show up and enjoy the joy of seeing her son. Therefore, she didn't agree to Bo Feng's request. She only gave him some things to bring to Bo Yan. Your mommy said that she can't leave. She'll come and see you when she's done. This is for you. Bo Feng passed the things Fu Mingji gave him to Bo Yan. Bo Yan took it and opened it. He looked at the food in the bag and pursed his lips. He didn't say anything. Bo Feng couldn't bear to see him like this. He knew that Bo Yan wanted to spend the new year with Fu Mingji and him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on coming to visit with the Jiang family. He also wouldn't have shouted that he wanted to sleep at the train station when Bo Yan left alone in Jiang Machen's car after he expressed that he wasn't going. He saw that Bo Yan lowered his head and didn't say anything. He couldn't help but blame Fu Mingji. In her heart, her work was always the most important thing. Whether it was him or Bo Yan, they both needed to give in to her dream of becoming a movie director. However, Bo Yan was already here. He wanted the three of them to be reunited so much. Bo Feng couldn't bear to see this new year start with his disappointment. Therefore, he sighed. Let's go. He reached out and grabbed Bo Yan. She can't leave, right? Then let's go to her place. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then we'll go to the mountain. After he finished speaking, he asked Jiang Machen for the car keys and pulled Bo Yan out the door. When Chi-Chi heard that they were going to be chased out, he remembered that he had not seen his father yet and felt a little sad. He tugged at Bo Yan's sleeve and asked, why are you chasing us out? Bo Yan saw that he was worried and quickly reassured him, it's okay. we won't go out. When Xianxia heard this, he sneered, kids nowadays really dare to say anything. Who do they think they are? He looked at his assistant and said, call the stage supervisor over and get rid of all these irrelevant people. It's annoying just looking at them. When Bo Yan heard this, he could not help but retort, you're the annoying one. After all, he was a rich young master who had been raised with a silver spoon in his mouth. Ever since he was young, no one had dared to say anything bad about him except Bo Feng. Now that he was being criticized by a stranger, Bo Yan's temper flared up. We're having fun on our own. What has it got to do with you? Who are you to criticize us? When Xianxia saw that he actually dared to talk back to him, he could not help but laugh. I couldn't tell that you have such a big temper at such a young age. This is our filming location. You broke the rules and trespassed on someone else's territory. Can't I criticize you? You have no manners. When Bo Yan heard him say that he had no manners, he clenched his fists in anger and said loudly, you're the one who has no manners. My mother is Fu Mingji. My mother allowed me to have fun here. Who are you to criticize me? When Xianxia heard this, he instantly laughed. Fu Mingji? Who doesn't know that Director Fu is single? Where did he get a son like you? You even know this name. Su Chan must have told you. Is your mother Fu Mingji? Is my wife Fu Mingji? You call everyone your mother. How did your mother raise you? Did you have a mother who gave birth to you but raised you? When Bo Yan heard this, his eyes instantly turned red. He ran over and raised his fist to punch Xianxia. Xianxia took advantage of the fact that he was an adult and pushed Bo Yan to the ground. Yan. When Chi saw that his friend had been pushed to the ground, he quickly went to help Bo Yan. He helped Bo Yan up and glared at Zhang Kong. He did not know how to scold people, but he was angry that Zhang Song had pushed Bo Yan. He could only use this method to express his dissatisfaction. However, Bo Yan was much more stubborn than him. Bo Yan stood up and broke free from Chi. He wanted to continue hitting Zhang Kong. Zhang San grabbed Bo Yan like he was grabbing a chick. Chi ran over and hit his arm to make him let go of Bo Yan. Zhang San found him annoying and pushed him away. Chi took 2 steps back and almost fell, but someone hugged him from behind. Chi turned around and saw Yan Qingqi looking at him worriedly. Are you okay, baby? Tears welled up in Chi-Chi's eyes. She cried out pitifully, Daddy. Yan Qingqi hurriedly held him in her arms, patted his back, and coaxed him, Don't cry, don't cry. Chi, be good. He looked up at Zhang Song, his eyes full of anger. However, he did not need to do anything because Jiang Machen had already knocked Bo Yan down. Jiang Machen looked at the person on the ground. He could not suppress the anger in his heart when he and Yan Qingqi turned the corner and saw Zhang Song bullying the 2 children from afar. He was about to speak when Bo Yan rushed out like a cannonball. He kicked Zhang Song and scolded, You're the one who was born and raised by a mother. You're the one who has no manners. After Bo Yan finished scolding him, he glared at him with red eyes. Jiang Machen hurriedly walked over and stood in front of Bo Yan to protect him. Zhang Song was caught off guard by Bo Yan's kick. He was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He stood up from the ground and looked at Jiang Machen. Jiang Machen, you're not from this crew, right? You're from our crew. Do you think you're in the right to hit one of our actors? Yan Qingqi sneered when he heard this. He's not. I am. Do you think he has no right to hit you? Fine. Yan Qingqi let go of Chi. He walked over and punched Zhang Kong. Zhang Song staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yan Qingqi waved his hand. I have the right to hit you. When Zhang Song's assistant and the stage supervisor arrived, they saw Yan Qingqi punching Zhang Kong. The stage supervisor and assistant looked at each other before they hurriedly ran over and asked what was going on. Yan Qingqi ignored them. He walked over to Chi and asked Chi, Did he hurt you just now? Chi shook his head. I'm fine, but he pushed Yan Qingqi down and refused to let go of her. Yan Qingqi was relieved to see that he was fine. He stroked his hair and said, You're fine now. Chi nodded. He recalled Yan Qingqi's punch and said softly, Daddy, you're amazing. Yan Qingqi smiled gently at him and put his index finger to his lips. Shu Qiqi remembered that he had promised Jiang Machan that he would not call Yan Qingqi daddy on set, so he immediately covered his mouth and nodded at him. Yan Qingqi pinched his cheek. Good boy. Ever since Zhang Song entered the entertainment industry, he had never been humiliated like this. He was indignant that Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan had hit him, so he wanted to hit them back. Yan Qingqi did not allow Jiang Machan to hit him because he was not part of the production team. Every time Zhang Song moved, he would hit him back. Zhang Song's assistant saw that Yan Qingqi was hitting Zhang Song like he was hitting a mole. He tried to stop the fight and gestured to the stage supervisor to look for Fu Mingji. Fu Mingji did not expect that such a fight would happen in his own production team. He looked at the people in front of him, from the red-eyed Bo Yan to the disgruntled Zhang Kong. He asked in confusion, what exactly happened? Why did they start fighting? She looked at Bo Yan. Yan, tell me. What happened? Bo Yan could not say anything. He lowered his head and did not speak. Zhang Song was kicked out of the cast by Fu Mingji on the same day. After the producer called her, Wang Xian called her again. He said that Zhang Song was young and immature and hoped that Fu Mingji could give him another chance. In order to make up for his mistake, he was willing to invest more. Bo Feng was so angry that he grabbed the phone and scolded Wang Xian. His ability to scold people was first class, and he had a fierce reputation. He scolded Wang Xian until he had nothing to say, so he hung up the phone gloomily. Bo Feng threw the phone back to Fu Mingji and sneered, I'll pay for it. Don't let this son of a bitch appear in your movie again. Remember that. Fu Mingji was a little annoyed by his commanding tone and ignored him. She just hugged Bo Yan and asked him what he wanted to eat. They went to eat. Bo Yan didn't know what Fu Mingji wanted to eat, but Qiqi wanted to eat stir-fried vegetables. Yan Qingqi knew. They ordered some local specialties and Qiqi's favorite Sichuan cuisine. Qiqi ate happily and didn't seem to be affected by what had happened before. Yan Qingqi asked Jiang Machan, how long are you planning to stay here this time? I won't be staying for long. Jiang Machan said, my sister and I took some time off to come here. We just wanted to spend the new year with you. Now that the new year is over, we should go back. Yan Qingqi heard him say this and felt a little melancholy. It was fine when they didn't meet, but now that they met and parted, it wasn't so good. However, there was nothing they could do about it. In life, everyone had their own things to do. Even Qiqi, who was so young, had to carry her school bag to school after school started. As adults, they were more helpless. He picked up some food for Jiang Machan and put it in his bowl. He also picked up some food for Qiqi. Jiang Machan looked at him and asked with a smile, why? You can't bear to part with us? Yan Qingqi nodded. I can't bear to. Jiang Machan's heart softened when he heard this. He looked at Yan Qingqi and reached out to hold his hand. Qiqi and I will stay for a few more days. Can I? Of course. Just get back before the 7th. Then aren't you working very hard? You can't even rest properly. Fortunately, it's not as hard as you think. Yan Qingqi couldn't bear it. After some consideration, he agreed to stay for 3 more days and leave on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Machan took good care of him and agreed according to his wishes. Yan Qingqi felt happy and picked up some food for him. On the way back to their room, they bumped into Mo Jianying. Although Jiang Machan had never worked with him before, he had heard of his name. He knew that he was a famous golden supporting actor, so he greeted him politely. Mo Jianying looked at the three of them and then his eyes landed on Qiqi. Who is this? He came here with my sister. Jiang Machan said, my parents and sister are here for the new year. I happened to hear that director Fu was filming here, so I brought my son here to visit. Mo Jianying nodded. He looked at him and then at Yan Qingqi. You two are quite close. We are from the same company, Jiang Machan said. We even filmed together. Mo Jianying smiled. It seems that you have eaten. I'll go now. Talk to you later. Okay, Jiang Machan said gently. He watched as Mo Jianying left and asked Yan Qingqi, did you two get along well on set? Yan Qingqi nodded. Not bad. That's good. Jiang Machan said softly, I heard some people say that Mo Jianing is a bit arrogant and doesn't like popular young actors. It's good that you two get along well. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. Not bad. But his acting skills are really good. When I was acting with him, I felt very relaxed. When I was acting with Zhang Tsong, I felt that Wen Yao's temper was really good. He could hold himself back from hitting He Xiaoshui. If it were me, I would have hit him directly. Jiang Machan laughed. That's great. You don't have to act with him anymore. It is indeed a good thing. Not only for me, but also for the other actors in the crew. When Jiang Machan said this, he thought of Su Yao. Do you have a good relationship with the young girl in the crew? The young girl who keeps calling you Brother Lin. You mean Su Yao? Yan Qingqi was a little embarrassed when talking about Su Yao. She is my little fan. You can tell from the way she calls Lin Yang. She likes Lin Yang. You want her to sign with Nanqing in the future? It's not that I want her to sign with Nanqing. It's just that she is young and has no background. I'm afraid that she will fall into Zhang Tsong and Wang Xian's trap, Yan Qingqi explained. He had always wanted to find someone who could share some of his responsibilities and pressure, but it was always hard to find someone. He had no reason to let a famous artist in the company use his own popularity to guide a newcomer. It was unfair to those who were already famous. However, there was always someone who wanted to take over his position. That person had to be willing to stand in his position to discover potential newcomers and help them grow as quickly as possible. He had always wanted to find someone like that. Until today, when he saw Yan Qingqi say to Su Chan, if you still want to develop in this industry, if you want to continue acting, just tell me. At that moment, Jiang Machan felt that he had found the person. He looked at Yan Qingqi and felt that it was him. However, it wasn't until later on that he realized that Yan Qingqi didn't have any interest in Su Chan's potential. He was just protecting the weak. He simply didn't want his little fan to be unfairly persecuted. That was why he said those words. Jiang Machan looked at Yan Qingqi, who was talking to him. He suddenly realized that he had only been in the industry for 2 years. He was still very young, 23 years old. His acting career had just started. He shouldn't be shouldering such heavy pressure at such a young age. For Jiang Machan, he could accept that it was very hard. He knew from a young age that the children of the Jiang family were destined to live a difficult life. However, he didn't want Yan Qingqi to suffer like him, especially when he was still so young. Therefore, he did not tell Yan Qingqi his thoughts. He did have plans to leave the industry, but now was not the time. He would leave the industry when Yan Qingqi had a firm foothold in the industry and become an actor who could take charge of things on his own. Therefore, for now, Yan Qingqi didn't need to know about these things. He just needed to enjoy his acting time. That was enough. Jiang Machan and Qi left the set 3 days later. The other members of the Jiang family and the father and son of the Fu family also left with them. Yan Qingqi and Fu Mingji sent them off before returning to the set to continue filming. Today's scene was the scene where the little monk was hung at the city gate and Wen Yao snatched the corpse in the middle of the night. Jiang Xiaoming was bold and active by nature. When he was hung up by the coercion, he was still very lively and made flying movements. When Fu Mingji reminded him that it was about to start, he immediately lowered his head and pretended to be dead. Yan Qingqi had changed into a set of black night clothes. This set of clothes was slimmer than the white training clothes from before, and it made him look especially energetic. Su Qinglong clapped her hands and praised him, Brother Lin, you're so handsome. Mo Jianing raised his head and looked at him. He saw Yan Qingqi preparing to cover his face with a handkerchief. Under the light, his eyes were as lively as water, and there was a hint of radiance in them. Ever since he started acting with Yan Qingqi had always been wearing white exercise clothes. Now that he was dressed in black, there was an indescribable charm to him. He unconsciously closed the script in his hand and prepared to watch his performance. The stylist put on the handkerchief for him and covered the lower half of his face, leaving only a pair of good-looking eyes exposed. Fu Mingji explained the scene to him, and Yan Qingqi listened attentively. When Fu Mingji finished saying action, his mood suddenly changed and his entire person became dignified. The little monk's death made Wen Yao want to kill the Japanese army. As the leader of the alliance, he had the responsibility to protect the people of the martial arts world. In the end, the little monk was still hung at the city gate after his death. Wen Yao looked at the little monk not far away. His eyes were calm, but his knuckles were clearly white from clenching his fists. His eyes were very clear, and there was a kind of hazy realization. It was a kind of doubt towards the rules of the martial arts world that he had always adhered to. However, he quickly returned to calmness, and only a trace of sadness leaked out. It was the sadness under his calm mask. His skills were very good, and his movements were light. He shot the throwing knives from his sleeves towards the Japanese army in front of the city gate. In their panic, he used his sword to end their lives and save the little monk's corpse. This scene was filmed very smoothly. Fu Mingji was very satisfied and called for filming to be over. Mo Jianying watched as he slowly removed the handkerchief covering his face, revealing a face that was as bright as a peach blossom. He could not help but sigh with emotion. No wonder young girls nowadays liked this kind of little fresh meat. Being good-looking could indeed make people happy. However, on top of being good-looking, Xianxia had the vitality and spirit of a young person. Mo Jianying looked at him and unconsciously thought of his own youth. He somewhat missed that time when he was still young. He glanced at Xianxia, stood up, handed the script to his assistant, and walked back. Xianxia did not raise his head to look in his direction until he left. Tonight, Mo Jianying had secretly glanced at him too many times. Xianxia felt that it was a little strange, but he could not figure out the reason, so he did not take it seriously. He chatted with Jiang Xiaoming and the others for a while before returning to the hotel with them. Because of Zhang Tsung's departure, the crew was looking for a new candidate to play He Xiaoshui. Fu Mingji's golden reputation was out there. Once the news was released, many young actors came to audition. In the end, Fu Mingji decided on a male actor who had just graduated from a professional acting school and asked him to join the crew as soon as possible. The male actor was flattered and repeatedly agreed. Sure enough, he joined the crew a few days later. He was about the same height as Xianxia. His skin was a little dark and he looked a little shy. When he saw Xianxia and Qi Ruan, he introduced himself cautiously. "My name is Fang Tua. I will play He Xiaoshui." Xianxia and Qi Ruan politely responded to him with their names and roles. Fang Tua asked them, "What about the other one? Isn't there a total of 4 people in Wulin?" It's me. Jiang Xiaoming heard his question and ran over with his hands raised. "I'm a little monk." Fang Tua looked at his round bald head and was a little puzzled. "You're a real monk?" Jiang Xiaoming touched his head. Ba. Good. Almsgiver, you have a good eye for talent. You actually saw through this poor monk." Xianxia knocked his bald head and said to Fang Tua, "He's just teasing you. He's a little child actor. He used to learn kung fu at Shaolin Temple." Fang Tua was not annoyed. He thought that Jiang Xiaoming was quite funny. He smiled and continued to chat with them. Soon, it was February. Su Chan and Jiang Xiaoming were about to finish filming. Su Chan did not have many scenes to begin with. It was only because she was a small star and Jiang Xiaoming, who had the most scenes with her, was also a small star that the two of them had scattered scenes. That was why filming was delayed for more than a month. Su Chan was only 14 years old and had not gone to a proper acting school. Her acting skills were all on her own. She was the kind of girl who had a strong ability to empathize with others. When she played a tragic role like Silver Bell, it was easy for her to get into character. When she got excited, she would not be able to control herself. Fu Mingji looked at her wearing a small floral dress with Silver Bell and arguing with her mother in the scene. She could not accept that her savior was killed by her own mother because of her, but she could not blame her mother for saying that she did it for her. She cried and laughed miserably. Tears and snot flowed down her face. Then, she chuckled twice and turned around to hit the door frame. Fu Mingji saw that she was about to hit the door and hurriedly whispered, "Su Chan." Xianxia quickly ran over and pulled her back. Su Chan's mother was also frightened. She ran over to look at her, touched her face and asked, "You didn't hit anything, right? Are you okay?" Suchan seemed to have woken up from a dream and shook her head repeatedly. Her mother breathed a sigh of relief. "You really scared your mother." Suyao gave the phone to her mother, and her mother took a photo of them together. In the photo, Suyao was innocent, cute, and beautiful. Yan Qingqi stood beside her and reached out his hand to make a gesture on her head. It looked like a rabbit's ear. He told her what Jiang Machan had said to him last night about Suyao, and told her to think carefully about acting when she became an adult. Suyao nodded obediently and promised him, "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I promised you that if I want to act when I grow up, I will tell you. You can remind me then." Yan Qingqi felt that she really treated him like a younger sister treating her older brother. She was obedient, sensible, quiet, and well-behaved. He smiled unconsciously and said gently, "Okay." Suyao smiled gently, and her small dimples looked particularly intoxicating. Not long after Suyao finished filming, Jiang Xiaoming also finished filming. Jiang Xiaoming had a good time with most of the male cast members. He happily took photos with the cast and crew, and then picked a few people he liked to take solo photos with. Before leaving, he pulled Yan Qingqi, Qi Ruan, and Fang Tua, the three martial arts allies, and said, "Remember to miss me." The three of them nodded. Yan Qingqi touched his little bald head reluctantly and told him to study hard. Jiang Xiaoming got a headache when he heard the word study. He told him to stop talking and left reluctantly. After sending the two of them off, Yan Qingqi watched the variety show Best Partners that Guan Mei sent to him in his spare time. The two of them were partners, and they would travel abroad and compete in games together. He thought of the day when Mo Jianying asked him and Jiang Machan who Chi-Chi was. He didn't want Chi-Chi to come to visit with an unknown identity every time. He felt that Jiang Machan was right. The two of them really should pave the way for their relationship to be public. Accept it, but when will it be? I heard that the show is tentatively scheduled for late April, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. Yan Qingqi was relieved to hear that. Late April, he should have finished filming by then, and there would be no problem with the variety show. Other than this variety show, what do you have planned for the second half of the year? Do you want to star in a TV series or a movie? Guan Mei asked him. Do you have a suitable book? Yan Qingqi asked. I'm still looking. Do I need to confirm that your time is acceptable? Sure. Yan Qingqi said, but I hope that the script can be better. If it's just average, then forget it. Alright, I'll let you know when I find the right one. Okay, Yan Qingqi said and hung up the phone. She put the phone aside and continued to read the script. Mo Jianying was about to finish filming in 2 days. Other than Fu Mingji, he was the most famous person in the film crew. Even though he was not the male lead, based on his glorious experience, everyone had to address him as teacher Mo. Yan Qingqi had been filming with him for the past 2 days. He felt that Mo Jianying was indeed a senior, as he could always give him a lot of useful advice. Sometimes, a single sentence from him could instantly enlighten you. Yan Qingqi admired him very much, so he thanked him politely every time. Thank you, Teacher Mo. Mo Jianying liked how obedient and sensible he was. He smiled and said, You're welcome. He looked at Yan Qingqi and asked him, Have you decided on your next film? Yan Qingqi shook his head. Not yet. Do you still want to star in a movie? If there's a suitable one, of course. Then do you want to star in director Lei Hao's film? Yan Qingqi did not expect him to mention Lei Hao. Lei Hao was different from Fu Mingji. He was a famous commercial film director and also the director with the most box office appeal. Last year's box office champion was Lei Hao's Turn Left, Turn Right. Yan Qingqi hurriedly nodded. Of course. Who doesn't want to star in director Lei Hao's film? Mo Jianying listened to his honest words. He did not feel that he was being unscrupulous. He only felt that he was very frank. He thought for a moment and said, I'll ask him then. I'll tell you in a few days. Yan Qingqi did not expect to receive Mo Jianying's support. He was pleasantly surprised. Thank you so much. It's okay. I said that you're very sensible. I like sensible people. Ever since Yan Qingqi grew up, very few people used the word sensible to describe him. He felt that it was strange for Mo Jianing to use this word, so he said, "Teacher Mo, can you use another word to describe me?" Sensible is usually used to describe children. Yan Qingqi laughed. Then do you think your fans will be disappointed if they find out that you're such a shameless old pervert? They won't know, but they will know that you made a move on me. Oh, then I'm so scared. Yan Qingqi pinched his throat and pretended to be delicate. Then he laughed disdainfully. Go ahead and say it. Whoever doesn't say it is a coward, trash. Yan Qingqi walked out of Mo Jianing's room, full of anger. He had always thought that Mo Jianing was a good senior and had always respected Mo Jianing. He did not expect him to be such a disgusting old bastard. He even wanted to sleep with him? Did he look like someone who could sleep with him? What a piece of trash. Bastard. Old bastard. Yan Qingqi stopped the recording and looked at the automatically generated file. He swiped his card and went into his room to call Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan had just coaxed Yan Yan to sleep when he heard his phone ring. He was afraid that he would wake Yan Yan up, so he quickly took his phone and went out of Yan Yan's room. Hello, he said warmly. However, as soon as he said this, he heard Yan Qingqi say angrily on the other end of the phone, Jiang Machan, do you know what happened to me just now? You won't believe me if I tell you. Oh my God, my life in the entertainment industry is too colorful. What happened? Why are you so angry? Jiang Machan walked into his room and sat down on the sofa. I'm telling you, you have to cherish me. Otherwise, I might leave with someone else one day. Jiang Machan laughed. What are you talking about? That Mo Jianing. That old pervert with a human face and a beast heart. He actually wanted to sleep with me. He even said it nicely. What did he mean by you're with me, so I want to be close to you? He even wanted to grab my arm. How disgusting. What a disrespectful old dog. Jiang Machan was shocked. What did you say? Mo Jianing wants to sleep with you? Yes, I was wondering why he was so kind as to recommend me to director Lei Hao and let me act in his movie. So this was his intention. Do I look like someone who sleeps so easily? His dog eyes must be blind. Jiang Machan was stunned by his words. Do I look like someone who is easy to sleep with? He was amused. Yan Qingqi was good-looking, but his appearance was too gorgeous and feminine. It was inevitable that he was a little tacky. When people first saw him, it was easy to feel that he was just a pretty face. Even Jiang Machan himself was deceived by his appearance when he first saw him. He thought that he was just a pretty face, a brainless idiot. Mo Jianing guessed that it was similar to how he felt when he first met Yan Qingqi. Did you perform well in front of him during this period of time? He asked. Yes. Yan Qingqi nodded. Didn't I tell you before? I thought that his acting skills were good, and I respected him as a senior, so I restrained myself in front of him and respected him. In the end, he was worse than Zhang Tsong, that despicable person. That's it. Jiang Machan said, he took a liking to you and saw how obedient you were in front of him. That's why he dared to say those words to you, because he felt that you weren't a threat. But he didn't expect that you weren't a docile kitten. You were a little leopard bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Of course, I'm going to bite him to death. Yan Qingqi said angrily. Jiang Machan felt sorry for him. It's good that you're fine. I didn't expect him to be such a person. You actually encountered such a thing. If I had known, I would have left later. Yan Qingqi didn't expect him to say that. He immediately laughed. This laugh relieved a lot of the anger in his heart. Why would you leave later? It's already February. No matter how late you are, you can't be late until February. What are you thinking about? Of course I'm thinking about you. Jiang Machan coaxed him. After such a thing happened, I should have stayed by your side. Yan Qingqi originally called him because he felt that this matter was disgusting and infuriating, so he couldn't help but complain to Jiang Machan. However, after hearing what he said, his mood improved a lot, and the anger in his heart subsided a little. It's okay. I was simply disgusted by this matter. I didn't expect him to be such a person. But actually, he didn't get any benefits from me. His wrist is still dislocated. How dare he say such things to me? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. As Jiang Machen listened to his angry voice, the image of Xianxia with puffed cheeks and puffed-up pufferfish unconsciously appeared in his mind. He wanted to see him, so he said gently, "Hang up the phone. I'll video call you. I want to see you." Xianxia heard this and also wanted to see him. He hung up the phone and waited for Jiang Machen to video call him. When Jiang Machen dialed the number, he saw Xianxia sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was so angry that he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Jiang Machen wanted to pat his head and coax him up close. However, due to the distance between them, he could only make his tone gentler. He comforted him. "Don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over something like this. It's fine as long as you're okay. I just don't understand. He's a well-known senior. Everyone respects him very much. Why would he do such a thing? In this world, there are true villains and hypocrites. It's just that the true villains are easy to find, while the hypocrites hide deeply." Xianxia was still angry. Jiang Machen asked him, "How did you get rid of him? From what you said just now, did you hit him? What about him? Did he threaten you?" "Of course he did. He even threatened me and said that he would say on the internet that I bullied him because of my popularity." "Huh?" Xianxia sneered. "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Jiang Machen frowned when he heard this. "Of course you're not afraid of him. It's just that he has a good public image. You're also a popular young artiste in the past 2 years. If the two of you fight, the public will inevitably side with him." Xianxia was very calm. "I'm not afraid. I recorded it. From the moment I felt that something was wrong, I recorded it. If he dares to say it on the internet, I'll play the audio directly. What do the fans say every time they have a fight? If there's a hammer, then there's a hammer." At that time, he was almost 8 years old. In the orphanage, he was already considered a big child. That day, Xianxia felt wronged, sad, and angry. He thought that it would be great if the principal's mother could hear what they said with him, or if he could let the principal's mother hear what they said. It would be great if there was something that could record what others said. That way, he could play what they said when they said that he was not lying. That way, others would believe him. It was not until later when he was adopted by his foster parents that he learned that mobile phones had recording functions. However, it was sometimes inconvenient to record with mobile phones, so he bought a recording pen later. These things were already in the past. Xianxia would not be too emotional when he thought about it now. His 2 good friends later came to him to apologize when he left. However, at that time, they had already spread the rumor to the whole class. Xianxia did not forgive them. He was not the kind of person who would easily forgive major mistakes since he was young. He even said to them angrily, "Even if you say that I'm a thief, I have my own parents and I have my own home. But you don't have it yet. Ha ha ha." He turned around and ran into his foster father's car. He waved goodbye to his younger siblings and left the orphanage. However, he could not tell Jiang Machen these things. This was not the experience of the Xianxia he transmigrated to. This was his own experience, so he could not tell Jiang Machen. Xianxia hesitated whether he should tell Jiang Machen the truth. He could tell him that he was not from this world. He could not tell Jiang Machen that the world they lived in was a novel. He could just say that it was a parallel space. However, would Jiang Machen believe him? Would he panic? Probably not, he thought. Jiang Machen could even accept that he could have children. This kind of thing should be easier to accept than a man having children. Perhaps if he told Jiang Machen that he was not from this world, Jiang Machen would think that everything was solved. He would think that it was because he was not from this world that he could have children. When Xianxia thought of this, she didn't know what expression she should show. However, even if he wanted to tell Jiang Machen about it, now was definitely not the time. He hoped that he could tell Jiang Machen about it face to face, rather than through a phone. They could see each other, but they couldn't touch each other. "I'll tell you later." Xianxia smiled. "Wait until..." He thought for a moment. "Wait until I think it's the right time." Jiang Machen had always gone along with him, so he nodded and didn't think too much about it. Are you going to tell Director Fu about this? Xianxia asked him, do you think I should tell her? I'm afraid that if I tell Director Fu and say, Director Fu, that bastard Mo Jianying wants to sleep with me, Director Fu will be scared to death. Jiang Machan thought for a moment. You can wait and see what he's going to do next. According to what he said to you before, you don't need to tell Director Fu. Mo Jianying will criticize you online first. When the time comes and you argue with him, you won't be able to get away with it. Director Fu will also know about it. Then she will probably be very upset. She lost a real villain in her own production team, and now she's hiding a hypocrite. Jiang Machan sighed. To be honest, Mo Jianying is really good at hiding his true colors. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that he was such a person. Moreover, his image is really good. Luckily, you recorded the conversation. Otherwise, if the two of you were to meet, I would naturally believe you unconditionally. However, other people would definitely choose to believe him based on their own subconscious impressions. So, Director Fu, you don't have to blame yourself for this. Wasn't everyone kept in the dark before this? Xianxia nodded. Speaking of which, I still don't understand. He obviously knows that we know each other and even thinks that I like you. Then, isn't he afraid that I'll reject him and tell you? If I fight with him, my image won't be as good as his and everyone won't stand on my side. But you're different. Your image is so good. If you stand up for me, you can still defeat him. What does he think you are? I like. Xianxia only realized halfway through her sentence that this profiteer was still trying to trick her at a time like this. What a big profiteer. Jiang Machan, you better be serious. Xianxia couldn't wait to knock a hole in his head and pour out the dirty water inside. What about you? I want to hit you right now. Jiang Machan thought that he would finally hear the words I like you this time, but in the end, it didn't happen. He smiled and comforted his angry lover. Okay, I was wrong. I really couldn't hold it in. You know, after bickering with you so much, my thinking has improved tremendously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to react so quickly. Shut up. You're still trying to reason with me. Jiang Machan immediately said obediently, I didn't reason with you. I didn't reason with you. I was wrong. Let's get back to the topic. He looked at Xianxia on the other side of the video and explained gently, it's actually very simple. The two of us haven't made our relationship public, so he won't think that we're already married. At most, he'll think that we're in an ambiguous period. When couples in an ambiguous period encounter this kind of thing, some people will be too embarrassed to tell the person they like, while some will think that it's their own business and has nothing to do with the other party, so they will subconsciously choose to hide it. He probably thinks that you won't tell me. And as I said before, he has a good image. So, he just needs to change the story a little, and you'll be unscrupulous and want to climb into his bed for fame and fortune. This is very suitable to drive a wedge between us, isn't it? Xianxia was shocked when she heard this. Is he going to tell you that I want to climb into his bed? He probably won't tell me, but he should have prepared for it. If you don't say anything, then he won't let anyone else know about it. If you tell me and I argue with him, he'll accuse me and say that you seduced him for fame and fortune. But of course, Jiang Machan smiled, these things are useless between the two of us. What script do you want? Which director do you want to work with? Why do you need to climb into someone else's bed? Xianxia clicked her tongue and said, you're really a classic. Jiang Machan didn't understand why he suddenly used such a metaphor. Puzzled, he asked, is it meaningful and profound? No, it's the paper that's turning yellow day by day. Jiang Machan couldn't help but laugh. My wife is so cultured. Xianxia smiled. He suddenly remembered the tone in which Mo Jianying had spoken to him and the series of developments. He frowned and said, do you think he'll really fight with me online? Do you hope so? Jiang Machan asked him back. Xianxia nodded. He looked at Jiang Machan and said seriously, I hope so. He said, I can't just let this go. I'm fine today, I'm not afraid of him. Even if I offend him, my resources won't be affected because I have you backing me up. But there are always other small celebrities who don't have any power or influence. How can they compete with him? So I have to announce his true colors and let everyone see his disgusting face clearly. Jiang Machan felt that he was really good. He looked at Xianxia and nodded gently. Okay, you'll get what you want. If he doesn't take the initiative to talk about you online, I'll find a way to make him say it. You don't have to do anything first. Wait for him to attack you first. Then you can say something and directly slap his face. Okay. When Xianxia saw his adoptive father again, it was already a month later. In fact, he had almost forgotten about this important person who was highly regarded by the hospital director's mother at that time. He looked at him and saw a beautiful woman standing next to him. Her every movement exuded a gentle aura. He heard the man's deep and magnetic voice, which carried a different coldness from the first time they met. He said gently, "From today onwards, I'm your father, and she's your mother. I've named you Xianxia." Xianxia was taken away just like that. On the day he left, his younger siblings came to say goodbye to him. They cried and asked him to come back often to see them. Xianxia nodded and gave them all the snacks and toys he had saved in the courtyard. His two friends came to apologize to him, but he didn't accept. He said ha 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 to them in a fit of pique and got into his adoptive father's car. Later, when he grew up, he asked his adoptive father if he knew about his theft. His adoptive father smiled and said, "I've heard about it." "Then why did you choose me? I'm not so stupid as to not be able to see through such childish tricks." He said, "Compared to this, I prefer that you didn't forgive them and made the decision to move out of the dormitory." He looked at Xianxia and said, "My son must be someone who has his own thoughts and the ability to make decisions. You're very good. You're with the other children and you take good care of them. I like that you have your own thoughts and I also like that you're gentle to others." That's enough. Xianxia was very happy to hear that he liked him. He lowered his head and smiled. He was very satisfied. These were all things that happened a long time ago. It was so long ago that he couldn't go back. Even if he wanted to simply see his parents and younger brother again, it was impossible. Xianxia closed his eyes and told himself not to think about the past. He was already here. Too much thinking would only make him sad. Living well in the present was the most important thing. However, Xianxia dreamt of his adoptive parents and younger brother. He dreamt that he told them that he was in another world and that he was already married. He had his own family and was living a good life. His parents were very pleased and told him not to worry about them and to live a good life. His younger brother patted his chest and promised him, "Don't worry, big brother. I'll take good care of mom and dad." He woke up from his dream in a good mood. As he recalled the dream, he felt a little lazy in bed. He wanted to call Jiang Machan and share his feelings with him. He wanted to tell him that he dreamed of his family, not the family here, but his real family. However, because he hadn't explained it clearly to Jiang Machan, he could only give up. Therefore, he didn't know that Jiang Machan had already driven onto the highway and was using his own actions to express his longing for his family. Jiang Machan thought about Xianxia's expression when he saw him and wished that he could drive to the small town immediately. However, he thought about it and decided that this time, he didn't need to deliberately let him receive the package at the back door. This time, he could just appear directly in front of him. After all, if he used the same trick too many times, it wouldn't be surprising enough. Xianxia went to the set after washing up. He still had one last scene with Mo Jianying. Although it was disgusting, he had to endure the disgust and finish this scene with him. However, Mo Jianying didn't come. His assistant applied for leave from Fu Mingji, saying that Mo Jianying wasn't feeling well and was taking a day off. Fu Mingji didn't like this kind of last-minute leave, even if it was a veteran actor. Therefore, she asked him, "What's the situation? Weren't you fine yesterday? Why are you feeling unwell now? Why didn't you tell us in advance?" The assistant glared in Xianxia's direction and said unhappily, "Then we'll have to ask our male lead." He Fei heard this and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia sneered and ignored him. Fu Mingji suddenly felt a headache coming on. She had specially chosen the male lead and the female lead. What was going on? She rubbed her temples and called Xianxia over. She asked him, "What's the matter?" Yan Qingqi remembered that Jiang Machan had told him to let Mo Jianying speak first before he retaliated. Therefore, he only looked at Mo Jianying's assistant with disdain and said, "I can't say it. Let some shameless person do it." "What are you talking about?" the assistant said angrily. Yan Qingqi ignored him. Instead, he looked at Fu Mingji and said, "Director Fu, why don't we film my scene with Saito or Yanzi first today?" Although Fu Mingji didn't know what had happened between them, she had interacted with Yan Qingqi for a long time. She knew that Yan Qingqi was a good-tempered but stubborn person. If you didn't provoke him, he would be gentle to you. If you insisted on making things difficult for him, he would make things difficult for you too. However, she really couldn't think of what Mo Jianying had done to cause things to turn out this way. She nodded and said to Mo Jianying's assistant, "When he's feeling better, ask him to come back to film as soon as possible. There's only one scene left. Teacher Mo can rest after that." The assistant was disappointed that she didn't teach Yan Qingqi a lesson. Hence, he replied with an okay and left angrily. After the assistant left, Fu Mingji asked Yan Qingqi, "What exactly happened?" Yan Qingqi didn't answer him directly. He only said, "Nothing much. He doesn't live up to his reputation. He pretends to be a good person, but in reality, he's just an old bastard." After he said this, the other people in the shack looked at each other uncomfortably. They secretly thought that the young people these days were really getting more and more out of hand. They actually dared to speak so rudely. Fu Mingji reminded him, "Pay attention to where you are." Yan Qingqi wasn't afraid at all. He was afraid that Mo Jianying would settle the matter peacefully. If he didn't get angry at him online, how could he expose him? Hence, he needed to add fuel to the fire. People like Mo Jianying had done such a good job of keeping up appearances. He had built up such a successful image of himself as a virtuous and talented person. How could he allow himself to be criticized in front of the crew? Sooner or later, he would attack him in order to protect his image. As expected, after Mo Jianying heard from his assistant that Yan Qingqi had scolded him in front of Fu Mingji, his expression darkened. He felt that Yan Qingqi was still young and impetuous. He hadn't experienced any hardships, so he didn't know how to restrain himself. He also didn't know that the tallest tree in the forest would be the first to be destroyed by the wind. There were even some radical netizens who, after seeing the marketing account's Weibo post, felt that the male idols online only relied on their fans and should quit the entertainment industry. Suddenly, the hashtag Yan Qingqi get out of the entertainment industry hashtag was created. Yan Qingqi's fans naturally trusted their brother unconditionally. They felt sorry for him while criticizing Nanching. Are the company and manager dead? Come out and do something. At this moment, Zhang Song reposted Mo Jianying's Weibo post and commented, "Teacher Mo's acting is good and he's a good person. He's a senior that I respect a lot. As for the male lead, I won't comment. I hope that Teacher Mo has better works." This Weibo post was quickly shared on the forum. Everyone wondered who this person was. He was so stubborn and chose a side. The netizens who had been following Yan Qingqi immediately explained, "Zhang Song, the actor of Wulin in the Fog. Damn. Looks like Yan Qingqi is really a tyrant in the production team. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hated so much." Two people in the production team have expressed their dissatisfaction. This must be because of Yan Qingqi himself. He's become famous too quickly. He must have forgotten his surname. Sister Yan Mai was so angry that she roared, "How can you believe Zhang Song's words? Do you need me to explain why Zhang Song was chased out of the production team by Fu Mingji? He was arrogant, bullied young actors, and didn't work seriously. That's why director Fu chased him out of the production team. How can you believe the words of such a person? You don't have to be so obvious." However, as soon as this wave started, a new wave came. Report. G6ing reposted Mo Jianying's Weibo post. It seems like he's taking sides. Everyone clicked on the post and saw G6ing repost, "I really like Teacher Mo's works. I hope that Teacher Mo doesn't believe that all male idols are like you. I hope that I can work with Teacher Mo in the future. He's quite shameless." A netizen commented, "She's trampling on Yan Qingqi while praising herself. She even hopes to cooperate with us." 666, Xianxia's manager was caught off guard. When he came back to his senses, he saw that his artist had sent such a message. He was so angry that he wanted to pry open Xianxia's head to take a look. Why are you causing trouble at a time like this? What did I tell you before? Can you use your brain once in a while? He's been on a meteoric rise all this time and easily climbed to the top. Does it look like there's no one behind him? What good will it do you to offend him? I don't like him. Xianxia replied. I'm still upset with you. Xianxia, I'm telling you, if you don't listen to me, you'll die sooner or later because of your stubbornness. I've already posted it. If I delete it now, wouldn't it be embarrassing? All right. Xianxia's manager nodded. You're capable now. Don't delete it. When your contract expires next year, I'll change your manager. I won't be able to control you anyway. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to become famous. He knew that he could become famous because of his girlfriend, Wen Liang, and his manager. He quickly said, no, no, no. I'll delete it now. Then, he immediately deleted the post and showed his manager his phone. Delete it. Xianxia's manager was helpless. He could only hope that what happened just now wouldn't cause too much of an impact. However, he also knew that in this day and age where information spread like wildfire, even if it was deleted in a matter of seconds, it could be screenshotted by busybodies and made a big deal out of it. Moreover, Xianxia's Weibo post had been deleted a few minutes ago. He sighed and silently prayed that since Xianxia had already deleted it, Xianxia would let it go. However, the netizens didn't know about the conversation between Xianxia and his manager. They were only responsible for the latest live broadcast. Breaking news! Xianxia deleted his Weibo post. Someone immediately posted on the forum. What's going on? He's not taking sides? Someone asked. However, just as this question was asked, it was suppressed by an even more explosive post. Wei Lan attacked Xianxia. Is Xianxia really not related to Wei Lan? Xianxia's fans had just finished arguing with the righteous passers-by and Xianxia's fans when they saw this post. They were so moved that they wanted to become Wei Lan's fans at this moment. Wei Lan hadn't been filming for the past few days. He and his friends went out in the day and slept at night. Today, they were singing. Little Fatty Yuan, who was beside him, poked him. Your friend from the entertainment industry is on the hot search list. Wei Lan took his phone and took a look. Wow, there was a battle between a young hunk and an old actor. There was even an idiot rushing to take sides. As for a certain main character, he didn't comment. Wei Lan looked at little Fatty Yuan. Who is this? Is there such a person in the entertainment industry who is crazy about becoming famous? He's even using this kind of popularity. Little Fatty Yuan was speechless. Are you in the entertainment industry or am I? If you don't know, how can I know? Wei Lan returned the phone to him and picked up his own phone to log on to Weibo. Little Fatty Yuan's eyes lit up. Are you going to attack people again? Wei Lan looked at his expression. What's with that look in your eyes? Aren't you afraid of making things worse? I just think that you look especially handsome every time you attack people. Last time, when my goddess was wronged, you were the only one who spoke up for her. Otherwise, my goddess would have been completely slandered. It's just that your big sister fans are a little fierce. They are always worried that my goddess will throw herself at you. Wei Lan was speechless. Shut up. You're talking about my fans in front of me. Be careful that I don't hit you. What's wrong with my fans? Without their support, would your goddess be cleared? You have to be grateful. Little Fatty Yuan, your thinking is wrong. 5:30 p.m. Xianxia finally made his first statement on the incident of Mo Jianying amidst the chaos. He posted on Weibo with simple words, I dislocated his wrist, but I didn't hit him. I won't explain the cause of the incident, just listen to the audio. In the 2 years I've been in the industry, all the seniors I've met have been gentle and friendly. This is the first time I've met someone like him, and I couldn't control my temper. I won't apologize. I hope I won't meet him again. Below the post was an audio clip. The netizens clicked on the audio and heard Xianxia and Mo Jianying talking. Teacher Mo, I don't quite understand what you mean. You're a smart person, how could you not understand? I really don't understand. No one has ever said this to me before. Follow me. If you follow me, I won't mistreat you. The netizens were shocked. What did this mean? Soon, they heard Mo Jianying say, I'm a considerate lover, I'll treat you well. I like it when you're sensible in front of me. You can continue to respect me. And Yan Qingqi's angry voice, respect you for what? Respect that you want to sleep with me? Everyone was shocked. F***ck. What did they just hear? He couldn't tell that Mo Jianying, this kind of highly respected senior, would actually play this kind of unspoken roles. The audio continued until Yan Qingqi said, don't call me that, we're not close. It disgusts me. Mo Jianying didn't deny Yan Qingqi's words. Instead, he called him Qingqi, which angered Yan Qingqi. The onlookers sighed one after another. What a great show. They thought it was a little fresh meat beating up an old actor, but it turned out that the old actor wanted to sleep with the little fresh meat. Everyone couldn't help but click their tongues and sigh. Mo Jianying was so shameless. She failed to sleep with Yan Qingqi and even framed him. At the same time, they cheered for Yan Qingqi, saying, my brother Yan is ruthless and doesn't say much. Yan Qingqi's fans saw that the situation wasn't right and started to lead the conversation in their favor. Even though Teacher Mo wanted to sleep with him, he didn't use force. He just asked him gently. It's fine if he didn't agree, but why did he hit him? Teacher Mo obviously likes him, that's why he said he wanted to get close to him. It's fine if he didn't accept it, but why did he hit him? I feel sorry for Teacher. Mo Jianying's fans couldn't bear to believe that the veteran they had supported for so long had such an image. They also started to stir up trouble, saying that Mo Jianying liked him too much and that he didn't want to sleep with Yan Qingqi. The netizens couldn't stand it anymore and mocked them, is a gentle rape not rape? Sleep with him, and you still feel sorry for him? Then I hope your idol meets someone like him. The two sides were in a deadlock. Some people even suggested that since there was a recording, why didn't they continue playing it? Mo Jianying's wrist was clearly fine, so why did it dislocate? What happened after that? There were also people who questioned why Yan Qingqi would have this recording. Couldn't he have written and directed all of this himself? Mo Jianying was just a stepping stone for him to climb up the social ladder. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that right after Mo Jianying posted a picture of his wrist injury, he posted a recording? Mo Jianying's management company hurriedly said that he didn't intend to sleep with Yan Qingqi, and that everything was just a misunderstanding caused by Mo Jianying's words. They said that Mo Jianying simply liked Yan Qingqi, and that there was nothing wrong with liking someone. Sister Yan Mai was so disgusted by Mo Jianying's public relations that she wanted to vomit. She rolled up her sleeves and started to criticize him. She scolded him for being a beast on the outside, and also scolded him for distorting the truth. She was so angry that she even asked him to take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. How dare he say that he liked her brother? Just as the online war was about to reach its climax, Yan Qingqi posted on Weibo and played the second recording. Since everyone wants to listen to the latter part, I'll play it together. Otherwise, everyone will say that I've wronged him. This recording was much more explosive than the previous one. At the beginning of the recording, Mo Jianying scolded angrily, I'm giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Then, Mo Jianying threatened Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi asked him, you're so good at using tricks. I'm not the first one, am I? Who else have you used this trick on? Then, Mo Jianying screamed. Yan Qingqi laughed coldly and said, you still want to hit me? Do you think you're worthy? You still want to sleep with me? Finally, everyone heard Mo Jianying's confident and arrogant words. If I say online that you're bullying me because you're famous, whose side do you think everyone will stand on? Yan Qingqi didn't answer him. Instead, he asked, then do you think your fans will be disappointed if they find out that you're such a shameless old pervert? Mo Jianying's fans held their breaths and waited, hoping that he would say something comforting. However, Mo Jianying said, they won't know, but they will know that you hit me. A few seconds before the recording ended, Yan Qingqi left and closed the door. Following the sound of the door closing, Mo Jianying's fans also closed the door on Mo Jianying in disappointment. This recording was clear and straightforward. Together with the first recording, it could be said that it had a beginning and an end. It practically reconstructed the entire incident. The so-called beating up of Mo Jianying by Yan Qingqi was simply because Mo Jianying harbored evil intentions. First, he wanted to sleep with Yan Qingqi. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to hit Yan Qingqi. However, he failed to hit Mo Jianying and had his wrist broken by Yan Qingqi. That was all. The netizens sighed. He must be a veteran actor. His acting skills are so good that he can even act as the victim. If not for Yan Qingqi's trick, even if he stood up and said that Mo Jianying wanted to sleep with him, who would believe him? I don't think so? Someone said. It's not I don't think so, it's really never happened. Jiang Machen's Weibo, other than promoting his movies and TV series, it's promoting his own endorsements, or clocking in during holidays. Yan Qingqi is the first person in history to receive such treatment. Should I maintain the formation? Maintain what formation? Can a great god come out and help me analyze what's going on? Yan Qingqi and Mo Jianying are fighting, Jiang Machen is on the side, me? Ha 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 ha, Jiang Machen is quite honest, ha 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 ha. Gingji is still a child, let him go. Is this a matter of being honest or not? What else? Are you saying that this is some kind of love between gods, that Jiang Machen and Yan Qingqi are true love? You hit the nail on the head. You're a warrior. Get out of here, city couple fans. Good friends are being fantasized about by you guys every day. What's wrong with President Jiang posting on Weibo to support his friend? You guys are so dramatic. Heh, posting on Weibo is true love? City couple fans, do you have any shame? I think Wei Lan is angry at Zhang Tsong for Yan Qingqi. True love can't stop it. It's like a white moonlight and cinnabar mole. Love but not love will be remembered forever. Sister Milky Way didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to drag her brother down with them. She was so angry that she replied, Sister Little House, are you so shameless? Do you think my brother is easy to bully by tearing apart your city couple and dragging my brother down with you? You can't get any city couple fans, but you still want to drag my brother down. If you're so great, tell your main character not to post on Weibo. Heh, Sister Milky Way, do you really think you live in Milky Way? You're such a busybody. Did you see Little House's comment above? Shouldn't Little House kneel down and apologize to Sister Little House? The spectating netizens were dumbfounded. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect the post to turn into a fight between Little House and the Guardians of the Milky Way. Girlfriend fans versus sister fans. Both sides had the same number of fans, and they were both evergreen trees in the world of trolling. For a moment, the forum was filled with posts from Wei Lan and Jiang Machen. The passers-by were so scared that they shouted for them to stop. Stop trolling and let bystanders like us go. In the end, two big fans jumped out to mediate the situation and ended the small-scale battle in the forum. However, no one dared to post about Jiang Machen siding with Yan Qingqi anymore. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would ignite the powder keg again. Today's forum could only have Jiang Machen and Wei Lan. Soon, after Jiang Machen posted on Weibo, Wei Lan also posted on Weibo. He forwarded Yan Qingqi's second recording and said, not bad. If there's a hammer, then there's a hammer. If there's a hammer, then there's a hammer. If there's a hammer, then there's a hammer. If there's a hammer, then shut up. However, due to the battle between Sister Little House and Sister Milky Way that had just ended, no one dared to post this Weibo on the forum. They were afraid that someone would say something stupid again. It was also at this time that Chen Xianling posted on Weibo. F***CK. Why did Chen Xianling post on Weibo? 2. Some netizens replied, after all, he was with Yan Qingqi in Let's Fight. Friends. They got along pretty well. It's normal for him to speak up for Yan Qingqi now. Go and see. Sun Sun also posted on Weibo. For a moment, the netizens couldn't keep up with the speed of the news. They had just gotten their hands on the melons on one side, but the melons on the other side were already fresh out of the oven. Some people even shouted, wait, wait, let me sort this out first. What the F***ck is going on? Nothing much. They're all speaking up for Xianxia. I couldn't tell usually, but Xianxia is so popular. So many people are speaking up for him. Based on the preliminary statistics, Jiang Machan, Wei Lan, Chen Xianlang, Sun Sun, Zhao Cheng, Yang Xiaoxiao, Sun Wan, Ding Zinan. Oh right, there's also the two small actors from the cast of Misty Pugilist, Jiang Xiaoming and Su Chan. They've all worked together before. Lost, Soft Cotton Candy, and Let's Fight. Friends. This popularity. I'm really impressed. Damn. Stop looking at these. Go and look at Fu Mingji Studios' Weibo. Fu Mingji has fired Mo Jianying. Fu Mingji's efficiency. His temper. He's really tough. When everyone saw the words Fu Mingji has fired Mo Jianying, they felt that today was really a day full of climaxes and twists and turns. At around 2 p.m. in the afternoon, everyone was still feeling sorry for Mo Jianying and shouting for Xianxia to get out of the entertainment industry. But now, the tables had turned. Xianxia had suddenly become an outstanding young actor who had a backbone and refused to speak to the unspoken rules. Mo Jianying had become an old hooligan who had even been chased out of the cast by Fu Mingji. What did it mean to turn the tables against the wind and slap the face? This was it. Fu Mingji's fans were all cheering for him. They said that director Fu was tough and that he shouldn't be given a chance to act again. In just half a day's time, Mo Jianying had gone from being a respected senior to being despised by everyone. However, this was not the end of the matter. That night, a young actress posted on Weibo that she had been lucky enough to work with Mo Jianying in a movie. She was very happy, but she never would have dreamed that Mo Jianying would ask her to do the unspoken rules. At that time, she had just entered the industry and was 20 years old. She had just become popular and was unwilling to do so. Mo Jianying had publicly accused her in an interview of being late and leaving early. He had also accused her of not being serious and putting on airs. This had caused the internet to be flooded with negative comments about her. From then on, no other good film crew had approached her and her best days had been delayed. This actress even had a 9-page grid. When the netizens clicked on it, they saw that it was all about her acting like a big shot and not being professional. Also, the Weibo post she had posted back then was filled with netizens mocking her and telling her to leave the industry as soon as possible so that she wouldn't affect the culture of the industry. The actress followed up with another Weibo post, "But I'm living a good life now. I'm 20 years old and full of vigor. I don't want to accept the unspoken rules and I don't want to bow down easily. I thought that since no good film crew would give me a script, I would write it myself. So now I'm a screenwriter. I've written many films that I like and I'm living a happy life. I'm very happy that someone has finally exposed his true colors today. I'm also very happy that I didn't accept his unspoken rules in the past. There are many things in life that don't go your way, but I hope that everyone can live a happy life. Thank you." This post successfully touched many sensitive girls. They had all met with unspoken rules in school or at work. They had paid the price for it, but they didn't regret it at all. This was because they knew that even though life wasn't easy, they had their own principles and bottom lines. The dramatic incident of Xianxia beating up Mo Jianying came to an end. The netizens were all amazed by how exciting it was. There were climaxes and surprises everywhere. The battle was intense, the reversal was powerful, and the slap to the face was direct. What a great show! Xianxia hugged Jiang Machan and acted coquettishly for a while before she realized that they had been standing the whole time. She pulled him to the sofa and sat him down. "Have you eaten?" Xianxia asked. "Let's eat something." Jiang Machan had indeed not eaten. He had driven all the way here because he wanted to see Xianxia as soon as possible, so he did not eat when he arrived. Instead, he went straight to his room. Therefore, he nodded and said, "That's great. We can eat together." "Okay." Xianxia ordered and waited for the waiter to bring the food over. Jiang Machan asked him, "Mo Jianying was fired?" "Yes, Director Fu found out. She could not tolerate such a thing happening in her own production team, so she fired Mo Jianying." "What about his scenes?" "He only had one scene left, so they changed it into a one-man show for me. The scenes that he had filmed before were kept. After all, reshooting is a very troublesome thing. Moreover, I performed very well in a few scenes. Director Fu was worried that if they res-hot, I would not be able to find the same feeling as before. If my performance was not as good as before, it would not be good for me and the film. Jiang Machan nodded. Fu Mingji's worries were not unfounded. Many times, acting was like creating. Inspiration and excellence were all in that moment. If they res-hot Mo Jianying, it would indeed be a punishment. However, the losses and uncertainty of reshooting would be too great. Fu Mingji did not want to miss out on Yan Qingqi's extremely creative scenes. He also did not want Yan Qingqi to take this risk. Therefore, this was the only way. Let's leave it at that. Director Fu's worries are reasonable. Mo Jianying was not caught for anti-pornography and drugs, so it will not affect the screening of the film. However, since something like this has happened, his scenes will definitely be edited out. However, this is not a problem. Most films will have a large number of scenes edited out during the screening process. Therefore, you don't have to worry. Just leave this matter to Director Fu. Yan Qingqi nodded. I'm not worried at all. I'm an actress, so I'm only responsible for putting on a good show. The rest is up to the director. Jiang Machan smiled. You have a good attitude. When have I ever had a bad attitude? Yan Qingqi asked him. Jiang Machan thought for a moment. It seemed that there really wasn't any. He reached out and touched Yan Qingqi's hair. Then you're very good. Yan Qingqi squinted at him and asked, what are you doing? Do you think I'm Chi-Chi? Jiang Machan had no choice but to put his hand on his shoulder. Do you know what it means to kill someone by touching their head? Yan Qingqi was a little surprised. You can use this trick on guys too? Normal male friends won't, but are we normal male friends? Yan Qingqi had no choice but to take his hand and put it on her head. You can touch it then. Jiang Machan was speechless. Jiang Machan couldn't help laughing. He didn't touch Yan Qingqi's head again. Instead, he kissed Yan Qingqi and said, why are you so cute? Yan Qingqi replied. As long as you're happy. Oh yes. Jiang Machan suddenly thought of something. Why did you release the recording twice? Why didn't you release it directly the first time? Wouldn't it be better to let everyone know what happened? Did Guanmei ask you to release it twice? Of course not. It's just that he mentioned you in our conversation. I told you that he thinks I like you. He also said that you came to visit me on set on the first day of the Lunar New Year. If this was released, wouldn't it be even more bloody? So I edited the audio and cut out that part of the recording. I originally wanted to release both parts at the same time, but Guanmei said that it would seem like I did something. Otherwise, why would there be a part of the audio? It's not good for me. She asked me to release the first part first. She said that someone would definitely talk about the second part. She asked me to play the second part of the audio and then I'll play the second part. This way, no one would notice that there was a part missing in the middle. Sure enough, no one noticed it. Jiang Machan nodded. You two are quite meticulous. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed either. You deliberately released it twice to cut out a part of the audio. That's why I can't let you know. Yan Qingqi was very proud. Jiang Machan put his arm around him and smiled gently. After a while, the waiter brought in the dishes they ordered. The two of them ate together and chatted for a while before getting ready to rest. Yan Qingqi asked him, are you sleeping in my room tonight? Jiang Machan thought that he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, so he said gently, I asked Director Fu's assistant to book a room for me before I came here. I'll sleep in that room. Yan Qingqi didn't expect this to be his plan. He was a little surprised. So you're not sleeping with me? You want to sleep with me? Jiang Machan asked him. You came all the way here. If I let you sleep alone, wouldn't that make me seem heartless? Jiang Machan didn't expect to receive such benefits tonight. He said, then I'll accept your offer. He looked at Yan Qingqi and smiled. I thought you wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, so you asked me where I was sleeping. Just as Sister Yan Mai was clapping and scattering flowers to celebrate the completion of Yan Qingqi's Wooling in the Fog, She thought that she could finally rest in peace and watch her brother attend some activities while waiting for him to start filming his next drama. Suddenly, a bombshell arrived unexpectedly and caught Sister Xianxia off guard. She was even a little nervous. Best Partner was a reality variety show that combined competition and travel. Although its popularity were not as good as Come Fight, Friends. But it also had good viewership ratings, online streams, and a fixed audience. At the end of March, Best Partners announced the guests for this season. The first 5 groups were announced directly, but the last group was not announced for a long time. They only said that it was a mysterious big shot and popular idol. The netizens guessed left and right and urged the official Weibo to announce the answer at certain times. However, the official Weibo was not moved at all. It was as if they could do whatever they wanted. The fans of Best Partners were so angry that they wanted to see which mysterious big shot was so mysterious. On the morning of April 20th, the program team of Best Partners finally made a move. The program team's official Weibo account released the last official Weibo post at 9 a.m. Best Partners, Xianxia and Xianxia, returning from a lost journey, walking hand in hand. This summer, be there or be square. The accompanying picture was a magazine photo of the two of them and a still from Lost. This official Weibo post was like a bomb that exploded on Weibo and forums. The star-chasing girls rubbed their eyes and made sure that they saw Xianxia's name. Then, they exclaimed, "Am I blind?" Xianxia has accepted a permanent residency on a reality show. Soon, Xianxia's Best Partners, Xianxia's first reality show appearance, Xianxia's Xianxia, and Xianxia's permanent residency, appeared on the trending searches. The forums were once again flooded with Xianxia. Everyone was in disbelief. Xianxia actually accepted a permanent residency on a reality show. I thought he didn't accept reality shows? That's right. My impression of Xianxia is that he doesn't appear on variety shows except for movie promotions and TV series promotions. The last time he went fight Friends, it was all for the promotion of Lost. Why did he accept a permanent residency this time? Even Xianxia has accepted a reality show. Reality shows are indeed the trend. I'm looking forward to seeing more big shots descend this year. Back then, Let's Fight Friends. Nanxing had invited Xianxia to participate 3 times. It was said that the price was very high, but Xianxia had not agreed. Why would he participate in Best Partners now? It's not that I want to say this, but Best Partners definitely can't beat Let's Fight Friends. Why did he accept this? No wonder Best Partners has always been so secretive and refused to make an official announcement. No matter how much the fans blew up the official Weibo was as calm as an old dog. It turns out that they invited Xianxia. We have to keep them in suspense. I just want to know how much Best Partner paid Xianxia for him to agree to participate. It must be a sky-high number. Shut your mic, Sister Small House will come to destroy the post. If we don't talk about money, this post can still be saved. No matter how much money is offered, it's definitely worth it. Xianxia's first permanent residency show. This gimmick will definitely be on the hot search list. There's no need to broadcast it. It's already on the hot search list. The top 5 are all Xianxia. There's no other name. Mr. Jiang is still the same. Impressive. Who said there's no other name? Can't Xianxia have a name? She's second on the hot search list with Xianxia. Speaking of which, don't you think, F***ck, what are you trying to say? I don't think so. I don't think so. Ha ha ha, the person above has a strong desire to live. Then let me, who's not afraid of death, say. What's the deal with Xianxia and Xianxia? Last time, they posted on Weibo because of him. This time, they're also on the reality show because of him? Do they like Xianxia that much? I wanted to ask this question just now too. Out of so many people, why did it have to be Xianxia? Once would have been fine, but twice. It's not just twice. Previously, the two of them were together at the Gold Laurel Awards. Mr. Jiang even helped Xianxia arrange her brooch. Don't talk about it. That day, the two of them were the only 2 luxury brands present. Now that you mention it, I think, no, the person above, you don't think anything. You don't want to play basketball, and you don't want to be a couple. Ah, I can't hold it in. Is there really nothing between the two of them? Couple outfits, arranging brooches, #1 on Weibo, and best partner. I'm dead. Don't save me. No, you can't be saved. Sister Small House is about to lock onto you. Sure enough, as soon as this comment was posted, a Sister Small House angrily said, "Do CP fans really not know how to be cute? A good friendship is being fantasized every day. Friends and brothers from the same company." Now that something happened to Xianxia, Mr. Jiang is in the same company. The company asked him to speak up. How can he not speak up? The company asked him to bring a newcomer. How can he not do it? You're imagining it every day. Who can't live without a friend? However, Sister Small House made a solemn vow in the post, as if Jiang Machan was only doing it because of the company's request. When she turned back to the group chat, everyone exploded. What the hell is going on? Why did he accept a reality show? Why is it Xianxia again? Mu Linson said, "The company is helping the poor. Can't you see? Xianxia is now being promoted by Nanching." Thus, when he debuted, he starred in Lost and Let's Fight. At that time, Soft Cotton Candy and Wei Lan were also the best choices. They were adapted from the IP and had their own fans. They defeated Wei Lan and basked in his glory. Not to mention, he was directly given to Fu Mingji for Misty Martial Arts. Your brother has been in the industry for so many years, but he still hasn't worked with Fu Mingji. Can't your brother play this role? Does it have to be Xianxia? Now, it's even better. Your brother can go on a reality show with him. This is your brother's debut on a reality show. If he follows your brother, his popularity will skyrocket. I've said that Nanching, this trashy company, will go bankrupt sooner or later. Your brother is now in Nanching. He's just a blood bag for the newcomer to suck blood. Her and Water said, "Sensen, you're going overboard. Don't you know what kind of status CEO Jiang has in Nanching? He's been Nanching's top celebrity for so many years. Do you think the company can really force him if he's unwilling? Also, although CEO Jiang has a gentle temper, he's a very principled and thoughtful person. If he's not willing to speak up for Xianxia and appear on a reality show with Xianxia, can Nanching really force him for one Xianxia? You're underestimating your brother. What should we do now?" The discussion on Weibo and the forums are going crazy. I think the Qingqing couple fans are going crazy again. I really don't understand why they have to accept this reality show. Why does director Jiang need to accept this kind of reality show? What's more, the two of them are in a team. Isn't this poverty alleviation? Mu Linson said, "It's not just poverty alleviation. It's probably going to be tied up in the future. Just wait and see." In the future, whenever CEO Jiang is mentioned, Xianxia will always be there. I'm really a trashy company that doesn't do human affairs. Jie didn't want to go to work. Sensen, don't be angry. Now that the situation has been decided, there's no use being angry. Think positively. Xianxia saved my brother's life back then. My brother is probably very grateful to him, so he wants him to become famous. So? He saved my brother once, so my brother has to be tied up by him for the rest of his life? How can there be such an advantage in the world? Chi had been very happy recently because his father was back and he had discovered something interesting. Dad, look. Chi glanced at Xianxia and then at Yan, who was sitting on the bed and playing with his toys. He called out, "Little brother." Yan looked up. He was still holding the toy in his hand, but his eyes were looking at him. Chi reached out and poked the right side of his face. Yan started giggling. Chi withdrew his hand. After a while, Yan stopped laughing. Chi poked his face again, and Yan started laughing again. Chi withdrew his hand again, and Yan slowly stopped laughing. Xianxia was a little surprised. He reached out and poked Yan. Sure enough, Yan started laughing. "Isn't it fun?" Chi asked him. Xianxia nodded. When did you find out? A few days ago. I found out when I was playing with my little brother. Does he laugh when you poke the other side of his face? Xianxia was very curious. No, Chi said. He only laughs when you poke the other side of his face. As he spoke, he poked the other side of Yanyan's face. Yanyan suddenly looked at Chi with his big eyes with an innocent expression. Chi thought he was very cute, so he leaned over and kissed his cheek. Yanyan reached out and hugged him. Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia quickly shook Chi-Chi's shoulder and said in surprise, "Is he calling you big brother?" Chi-Chi didn't react. Huh? Yan, is he calling you big brother? Chi-Chi instantly became excited. He looked at Yan and coaxed him. Yan, call me that again. Yan stopped calling him and said, Dad. Xianxia pulled Yan into her arms and let him sit on her lap. She kissed him and said, Good boy. Chi was very anxious. Dad, ask him to call me that again. Xianxia saw that Yan was so anxious that he was frowning. She smiled and coaxed him. Did Yan just say brother? Call me again. Chi held Yan's hand and whispered, Yan, tell me, brother. Yan chuckled, and Chi pouted, feeling wronged. She didn't understand why her brother had stopped after one call. Xianxia was about to explain to Chi that Yan was still too young, so he was speaking unconsciously, just like when he called him Dad. Xianxia heard Yan call him Dad for the first time through the video call. He was so surprised that he couldn't believe it. He coaxed him to call him Dad again, but Yan didn't. Xianxia hugged him and coaxed him for a long time before Yan called him Dad for the second time. Yan was calling Chi big brother Yan now. He didn't have this awareness, so he naturally wouldn't call Chi a second time. However, as soon as he opened his mouth and said Yan opened his mouth and said Yan. Chi was immediately happy. She held Yan's hand and looked at Xianxia. Dad, he's really calling me big brother. Yan knows how to call me big brother. Yeah. Xianxia smiled and asked him, Are you happy? Chi nodded vigorously. He reached out and hugged Yan. Little brother, he said in a very gentle tone. Xianxia felt warm inside when she saw the two of them laughing together again. Xianxia returned home that night. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Chi happily say to him, Yan knows how to call me big brother. Really? Xianxia was a little surprised. Chi nodded hurriedly. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. She pulled Xianxia to Yan's room. Li Buozhong, who was standing by the side, coughed in exhaustion. He felt that his daughter was being too immature. How could she ask for an autograph as soon as she came up? He smiled at Xianxia and Xianxia embarrassedly and said, Xiaomo is very friendly. Please don't mind her. Xianxia smiled and said, It's okay. Teacher Li, it's been a long time since we last met. Li Buozhong had only worked with Xianxia in a movie when he had just debuted. They didn't have many scenes together, but they got along very well on set. After so many years, Li Buozhong had already retired from acting and Xianxia was no longer a fledgling star. Li Buozhong didn't expect Xianxia to still remember him. He felt gratified and said emotionally, I'm old now. I've retired. It's the world of young people now. Xianxia overheard their conversation and asked Xianxia, You know Teacher Li? Xianxia nodded and said, Yes. When I first debuted, I acted in a crime film. Teacher Li acted as a psychiatrist and I acted as the murderer. Xianxia nodded and greeted Li Buozhong, Hello, Teacher Li. Hello, Li Buozhong said, slightly embarrassed, It's all in the past. I can't believe Imochen still remembers it. Li Imo was shocked that his father had such an experience. He asked him in shock, Why didn't you tell me? I didn't even know about it. Li Buozhong looked at him and said helplessly, I told you, it's all in the past. I didn't have many scenes at that time. It was just a 10-minute scene. There's nothing much to say. Li Imo felt that his father was being too humble. If she could work with Xianxia for 10 minutes, she would probably flood her Weibo and WeChat moments. She would probably want the whole world to know that she worked with Xianxia. As they were chatting, the others arrived one after another. The director of the program briefly explained to everyone that they wouldn't be filming overseas. They would be filming one episode in China as a pilot. However, each episode would be filmed at a different location. They would discuss the details after they got off the plane. Everyone nodded and boarded the plane. Xianxia posted a selfie with the caption, "Let's start," before she turned off her phone. Jiang Machan looked over and happened to appear in Xianxia's selfie. Xianxia turned to look at Jiang Machan and asked innocently, "Are you going to post this on Weibo?" Xianxia snorted and said coldly, "No, don't even think about it." Jiang Tes Weibo, S is Weibo's, S was Along's Weibo. When Weibo, Weibo, and Weibo, and Weibo, had a long time Weibo and the was. The was it? ing ed the person in charge of the reception also came up to them and chatted politely with the director of Best Partners. It was at this time that the host started the introduction and introduced the first segment of the filming, the Best Partner Test. In this segment, the 6 pairs of partners would be divided into jungles, islands, and mountains to test who was the best partner test. The production team would give each guest a backpack containing a map, a tent, a sleeping bag, compressed biscuits, bread, mineral water, and other necessities. The partners would need to reach the destination with the victory flag within 3 days. The ranking would be determined according to the order of arrival. This ranking would affect the cost of their first overseas trip. The first place would have the most funds available, and the last place would have the least funds available. Xianxia was a little confused after hearing this. What happened to traveling in competition? How did it become an adventure show? However, the host didn't give them much time to react. Instead, he took out a lottery box and asked them to draw lots one by one to determine the location of the test. Among them, Jiang Machan was the most popular, so everyone said in unison, "Brother Jiang, you go first." Jiang Machan smiled and declined. He let Li Buozhong draw first. Li Buozhong knew that Liu Mo respected him. He felt gratified but also a little embarrassed. He patted Liu Mo and said, "Go ahead and draw a location." Liu Mo walked up to the host and took out a piece of paper from the lottery box. He opened it and read, "Island." Liu Mo handed the piece of paper to the host and returned to the team. "It's an island," she said. Li Buozhong nodded. He secretly hoped that Jiang Machan and the others would also be on an island. However, Li Buozhong's wish was dashed the moment Jiang Machan opened the piece of paper. Jiang Machan's piece of paper read, "Mountain." Like Jiang Machan, Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei also drew mountain. The two of them seemed to be very happy. They even greeted Xianxia from a distance. Soon, the lottery was over. Jiang Machan, Xianxia, and Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei's group would be tested at the mountain. Li Buozhong, Liu Mo, and Fei Jingyu and Yu Ziming's group would be on an island. Yang Xinhe, Yu Haoyuan, and Wei Zhihong and Yu Xiaoyu's group would be on a jungle. After the lottery, they boarded different buses according to their locations. The bus had just started moving. Xianxia didn't even have time to admire the scenery along the way before he saw a staff member walking towards them with eye masks in his hands. "For the rest of the time, please put on your eye masks and have a good rest. We will wake you up when we arrive at our destination." Xianxia thought. Is it too late for me to get off the bus now? This didn't look like a program recording at all. This was more like boarding an illegal bus. He glanced helplessly at Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan also looked helpless. Xianxia and Jiang Machan disappeared from everyone's sight. It was already late, so they didn't plan to go too far. They just walked along the mountain path. Xianxia shone the flashlight on the ground and asked Jiang Machan as they walked, "Do you think there are any animals in this mountain? You should think of something good." Jiang Machan felt that he was really skilled and daring. "If we meet a small one, we can have an extra meal. If we meet a big one, we'll have to give it an extra meal." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't worry. The production team has always done some research before doing this kind of show. They know what they're doing. If anything happens to the celebrities on the show will be completely ruined." "We're different," Jiang Machan said. "We're asking for trouble. The director said that it's better not to leave, but we still want to leave. If something happens, it's all our fault. We can't blame the production team. Then why did you come out with me? Xianxia looked at him. Jiang Machan reached out and grabbed his hand. Because I want to spend some time with you. Xianxia lowered his head and glanced at the hand he was holding. Then, he looked up at him. Jiang Machan looked calm, as if he wasn't the one secretly holding his hand. Let's go. Don't you want to look around? He pulled Xianxia forward. Xianxia thought it was a little funny. We're like two students who have a problem with puppy love in the woods. We have to avoid the teacher even when we're holding hands. That's you. I'm not in a puppy love. I've never been with anyone in the woods. I haven't either. Xianxia defended himself. Isn't Li Xinran? Jiang Machan asked him. Of course not Li Xinran. He wasn't the original host. Besides, the original host and Li Xinran only met after graduating from university. No, I didn't know him when I was in school. That's more like it. Jiang Machan was very satisfied. Xianxia listened to his proud tone and felt that if he really told Jiang Machan that he was his first love before he had the chance to be in a relationship, Jiang Machan would probably be so proud that his tail would be wagging. He might even walk on air. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt that it was better not to say anything. Otherwise, Jiang Machan would flaunt his tail in front of him every day. Xianxia pinched Jiang Machan and whispered, "You have the right to criticize me. You're talking as if you don't have a dark past." Xianxia. Jiang Machan, calm down. Now. Which one of us is getting more and more yellow? I'm just asking if you want to take a look at the forest. Look. Look at what's in the forest. Jiang Machan felt that he was going to die of anger. But you just said to drill. Xianxia glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Jiang Machan said. I was just following what you said before. We don't have any chemistry at all. We're like a plastic couple. Xianxia raised their intertwined hands and asked him, do you want to get a divorce online? Don't even think about it. Xianxia said, oh, let's go. Let's go take a look at the forest and see what's in it. Jiang Machan was speechless. However, when they walked to the front of the forest, they realized that there was only a row of trees here. There was no forest at all. Other than the row of trees in front of them, there was only a relatively empty land behind them. Xianxia shone the flashlight on the trees in front of them and realized that there were green fruits on them. He wanted to pick a few to taste, but the director had repeatedly warned them not to pick wild fruits. He had no choice but to give up the idea of tasting them. He pulled Jiang Machan deeper into the forest. The forest was very empty, and the path was much longer. As the two of them walked, Jiang Machan suddenly nudged Xianxia and said, look at the sky. Xianxia looked up and realized that they had been busy walking ever since they entered the mountain. They didn't notice that the sky was full of stars. He had grown up in the city. Most of the time, when he looked up, all he saw was darkness. Now that he suddenly saw so many stars, he was pleasantly surprised. Xianxia looked up for a while, then turned to Jiang Machan and said, there's no Big Dipper. The exploration ended soon after. Xianxia and Jiang Machan went back the way they came. Xianxia was in a good mood. He hadn't come out to play like this for a long time. For a moment, he felt like he was back in school. Again. He couldn't help but feel happy. Jiang Machan listened to him and even hummed a song softly. He asked, are you that happy? Yeah. I actually like to come out to play, but I don't have time. We can come out more often in the future. Forget it. We don't have time with our jobs. Time is like water in a sponge. There will always be some if you squeeze it a little. Jiang Machan pulled him. We're in the same company. I'm the boss, and you're the lady boss. Ask Wu Yuan and Guan Mei to adjust our work arrangements. We'll always have some time to play. Xianxia looked at him. Really? Yes. Jiang Machan nodded. Xianxia smiled. Okay then. We'll start next year. Remember. Yes, sir, Jiang Machan replied. Xianxia looked at him and smiled softly. The two of them quickly returned to the place where the tent was set up. Seeing them come back, the director heaved a sigh of relief and got ready to sleep. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan entered the tent. Jiang Machan took out the food from his bag and handed him a loaf of bread. He also took a loaf of bread for himself. Eat something. It's time to sleep after eating. Yan Qingqi quickly ate the bread and opened the sleeping bag. Jiang Machan watched him go in. He lowered his head and asked gently, "Honey, it's so cold in the mountains. Why don't we squeeze into one sleeping bag?" Yan Qingqi mercilessly stretched out his hands and made a cross at him. "Don't even think about it. I don't want to see such a shocking scene when the camera opens the tent tomorrow. You'd better use your sleeping bag reasonably, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Machan sighed. "My wife is really cold-hearted. Not only am I cold-hearted, but I'm also very cold-blooded and cruel," Yan Qingqi said eloquently. Jiang Machan had no choice but to open his sleeping bag and sleep next to him. "You're not sleeping but kissing?" he asked. Yan Qingqi thought about it and kissed him on the cheek. "Good night." "Good night." Jiang Machan kissed him too. The next morning, at dawn, the sparrows on the tree flapped their wings and flew to the sky. Yan Qingqi and the rest also got up, packed their luggage, washed up simply, and walked forward while eating. Yan Qingqi looked at the map and pointed the way. Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei didn't know much about this, so they didn't say much and just followed him. When the sun gradually rose and the two girls were a little tired, Yan Qingqi looked at his watch. It was already past 11 o'clock. He discussed with Jiang Machan and decided to rest where they were. Zhang Ningwei instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She found a rock and sat on it. Yan Qingqi thought he heard the sound of water. He nudged Jiang Machan and motioned for him to follow him. Jiang Machan asked him, "What's wrong?" "I think I heard the sound of water." Jiang Machan listened but didn't hear it clearly. However, he knew that Yan Qingqi had always been more sensitive than him in this aspect. Therefore, he didn't ask any more questions and walked forward with him. Sure enough, there was a river in front of them. Yan Qingqi looked at Jiang Machan happily and quickly ran over. The river wasn't very wide. The water was very clear, and the bottom of the river could be vaguely seen. Under the noon sun, the water sparkled like a lively girl. However, Yan Qingqi wasn't in the mood to appreciate its beauty. He looked at the river and concentrated. His mind was full of one question. Were there fish in this river? He bent down and stared at the river for a while, but he didn't see anything. Yan Qingqi was a little disheartened. "It seems that there are no fish." Jiang Machan grew up in luxury. He didn't know much about natural conditions like this. He didn't know whether it was normal for there to be fish in a river in the wild. He felt a little helpless. If they were in the city, he could buy a few fish and have someone secretly release them into the river to make Yan Qingqi happy. However, they were deep in the mountains and forests. Where could he find a few fish to make Yan Qingqi happy? Jiang Machan even wanted to ask Yan Qingqi, "Look at me. Do I look like a mermaid to you?" Mo Xiaoxiao finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan appear in front of her again. She was about to ask them, "Where did you go?" when she saw Yan Qingqi holding a fish in his hand. Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. She asked in disbelief, "You two went to catch fish? There are fish here?" Yan Qingqi nodded. "But there weren't many fish. We only caught one." "One fish is already very good," Mo Xiaoxiao said sincerely. Mo Xiaoxiao said sincerely. She looked at the fish in Yan Qingqi's hand and sighed. "Only the two of you can do this. If it was me, I would only wait for the rabbit to come to me. How would I know how to catch fish?" Yan Qingqi smiled. Then he remembered that he and Jiang Machan planned to grill fish. He wondered if Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei would think that they were wasting time. He looked at the two girls in front of him and took the initiative to say, "Brother Chen and I plan to grill this fish and taste it. It may take some time. If you two are in a hurry, you can go first." He pointed to the mountain road in front of them and said, "Just go straight along that way." Mo Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. "We're not in a hurry." She scratched her neck and said embarrassedly, "Wei Wei and I have only climbed those tourist mountains since we were young. We've never been to a mountain like this. We only know up north, down south, left, west, right, and east on the map. We don't know anything else. It was all thanks to your help that we were able to get here. So we're not in a hurry. It's just a grilled fish. I'm a little curious about how to grill it. I want to watch you grill it. Zhang Ningwei also nodded. It's okay. You two can grill it. You've been waiting for me all this time. Now that I can finally wait for you, I'm quite happy. Yan Qingqi listened to them and saw that they were indeed very relaxed and happy. They didn't seem to be reluctant at all. He felt that although the two girls in front of him had different personalities, one was outgoing and generous while the other was quiet and gentle, they were both very understanding and good-tempered girls. He smiled and said, "Okay then." "Thank you. Brother Yan, you're welcome." "We should be the ones thanking you," Mo Xiaoxiao said. Zhang Ningwei also softly agreed. "Yes, you're welcome." Yan Qingqi didn't hold back and started grilling the fish. He hadn't grilled fish in the wild for a long time. Mo, of course, your brother Yan is good at everything," Jiang Machan said as he looked up at Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi felt helpless. He said to Mo Xiaoxiao, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I've had this kind of experience before. That's why I know a little." However, Mo Xiaoxiao felt that Jiang Machan was right. She looked at Yan Qingqi and counted his skills one by one. "You know the way, set up a tent, catch fish, and even grill fish. Brother Jiang is right. Brother Yan, you're really good at everything." "That's right," Jiang Machan agreed. "Why are you being modest now?" Yan Qingqi turned to look at him. "Didn't you say you were going to wash your hands? Why aren't you going?" Jiang Machan clicked his tongue and said to Mo Xiaoxiao, "Look, he's embarrassed." "I'm embarrassed?" Yan Qingqi pointed at himself and asked in shock, "I'm embarrassed?" Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei were amused by his words. Zhang Ningwei said, "How can you say that about yourself? Brother Yan, you're so funny." The funny Yan Qingqi smiled helplessly and turned to look at Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan smiled and raised his hand. "I'm going to wash my hands." Mo Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Machan walking towards the water. She nudged Zhang Ningwei. "Didn't you want to wash your hands too? Go quickly." Zhang Ningwei was stunned when she heard that. She thought to herself, "Since when did I say that?" She looked at Mo Xiaoxiao in confusion. Mo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but knock her on the head. "Brother Jiang is going to the water. You should go with him." She gave Zhang Ningwei a look. Zhang Ningwei reacted instantly. She bit her lip and felt a little shy. Mo Xiaoxiao pushed her and whispered in her ear, "Go quickly." "Don't you want to talk to him?" Zhang Ningwei's heart raced. In the end, her girlish thoughts prevailed. She said, "I'm going to wash my hands too." Then she stood up and chased after Jiang Machan. Yan Qingqi watched their interaction and asked Mo Xiaoxiao, "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaoxiao wanted to help Zhang Ningwei, so she turned off her microphone. She reached out to turn off Yan Qingqi's microphone and whispered to him, "Brother Yan, let me ask you a question." "Go ahead. You're so close to Brother Jiang. Do you know what kind of girl he likes?" Yan Qingqi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Mo Xiaoxiao to ask him this. He thought about the situation just now and recalled Zhang Ningwei's expression. Zhang Ningwei liked Jiang Machan. Mo Xiaoxiao probably wanted to help her friend. That was why she asked Zhang Ningwei to interact with Jiang Machan while she stayed here to gather information from him. Yan Qingqi had a headache. How should he answer this? He wasn't close to Jiang Machan, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Ningwei. He couldn't tell Mo Xiaoxiao that Jiang Machan liked men and not women. He also couldn't tell her that he already had someone he liked. If Mo Xiaoxiao accidentally revealed it, it would cause a storm and cause Weibo to collapse. Zhang Ningwei nodded. "You're right. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Who are the two of us? Why are you still thanking me?" Mo Xiaoxiao pulled her over and smiled. On the other side, Jiang Machan looked at the fish in Yan Qingqi's hand. "How much longer?" "Let's wait a little longer," Yan Qingqi said. Jiang Machan heard his voice and asked, "Why did you turn off your microphone?" Yan Qingqi looked up at Jiang Machan when he heard this. He looked like he wanted to laugh. Jiang Machan was confused by his expression. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're so handsome. Jiang Machin was speechless. He leaned closer to him and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Yan Qingqi sighed. Nothing. I'm just envious of you. Envious of me? Jiang Machin asked. Yeah. Yan Qingqi leaned closer to him and turned off his microphone. He whispered, why do I have to meet old men who want to sleep with me, but you have to meet young girls who have a crush on you? The quality of your love life is much better than mine. Jiang Machin was a little confused. He thought for a moment and asked Yan Qingqi, does Mo Xiaoxiao like me? Yan Qingqi shook his head. It's Zhang Ningwei who likes you. Jiang Machin was a little surprised. She likes me, he said in shock. I really couldn't tell. Of course. Why else would you say that she has a crush on you? Jiang Machin thought back to the time when he and Zhang Ningwei had just gone to the water. Zhang Ningwei had been obedient and quiet by his side. She didn't talk much and would occasionally talk to him about matters related to the show. He really couldn't tell that Zhang Ningwei liked him. How did you know? Did Mo Xiaoxiao tell you? Yan Qingqi nodded. He asked me what kind of girls you like. How did you answer? I said that you like people who are confident, decisive, independent, strong, gentle, and opinionated. Jiang Machin chuckled. Aren't you making things difficult for Zhang Ningwei? Yeah, that's why Mo Xiaoxiao was a little worried. However, she quickly thought it through and decided to encourage Zhang Ningwei to overcome these difficulties and courageously pursue you. What about you? What did you say to her? How did you know that I would continue to talk to her? Yan Qingqi asked him. Jiang Machin looked at him. Are you really going to watch Zhang Ningwei chase after me without doing anything? Why not? Yan Qingqi asked him back. Just as well. I can use this to test whether our relationship is solid or not. Jiang Machin patted his hand helplessly. Wake up. You're not that kind of person. The situation you're talking about doesn't exist at all. Yan Qingqi smiled. All right, you're smart. I continued to talk to her. I said that you don't like other people pursuing you. You like to take the initiative. So Mo Xiaoxiao gave up on letting Zhang Ningwei pursue me? She asked me if you would show it if you liked someone. I said yes. After she heard that, I felt that she had given up. After all, Zhang Ningwei had a quiet and shy personality. It would take a lot of courage for her to pursue a guy. She knew that this guy didn't like other people pursuing him, yet she still wanted her best friend to pursue him. Wasn't that digging a hole for her best friend to jump into? Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei weren't plastic sisters. She wouldn't do that. Besides, she knew that you would show it if you liked someone. If you liked Zhang Ningwei, they would be able to tell and wait patiently for you to pursue Zhang Ningwei. If you didn't like Zhang Ningwei, they would be able to sense it too. Why would you rush to muster up your courage only to end up with a broken heart, right? Jiang Machin nodded. That makes sense. They quickly resumed their journey. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machin had only eaten a few mouthfuls of grilled fish, so as they walked, they ate the compressed biscuits and the bag of instant noodles with the seasoning removed. The mountain road was very long. The two girls walked for a long time with heavy weights on their backs, so they were starting to feel tired. Yan Qingqi saw this and talked to Jiang Machin about it, hoping to lighten their burden. Jiang Machin saw that the two girls were obviously very tired, but they still tried their best to keep up with them. He nodded and said, okay. The two of them stood where they were, waiting for Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei to come over. Mo Xiaoxiao walked up to them. She didn't understand why they suddenly stopped walking, so she asked, why aren't you walking? Yan Qingqi said gently, you and Zhang Ningwei can give us your bags. Brother Chen and I will help you carry them. That way, you can relax a little. How can we do that? Mo Xiaoxiao disagreed. We're already dragging you down by walking so slowly. How can we ask you to carry our bags for us? It's okay. Yan Qingqi looked at her. We're just carrying your bags. It's not a big deal. Just take it as an opportunity for us to show our gentlemanly manners, okay? Mo Xiaoxiao didn't know how to refute his words. She turned to look at Zhang Ningwei. Zhang Mingwei didn't know whether to agree or not, so he looked at her in confusion. Mo Xiaoxiao had no choice but to look at Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen again. Forget it, she thought. Since they had already put it this way, Yan Qingqi would probably feel awkward if they still refused to agree. Besides, if they gave their bags to Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen, they could walk faster, which would be good for the test results. Mo Xiaoxiao thought it through and handed her bag over. Yan Qingqi took her bag and handed it to Jiang Machen naturally. Zhang Mingwei saw that Mo Xiaoxiao had done so, so he also handed his bag over. Yan Qingqi took hers and said to them, "Hold on for a little longer. We'll rest after 40 minutes. Zhang Mingwei nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. He turned around and walked in front with Jiang Machen again to open a path for everyone. The group of people walked and stopped and walked until the sky turned dark. Zhang Mingwei and Mo Xiaoxiao were truly tired. After setting up their tents, they didn't even eat before falling asleep. The director stared at Jiang Machen and Yan Qingqi and explicitly forbade them from going out to explore again. Otherwise, they would have to be on tenterhooks waiting for them to return. Yan Qingqi looked at the director's vigilant expression and felt that he and Jiang Machen were like two naughty children who made the director worry. Therefore, he obediently expressed that he wouldn't go out again this time. Jiang Machen also responded with an The two of them ate together. Since there was nothing else to do and they were a little tired from walking for the whole day, they went straight to the tent and slept. The next day, before the sun came out, Yan Qingqi woke up first. He opened the small window of the tent and looked outside. The sky was still dark. Yan Qingqi took out his phone and looked at it. It was only a little past 4 o'clock. He thought for a moment and shook Jiang Machen beside him. Jiang Machen, wake up. Wake up. Jiang Machen heard his voice and opened his eyes in a daze. He reached out and hugged him habitually. What's wrong? He asked. Do you want to watch the sunrise? Yan Qingqi sounded a little excited. Let's go watch the sunrise, okay? Jiang Machen was still sleepy and his mind was still a little confused. Now? Yan Qingqi nodded in his arms. Do you want to watch it? He asked. Or do you want to sleep a little longer? Jiang Machen did want to sleep a little longer, but he could tell that Yan Qingqi wanted to watch it. Therefore, he patted Yan Qingqi's back. Give me a hand. Let me sit up and restart it. Yan Qingqi immediately woke up. He sat up and reached out to pull him up. Can we restart it now? You should at least press the power button. Jiang Machen laughed. Yan Qingqi leaned forward and kissed his face. Is it on? Jiang Machen couldn't see Yan Qingqi clearly in the dark, but he still felt that Yan Qingqi was very cute. He rubbed Yan Qingqi's hair. It's on. Let's go and wash up. Okay. Yan Qingqi nodded. The two of them shone flashlights on each other and washed up quickly. They grabbed a backpack and prepared to watch the sunrise. Should we pack up the tent? Jiang Machen asked Yan Qingqi. Or should we pack it up later? We'll pack it up when we come back. Anyway, they probably won't wake up when we come back. It's not too late to pack it up then. Okay, let's go then. Let's go. They reached the top of the mountain at noon. Mo Xiaoxiao naturally pulled Zhang Mingwei and ran far away. She shouted at them, Brother Jiang, Brother Yan, you guys pull out the flag first. We'll go over after you pull it out. Yan Qingqi looked at her defensive attitude, as if she was afraid that Jiang Machen and himself would give in to her. He walked over to the flag and pulled it out. Can you come over now? Mo Xiaoxiao pulled Zhang Mingwei and ran back. She looked at Yan Qingqi with a smile and reached out to pull out the other flag. Yan Qingqi and Mo Xiaoxiao pulled out the flags one after another. The director recorded the time and everyone took a group photo at the top of the mountain. Everyone shouted yay, and captured their hard work and joy over the past 3 days in the photo. The journey back was much easier than when they came, because there was a car to pick them up. When Zhang Mingwei and Mo Xiaoxiao saw the car, they felt as if they had seen the hope of living. They shouted, Long live modern life. For wheels will change the world. Then, they quickly got into the car and enjoyed the beauty of not having to walk. Xianxia and Jiang Machen were slightly slower than them. They were not as tired as Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei, so they reluctantly took one last look at the mountain and got into the car unhurriedly. The bus drove out of the mountain and took them back to City G. The staff told them that there was no other schedule for the day. They could rest well and relax in the hotel that the production team had booked in advance. The four of them then realized that they were the first to complete the test. Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei had evaluated the strength of each group before they came. They thought that they would be at the bottom if they were not careful. In the end, they were actually in second place. The two girls were stunned and kept thanking Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen were also a little confused. To be honest, they were not very competitive on the way here. Otherwise, they would not have looked for opportunities to see if there was anything interesting around them during meal breaks. Even if there was nothing, they would take this opportunity to be alone for a while. Compared to the test, Yan Qingqi felt that he and Jiang Machen were more like on an outing. He did not expect that they would be able to get first place. He was a little surprised and smiled subconsciously as he thanked Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei. After all, everyone had been tired for a few days, so after a brief chat, they took their room cards and went to rest. Yan Qingqi swiped the room card and opened the door to his and Jiang Machen's room. The room was not big. As soon as he entered, he saw that there were 2 beds in the room. It looked like a standard room. He walked in, took off his bag, and lay down on the bed. Rest for a while, then we'll go eat. Jiang Machen walked in front of him, looked down at him, and asked, "Are you tired?" "I'm okay, but I think the others are quite tired." "I guess so too." The reality was just as they had expected. The other groups were obviously more tired than them. Some of the guests even went back to the hotel room and fell asleep immediately. They never came out of their rooms again. When Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen went downstairs for dinner, they met Li Mo and Li Buozhong, who were also going downstairs for dinner. Li Mo was very enthusiastic when she saw them. She waved and ran over. "Long time no see, big brother. I heard that you two got first place." Li Buozhong followed behind her. He was a little tired. Although he had been working out and was in good physical condition, he was still a little tired after such a long time. However, when he saw Jiang Machen, he sincerely congratulated them. "Congratulations." "Thank you, Mr. Li." "What's your place?" "We're 4th. Li Mo answered for her father. "Are you surprised?" "Ha ha ha ha, my father and I are very surprised. This result is so much better than we expected." Li Buozhong nodded. "Yeah, I thought that I would be a burden to Lil Mo. Luckily, I didn't. It's mainly because we were lucky." "Humph, I'm going to piss Fei Jingyu off." Li Buozhong hurriedly said, "Lil Mo, how can you say that?" Li Mo realized that he had said what was on his mind. He looked at Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen with embarrassment. "Well, I'm sorry. Pretend you didn't hear me." Yan Qingqi thought, what's going on? Li Mo was not in the entertainment industry. Li Buozhong had already left the industry. Out of so many people, the only one they knew was Jiang Machen. Why would Li Mo say something like that? He remembered that Li Mo, Li Buozhong's group, and Fei Jingyu's group, Yu Ziming's group, had taken the test at the same place. Could it be related to this test? However, he didn't ask too much, so he just asked, "Do you want to eat?" "I'm going to eat with Brother Chen." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Mo hurriedly greeted them. "Let's go. I've already asked around about the best dishes here. I've even thought of the menu." Yan Qingqi saw that she was so energetic and couldn't help but feel that it was good to be young. She followed Li Mo into the private room of the hotel. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen ordered, and Li Mo ordered for her and Li Buozhong. Since he was bored, Li Mo shared the information he had just gathered with them. "Did you know? Among the 6 groups, there was still one group that didn't finish the test. But didn't we say before we set off that the time limit was 3 days? So they were picked up before dark. However, the 2 of them are not happy now. They even quarreled just now." "Which group?" Yan Qingqi asked curiously. "How did you know?" "I just happened to overhear it." It's Wei Zhihong and Yu Xiaoyu's group. It seems that Wei Zhihong thought that Yu Xiaoyu was spoiled and would only drag him down. Yu Xiaoyu thought that Wei Zhihong was stubborn and wouldn't listen to advice, so the two of them quarreled. Yan Qingqi nodded. You're quite well informed. I just happened to bump into them. By the way, brother, how was the test? Was it difficult? Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen entered the house and noticed that the guest bedroom was indeed a little small. Yan Qingqi took a closer look and realized that the total area was not small. It was just that there was a bathroom and a balcony, which caused the area for the bed to be compressed imperceptibly. But this is good, Yan Qingqi said. This way, we can wash up directly in the house. Jiang Machen nodded. Yes. Yan Qingqi looked at the bathroom and then ran to the balcony to take a look. The small balcony faced the street where they lived. Yan Qingqi could see the pedestrians and the trees on both sides of the street. At this time, there were not many pedestrians on the street because it was already dark. The street lamps cast a long, dim yellow light, which made the street look a little lonely. He returned to the house from the balcony and found that Jiang Machen had already opened his suitcase. Yan Qingqi squatted on the other side and asked him, "What are you looking for?" Jiang Machen took out 2 boxes of instant noodles. Aren't you hungry? Based on our current situation, there isn't much food in the fridge, only a few fruits. If we want to eat, we have to rely on this. Jiang Machen tapped the instant noodles in his hand. Yan Qingqi was still immersed in the joy of going abroad. Now that he heard Jiang Machen's words, he came back to reality and felt that he was indeed a little hungry. But it's just the two of us. Isn't it a little inappropriate? I don't know if the others brought food. We can ask them. If they want, we can share some with them. Okay. Yan Qingqi nodded. Go ahead. I'll pack my suitcase. Okay. Jiang Machen finished speaking and stood up to leave. Yan Qingqi opened his suitcase and took out all the food that he had packed before leaving. Then he took out his pajamas. He was still hesitating whether to take out his other clothes and hang them in the closet when Jiang Machen came back. So fast? Yan Qingqi was surprised. Because Liu Mo has already asked around. Jiang Machen explained to him, as a tour guide, Mr. Li felt that this meal was within his responsibility, so he asked Liu Mo to ask if anyone wanted to eat. He had instant noodles, biscuits, and bread. The girls said it was too late, so they didn't want to eat. Only Yang Xinhe and Yu Haoyuan wanted to eat, but they also brought food, so they didn't need our help. Yan Qingqi nodded and looked at the suitcase. Do you think we should hang our clothes up or put them in the suitcase? 4 days. Pick out a few and hang them in the wardrobe. All right. Yan Qingqi quickly picked out 2 clothes for herself. Because she had checked the weather here before and knew that it would be hotter here, Yan Qingqi brought a very simple short-sleeved t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Jiang Machen wanted to record this show to pave the way for their relationship to be announced in the future. When he saw that Yan Qingqi only brought a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, he also prepared a 3-piece set for himself. He almost bought a couple's outfit. After he hung up Yan Qingqi's clothes, he hung his own clothes in the wardrobe on the other side. He pretended to be surprised and said, "The clothes we brought are actually similar. Our hearts are in sync." Yan Qingqi looked at him helplessly and thought to herself, "That's too fake." Jiang Machen looked at their outfits, which were very similar even though they weren't wearing a couple's outfit. He was very satisfied and kept nodding. Not bad. Yan Qingqi smiled and ignored him. She continued to pack the clothes. As she was packing, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Machen was closer to the door, so he walked over to open it and saw Li Buozhong standing outside. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing. I just wanted to let you two know that we'll have breakfast downstairs at 8:30 tomorrow morning. After that, we'll go out together. Don't oversleep." "Okay. Thank you, Teacher Li, you're welcome. It's what I should do. You two should rest early." "Okay." Li Buozhong finished speaking and left. Jiang Machen conveyed his message to Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi said, "Oh," to show that she understood. "Then let's quickly eat the instant noodles and go to bed." "Okay." Then I'll go cook the noodles. Xianxia stood up, took the instant noodles on the table, and prepared to go out. Jiang Machan stopped her. Forget it. It'll be fine after soaking it. Don't bother. I thought you didn't like soaked noodles? Xianxia remembered that Jiang Machan was quite picky in this regard. He always ate boiled instant noodles. Occasionally, he would eat them dry, but he didn't like soaked noodles. Jiang Machan waved at him. Xianxia stood up and leaned forward with his hands on the table. Jiang Machan reached out a hand to cover his ear and whispered, I realized that you were the one cooking this time. I'm surprised. Xianxia chuckled and mimicked him. He whispered, it's not that I didn't want to cook before. You just didn't want me to. If you like, we can continue to divide the work like this for the rest of the trip. Jiang Machan looked at him and whispered, I'm just worried about you. So you want us to divide the work like this for the rest of the trip? We can do it for the rest of the trip, but it won't change after we get back. Jiang Machan reached out his hand. Xianxia high-fived him and said, deal. After the two of them finished eating, Jiang Machan washed the dishes and went upstairs to sleep with Xianxia. After entering the room, Jiang Machan walked in front of the camera and said, it's time to sleep. Then, he turned off the camera. Xianxia asked him, is this okay? Anyway, no one told us not to. But the production team will definitely want to use the idol's pajamas as a selling point. What if someone sleeps naked? Jiang Machan asked him. Wouldn't that be, shut up. Xianxia looked at him. You're like a dirty little train. You're not just turning yellow. Jiang Machan walked closer to him. Do you know what a dirty little train is? He pulled Xianxia into his arms. Now that the cameras are off and the microphones are off, a man and a man alone in a room, how do you think we should act out the rest of the story? Xianxia pointed at the 1.2-meter single bed. Wake up. The bed is only so big. Behave yourself, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Machan turned to look at him and asked, do you know why I suggested we stay in this room? Xianxia poked his chest. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's heart. When I was in the hotel in G City, I was thinking that I'm not afraid of staying in a standard room, but I'm afraid of having 2 beds in a standard room. That's the furthest distance in the world. It's not life and death, but you sleep on the bed by the window, and I sleep on the bed by the wall. It's not that far away, but I just can't cross it. Then why didn't you turn off the camera? I didn't think of it at that time. So you thought of it now? The main thing is that we're sleeping. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be much to film. Moreover, for an actor like me, I definitely can't be too down to earth. I have to leave some room for my fans to fantasize. So how can I let my fans see what pajamas I'm wearing and how I'm sleeping? When Wu Yuan signed the agreement with the program team, we had already agreed that whatever I don't want to film and whatever I don't want to be edited out, will be done according to my wishes. It's all your fault for saying that we're high school students in a puppy love. The director is the dean, so I didn't realize it when I went down the mountain. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to sleep in separate beds that night. Xianxia pushed him. You have to know that a proper distance can make a person look more beautiful. I think you look pretty when you're so close to me. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. You're getting better at talking. I told you that it's from the bottom of my heart. Okay, let's go wash up. It's time to sleep. Jiang Machan hugged him and asked expectantly, can we wash up together? Xianxia smiled. Of course not. That's the standard answer, Jiang Machan thought. He let go of Xianxia. Then hurry up. Okay. Xianxia turned and went into the bathroom. The two of them finished washing up one after another and squeezed onto the single bed. The bed was still a little narrow for 2 adult men, so Jiang Machan simply hugged Xianxia in his arms. Only then did he feel a little more comfortable. That was your plan from the beginning, right? Xianxia asked him. Jiang Machan didn't hide anything. That's right. But now it seems that this house is pretty good. It has its own bathroom. When the door is closed, we can hide inside and don't have to go out. Xianxia chuckled. That's true. Yan Qingqi felt that he hadn't met anyone who spoke to him like this in a long time. Who was it last time? Was it Liao Sibo? He couldn't help but sigh. Why did these people always think that they were invincible just because they learned something? Weren't they afraid of biting their tongues before speaking? Jiang Machen listened to Fei Jingyu's words and sneered. It's true that there are specialists in every field, but it's best to do some research before speaking. Are you a professional? Qingqi is also a professional. Fei Jingyu was stunned and looked at Yan Qingqi in disbelief. Yan Qingqi waved his hand and said truthfully, Brother Chen, you flatter me. I'm not a professional. I just draw for fun. I'm an amateur. Fei Jingyu's expression eased a little. I see. Yan Qingqi smiled. However, I'm quite interested in this kind of competition. He turned to look at Liu Mo. You want to go to the bar here, right? I'll try it out for you and see if I can get a free ticket. Li Mo's eyes instantly lit up as she looked at him. Her eyes were filled with worship. Big brother, you can draw too. Brother, you're really amazing. But I'm not sure I can win. I know. Top students always say that I didn't revise well before the exam, so I'm sure I won't do well. When the results are out, I'll be first in the grade again. Jiang Machen heard this and laughed softly. He looked at her and said, You're really smart. Fei Jingyu looked at the three people in front of him and sneered in his heart. They didn't even know how he would draw, and Liu Mo was already bragging. Top student? Someone like Yan Qingqi, no matter how he looked at it, did he have anything to do with this word? Liu Mo was so eager to curry favor with him because he was popular. He looked at Yan Qingqi and smiled. Brother Yan, didn't you say you wanted to try? Then let's go. We can also help our little sister Liu Mo fulfill her wish. Liu Mo couldn't stand his sarcastic remarks and asked, Brother Qingqi won. Let's go to the bar. Are you going? Hearing her words, Li Buizhong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Of course, we're going together. Fei Jingyu did not believe that Yan Qingqi would win. Let's wait until he wins. Yan Qingqi laughed and turned to look at him. Then you'd better start thinking about this problem now. After he finished speaking, he walked out and walked to a young painter who was near them. He politely asked if he could participate in this competition. How can I participate? The young artist said of course and pointed to a slightly fat blonde uncle with a beer belly in the crowd, telling him that he was the owner of the bar and that he just needed to go and say hello to him. Yan Qingqi thanked him and went over to greet the bar owner. She also expressed that she wanted to participate in this painting competition. The bar owner was very enthusiastic. Seeing that a newcomer had come to participate in the competition and that he was a foreigner, he readily agreed and passed him a drawing board, pen, and paper. He also turned around and asked the people around him who was willing to be the model for this handsome foreigner. Immediately, a young blonde girl with blue eyes stood out. She was very good-looking, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her wavy platinum hair looked like honey amber under the sunlight. The girl seemed to like Yan Qingqi very much. She told him that she would be happy to be his model and even winked at him seductively. Liu Mo looked at her and grabbed his father. This girl is so pretty. Does she like Brother Qingqi? Was she flirting with Brother Qingqi just now? Oh my god, what a romantic encounter in a foreign country. Brother's good looks are really good at business today. Mo Xiaoxiao turned to look at her and poked her. She asked softly, Your brother Yan's fan? She had always felt that it was strange. There were so many guys in their group, but Liu Mo only called Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen brother. He only added the word brother to everyone else's surname. It wasn't until Liu Mo said the classic phrase of the fandom that Mo Xiaoxiao realized. Could it be that she was a fan of Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen, so she treated her idols differently? Liu Mo nodded. Yes, I was first a fan of Brother Mo Chen. Then I watched Lost and became a fan of Brother Qingqi. No wonder you keep calling them both brother. It's different from how others address them. Liu Mo giggled. I usually call them that on the internet. I'm used to it. Besides, I'm younger than them, so I can still call them that. If I were the same age as them, I would be embarrassed. Mo Xiaoxiao looked at her. Then you must have had a great time filming the show. Yes, I'm super happy. However, Jiang Machan, who was beside them, wasn't so happy. Jiang Machan watched as Yan Qingqi sat on the bench and began to draw. The blonde beauty in front of him held her chin with both hands and made a heart gesture. Jiang Machan felt that it was an eyesore. If he had known, he would have gone with Yan Qingqi. Then he could have been a model. Speaking of which, Yan Qingqi hadn't drawn him yet. Why did she give her first portrait to someone else? Jiang Machan became even more depressed as he thought of this. He looked at the blonde beauty who was smiling sweetly not far away. He was so angry that he wanted to take her place. Yan Qingqi, on the other hand, didn't have such superfluous thoughts. She was now wholeheartedly focused on her drawing. Previously, when Jiang Machan was asking the black man about the situation, she had already looked at everyone's drawing from afar. She saw that they were all drawing sketches. This wasn't difficult. She just had to draw according to her own sketches. However, she didn't need to be fast. She could draw more carefully. Because of her previous sketches, she could capture the characteristics of the characters very accurately. She didn't need to look up at the model from time to time like other artists. She only needed to take a few glances and she could draw according to her own impressions. Yan Qingqi drew a rough outline very quickly. She added some details according to the girl in front of her before putting away her brush. She handed the drawing to the girl in front of her and asked, "Do you think it looks like you?" Jiang Machan knew that Li Boizhong had retired from acting for a long time. He came to the variety show purely for his daughter. Besides, Li Mo had been calling him and Yan Qingqi brother all the way, so he couldn't help but remind her, "Xiao Mo, what did your father tell you?" Li Mo immediately remembered that before she came, her father had told her 800 times to control her princess temper, not to say anything that came to her mind, and not to lose her temper. So she covered her mouth and nodded at Jiang Machan. Mo Xiaoxiao listened to the conversation between Yan Qingqi and the boss. She said to Zhang Ningwei in surprise, "Brother Yan's English is quite good. I always thought that Brother Zhang's English was the best in our team. It seems that both of them are quite good at English." Zhang Ningwei nodded. "I'm envious," she said. Mo Xiaoxiao was also envious. "He's really good at everything." If Mo Xiaoxiao hadn't said anything, Jiang Machan wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that she said that, Jiang Machan realized that Yan Qingqi's English and mathematics weren't very good. How could he speak English so fluently now? Although Jiang Machan tacitly agreed that the information was unreliable, it didn't stop him from being surprised every time he saw the discrepancy between Yan Qingqi's performance and the information. He admitted that Yan Qingqi was very good and knew a lot. But because he was too good, Jiang Machan felt that something was wrong. How did he learn so many skills? Why did he hide these skills so well in his previous life? So much so that the information he found was not useful at all. Instead, it had a misleading effect. Why was that? However, Jiang Machan never bothered to dwell on these questions. He had already discovered many problems a long time ago, when they weren't as close as they were now. But he didn't ask. He wanted to wait for Yan Qingqi to tell him, or wait until they were an old married couple and casually teased each other. So now, he just had this question again, but he didn't intend to ask him. Everyone had their own secrets. Just like how Yan Qingqi never asked him why he hadn't received his own wedding ring even though they had been married for so long and had feelings for each other. He also wouldn't ask Yan Qingqi why there was such a big difference between the current him and the past him in the information. They respected each other and trusted each other. They had enough confidence in themselves and were willing to give each other the same confidence. Therefore, they would not question this relationship, nor would they question the other party's character. This was because everyone's daily behavior could not be faked. They watched each other's every move and felt that the other party loved and cherished them from the bottom of their hearts. He told them that he had to watch the others, so he didn't want to and Yan's two's Minds's, and Tolt's and Moses's, he's ants. After he finished speaking, he left in a carefree manner. The waiter at the bar handed them the menu and asked them what kind of alcohol they wanted. They ordered the alcohol according to their preferences and chatted while observing the decor of the bar. The beer was soon served. Everyone tasted it. Zhang Ningwei and Yu Ziming weren't used to it, but the others generally liked it. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan whispered, "It's pretty good. If you like it, we can buy some to take away." "Let's not buy it now. We might need money for the competition in 2 days' time." "Okay then. Let's see if there's any extra money after the competition." "Okay." Fei Jingyu tasted it and put it down in disgust. He thought to himself that this kind of beer could only be used to attract people for free. He glanced at Yan Qingqi with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Yan Qingqi was very sensitive. He sensed it the moment Fei Jingyu looked at him. He had always been a person who wouldn't offend others unless they offended him, but if they offended him, he would definitely retaliate. Therefore, he looked up slightly at Fei Jingyu without being caught by the camera. His eyes were full of disdain. Fei Jingyu was almost angered by this look. He almost slammed the table and asked Yan Qingqi what he meant. However, he couldn't help but feel angry. He thought that if he were to make things difficult for him, he would definitely win. Yan Qingqi had just helped everyone win a chance to drink for free. Therefore, if the two of them got into a conflict now, everyone would definitely help him. It was better to wait until he beat him in the professional field. At that time, no one would be able to say anything about him, and he could use him as a stepping stone. It was the best of both worlds. Therefore, Fei Jingyu swallowed the anger in his heart and lowered his head to drink a mouthful of beer. Yan Qingqi thought that with his personality, he would quarrel with him. After all, Fei Jingyu gave him the feeling that he looked down on everyone present, including his girlfriend, Yu Ziming. He didn't expect him to endure it. Yan Qingqi was a little disappointed. He was ready to play the role of a pitiful little white flower with his increasingly excellent acting skills. However, Fei Jingyu backed down. Sure enough, was he not suitable to walk the path of a little white flower? Everyone drank. Because there were other attractions to visit today, they didn't stay for long and left the bar. Before leaving, the waiter gave Yan Qingqi a bottle of beer, saying that the boss asked him to give it to him. Yan Qingqi was very surprised. After thanking the waiter, he sincerely praised their bar. Then, he put the beer into his backpack and left. The group visited the attractions according to the previously planned route. Li Buozhong took photos of them with his mobile phone. The morning passed just like that. At noon, everyone had lunch at a nearby restaurant. While eating, they sighed that they finally didn't have to eat bread anymore. In the afternoon, they arranged to row boats. The 12 people were divided into 2 boats. Liu Mo took the lead and said that he wanted to be in the same boat as Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan. Mo Xiaoxiao also immediately said that she wanted to be in the same boat. However, as soon as she said me too, her words collided with Yu Xiaoyu's me too. In the team, Yu Xiaoyu was only 2 years older than Liu Mo. She had just graduated this year and was in the same management company as Wei Zhihong. She looked at Mo Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoxiao, I also want to be in the same boat as brother Jiang. Why don't you give it to me?" Mo Xiaoxiao had a good impression of Jiang Machan and Yan Qingqi because they had taken care of her and Zhang Ningwei during the test. In addition, because she had followed the two of them all the way, she and Zhang Ningwei had inexplicably gotten second place. Therefore, she was even more grateful to them. Previously, when Yan Qingqi and Fei Jingyu talked at the square, even Liu Mo could tell that Fei Jingyu was being sarcastic. How could Mo Xiaoxiao not be able to tell? Therefore, she was a little disgusted with Fei Jingyu. She felt that he was too pretentious and self-righteous. Because of this, she didn't really want to row with him. However, they were filming a show after all. Mo Xiaoxiao wasn't like Fei Jingyu. As long as there was popularity, it didn't matter if it was negative or negative. She was a B-list female celebrity and was one step away from becoming an A-list celebrity. Therefore, she cherished her reputation very much and didn't want too many negative comments about her. If she directly rejected Yu Xiaoyu, there would definitely be netizens who would think that she was bent on taking advantage of Jiang Machan and Yan Qingqi's popularity. Otherwise, how would she be able to do the test? It wasn't enough for her to stay with the two of them for 2 days. Now, she wanted to get together with them and didn't want to give anyone else a chance. Therefore, she smiled and said, "Okay." Zhang Ningwei looked up at her and didn't say anything. "You." Xiaoyu said happily, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoxiao." "You're welcome." Xianxia instantly felt a headache coming on. He had thought that he would be safer as long as he didn't team up with Fei Jingyu, but he hadn't expected Yu Xiaoyu to be so aggressive. At the critical moment, the boatman, who was sitting at the back of the boat, went to the front of the boat to help Yu Xiaoyu row the boat. He was probably afraid that something would happen if they quarreled on the boat, so the boatman let them go ashore after the boat docked. Yu Xiaoyu stood aside and sulked. Wei Zhihong shrugged helplessly at the others. Yan Qingqi asked Jiang Machin, "Do you think they still want to team up? What else can we do? The contract has already been signed. It's not like we have an elimination system." Yan Qingqi shook his head. "What's the point?" He lowered his voice and whispered in Jiang Machin's ear, "But the audience might like their team. After all, quarreling is also a hot topic." Jiang Machin looked at him. "Luckily, we don't need this kind of hot topic." "Right." Yan Qingqi was very glad. They waited for a while before Mo Xiaoxiao's boat arrived. Mo Xiaoxiao asked them, "How did you guys get here so quickly?" "We asked the boatman to help us," Yan Qingqi said evasively. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded. "Oh, I see." After rowing the boat, everyone strolled around the city center and prepared to go to the supermarket to buy some fruits, vegetables, and staple food to fill the fridge. Li Buozhong controlled the money and made a list before they arrived. Everyone bought according to the list and returned to their temporary residence. It was already 6 o'clock. Li Buozhong told them to rest and prepare dinner. However, most of them were embarrassed and suggested that they work together. Fei Jingyu frowned. His heart was filled with reluctance. He picked the simplest task, washing the vegetables. After washing the vegetables quickly and efficiently, he made an excuse that he was too tired and needed to rest. Then, he returned to his room. Yu Ziming was a little embarrassed. He explained to everyone that he was just a little straightforward, and he hoped that no one would misunderstand. Yan Qingqi thought to herself, "How is this a little straightforward? This is clearly a little hot-tempered." Wei Lan's temper was so straightforward. When Sun Sun asked him to wash the vegetables, he obediently sat on the small bench and washed them clean. How could he be like this? Yan Qingqi showed the vegetables in her hands to Jiang Machin. There was really no difference between the washed and unwashed dishes. Jiang Machin took the vegetables in his hand and went to the sink to wash them again. Yu Xiaoyu saw him from afar and took the opportunity to go to the sink with the vegetables in her hand. "Brother Jiang, you're washing vegetables too?" Jiang Machin replied with a "Hmm." Yu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "That's great. We can shower together." Jiang Machin looked up at her. Yu Xiaoyu smiled sweetly at him. Jiang Machin did not say anything. He lowered his head and continued to wash the vegetables. Yu Xiaoyu felt that he was a little cold, so she tried to liven up the conversation. "By the way, are you guys going to the lighthouse tonight?" "Let's go." "Is that so?" "That's great. I'll go too." Jiang Machin nodded calmly. It was within his expectations. "Then brother Jiang, remember to call me when you're leaving," Yu Xiaoyu reminded him. "Forget about me, I'll let Liamo call you." "Huh?" Yu Xiaoyu was not very willing. "Liamo is going to the lighthouse too." "Yeah." Yu Xiaoyu pouted subconsciously. "But I still want you to call me." "Jiang Machin, can I?" Yu Xiaoyu was very persistent. "Our rooms are not far away. It's also very convenient for you to call me, okay?" Jiang Machin felt that she really had the character of a rich missy. Compared to her, Zhang Ningwei's pampered childhood should be called delicate, Li Mo's pampered childhood should be called delicate, and Yu Xiaoyu's pampered childhood should be called spoiled. Therefore, Jiang Machin decided to change the situation and let the little princess Liamo, who was also pampered, face Yu Xiaoyu. He turned off the tap and walked to Li Buozhong, who was helping Liamo. He patted her shoulder and said, "I'll help Teacher Li cook. Can you help me wash the vegetables at the sink?" Yu Ziming sighed. "If it weren't for the fact that there are no more rooms, I'd rather move out. It's better than being mocked like this." Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei glanced at each other. They couldn't help but feel that Yu Ziming was really pitiful. Her boyfriend was an egomaniac, and now her roommate was a troublemaker. It was really too pitiful. When Jiang Machen saw that Yu Xiaoyu had left, he said calmly, "Continue cooking." He looked at Liu Mo and felt a little guilty. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you wash the vegetables." "I'm fine," Liu Mo said. "Who isn't a little princess? If we really get into a fight, I'm not afraid of her." After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Li Buozhong. "You're not allowed to care about her anymore." Li Buozhong sighed helplessly. At his age, he was still a little embarrassed to be talked about like that. However, Liu Mo didn't feel this way. She was an extrovert and had the fearlessness of a teenager. Yu Xiaoyu's words could only make her angry, but they couldn't make her feel embarrassed. Therefore, when she saw that her father didn't answer, she immediately asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? If you care about her again and say something nice to her, I won't talk to you anymore." Li Buozhong glanced at the camera. "Watch your words. What's there to be afraid of? Will Yu Xiaoyu's management company allow this to be broadcast? They'll definitely cut it out. Besides, even if it's broadcast, it doesn't matter. I'm not in the wrong, so I'm not afraid of anyone." When Li Buozhong and his generation of artists were filming, reality shows hadn't become popular yet. Therefore, he didn't know much about variety shows. He didn't understand the tricks of editing, the importance of character design, and the game between the management company and the program team. He was afraid that Liu Mo would say more and make more mistakes, so he could only say, I know. Hurry up and wash the vegetables. That's more like it." After Liu Mo finished speaking, he continued washing the vegetables. Jiang Machen saw Li Buozhong walking towards him. When Li Buozhong took out the pot, he whispered, "Mr. Li, you don't have to mind what she said." Li Buozhong smiled and nodded. "I know. Don't worry, I'm not taking it to heart." Hearing him say this, Jiang Machen lowered his head and was about to cut the vegetables. When Yang Xinhe, Yu Haoyuan, and Wei Zhihong finished washing the vegetables in the backyard and brought them back, they saw that there were only the 4 of them in the kitchen and 3 people in the living room. Where? Yu Haoyuan nodded. Yan Qingqi replied, "They went upstairs to rest." "When you're done, you can also go upstairs to rest for a while." Yang Xinhe didn't know how to cook, so he knew that there was no use for him to stay. He asked directly, "Really? Then I'll really go upstairs to rest." Yan Qingqi nodded. "Go ahead." Yang Xinhe patted Yu Haoyuan. Yu Haoyuan looked at Yan Qingqi. "I'll go upstairs too." "Okay." Yan Qingqi looked at Wei Zhihong. "If you're tired, you can also go and rest for a while." "What about you guys? We have to prepare dinner." Yan Qingqi asked him, "Do you want to cook with us?" Wei Zhihong waved his hand. "I only know how to cook egg fried rice. I don't know anything else." "Do you need me to cook egg fried rice?" "Not now. Let's wait for next time." "Then I'm going to sleep." After Wei Zhihong finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the kitchen. Li Buozhong was preparing to cook spaghetti, but Yan Qingqi felt that they should stir-fry the vegetables and make the spaghetti sauce first. After all, they didn't buy rice, so spaghetti was their only staple food. Li Buozhong agreed. Yan Qingqi asked him to rest for a while. He would stir-fry the vegetables first, and then he would cook the noodles. Li Buozhong didn't want to trouble him, so he said that he could stir-fry the vegetables himself. However, Yan Qingqi insisted. Jiang Machen also persuaded him, "Rest for a while. You must have slept very late last night." Seeing that they were insistent, Li Buozhong reluctantly agreed. In an instant, only the 2 of them were left in the kitchen. Jiang Machen was about to say something to Yan Qingqi, but before he could say anything, Mo Xiaoxiao ran into the kitchen and said to them, "We've peeled the fruit and cut it into pieces. We just need to mix it with a salad and it'll be ready to eat." Jiang Machen. "Okay." Mo Xiaoxiao saw that Yan Qingqi was chopping vegetables and Jiang Machen was stir-frying the spaghetti sauce. She couldn't help but say, "We ate quite a lot today." The 4 of them went out together. The bus hadn't stopped yet, so they took the bus all the way to the city center. The lighthouse was located at the Blue Sky Square in the city center. The lighthouse here wasn't a lighthouse used to guide the way at sea, but a lighthouse used to showcase lighting technology and create a romantic atmosphere for the city. When Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen arrived, there were already many people gathered around the lighthouse. He looked at it from afar and realized that the lighthouse's shape was actually more like the Eiffel Tower, but unlike the Eiffel Tower, it was slightly wider. Not far from the lighthouse, there were 4 circular fountains in 4 directions. The lighthouse wasn't lit up yet, and the fountains were still turned off, but the square was already filled with melodious music. Li Mo had done a guide before they came, so he reminded them, "We have to walk forward a little. It's best to stand in front and watch." She pulled Li Buozhong and wanted to walk forward, but Li Buozhong persuaded her to slow down as he followed her. Li Mo took 2 steps forward and saw that Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen weren't moving, so he went back to pull them. "We have to walk forward. You go ahead." Yan Qingqi said, "It's okay for a girl like you to squeeze forward, but it's not good for 2 men like us to do that. Especially since we're not short, we'll block other people." Li Mo nodded, thinking that what he said made sense. She thought about it and said in a very sacrificial manner, "Then I won't go to the front either. I'll just watch from here." "Let's watch together." Jiang Machen looked at her and said, "Little Mo, come here." Li Mo watched as Jiang Machen walked to the side and followed him with a confused expression. "What's wrong, big brother?" Jiang Machen gestured to the cameraman who was filming him and Yan Qingqi, asking him to point the camera at Yan Qingqi and not him. The cameraman had no choice but to turn the camera away. Jiang Machen looked at Li Mo and said gently, "Little Mo, do you want to watch the lanterns with me and your big brother Qingqi?" Li Mo nodded excitedly. "Of course I do." Jiang Machen said warmly, "No, you don't. Li Mo, do you understand?" Li Mo felt that she was crying in her heart. She cried in her heart and expressed that no, she wanted to. She really wanted to. Who didn't want to watch the lights with their idol? But on the surface, he could only nod. "I understand." Li Buozhong was explaining the structure and meaning of the lighthouse to Yan Qingqi. Before he finished, he saw Li Mo return. Li Mo tugged at him. "Let's go, Dad. Let's go to the front." Li Buozhong was puzzled. "Didn't you just say that we'll stand here and watch together?" Li Mo was especially cold. "That was me just now. I don't want to anymore." Li Buozhong was confused. Li Mo pulled his old father and walked forward. "Let's go, let's go. Let's go to the front." She sighed as she walked. They had been together for the whole day. Jiang Machen and Yan Qingqi definitely needed some private space. Moreover, she was their fan. How could there be no distance between a fan and an idol? Yan Qingqi watched as Li Mo pulled Li Buozhong away. She turned to Jiang Machen. "What did you say to Li Mo?" "I just wanted to help her understand her own thoughts. I didn't want her to miss out on the fun of coming out to play because of us." Yan Qingqi didn't believe him. "Is that so?" Li Mo was their fan. Yan Qingqi didn't believe that the 2 Prince Charming added together couldn't compare to the attraction of the lighthouse. Jiang Machen nodded sincerely. "Let's go over there." He pointed to a crowd gathering not far away. It looked more sparsely populated than where they were standing now. "But if Teacher Li and the others come back to look for us, will they be able to find us?" When Jiang Machen heard this, he looked prepared. He turned to the cameraman. "So I'll have to trouble you to wait for Teacher Li and the others here." The cameraman pointed to himself. "Me?" Yan Qingqi shook his head. He found it funny. "I didn't do this when I was learning to dance as a child. Now that I've grown up, I can't believe we're stepping on each other's feet and bumping into each other's heads. This shows that you've grown up." Yan Qingqi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the other dancers in the square had reached the end of their dance. Yan Qingqi hurriedly patted Jiang Machen. "Quick, I know how to do this. Let's try this." Jiang Machen glanced to his side and raised his arm high. Yan Qingqi took his hand and twirled him around. Then, he looked at Jiang Machen. "I don't know how to do the rest." "I know." Jiang Machen pulled him back into his arms. Yan Qingqi looked at him suspiciously. Jiang Machen looked at him and lowered his head to kiss him. Yan Qingqi thought to himself, "It's this trick again." As he thought this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. He gently bit Jiang Machen's lips and then gently responded to his kiss. When the music ended, they ended their kiss. Jiang Machen let go of him, took a step back, and bowed again. Thank you very much. It was a great dance. Xianxia thought that he was a little cute. He looked at him with a smile in his eyes and felt a little sweet in his heart. After the dance, the music and the fountain stopped. The people in the square gradually dispersed. He asked Jiang Machen, "Are we going back?" Jiang Machen nodded. "Otherwise, Teacher Li and the others will come looking for us in a while." Xianxia had just started to feel intimate with him. Now that he heard that they were going back, he thought that they had to pretend to be good friends again and couldn't be too intimate. It was rare that he couldn't bear to part with him. He sighed and opened his arms. "Come on, let's hug before we go back. Otherwise, we won't have another chance." Jiang Machen walked over and hugged him. He whispered, "Who says we won't have another chance? I'll be the one hugging you when we sleep at night. Then let go." "Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Machen looked at him. "You're already in my arms. How can I let you go?" Xianxia clicked her tongue. Profiteer. If he wasn't an unscrupulous businessman, how could he have the money to marry you? Don't worry, half of the unscrupulous businessman's assets are yours. Jiang Machen put an arm around his shoulder. Let's go back. When Xianxia and Jiang Machen went back, Li Mo and Li Buozhong were already waiting for them. Li Buozhong was relieved to see them back. "Where have you two been?" he asked. "There were too many people here just now, so I went to a place with fewer people," Xianxia said. Li Buozhong nodded. "Let's go back then." "All right." Li Mo followed Li Buozhong. When they passed by Jiang Machen, he asked him, "Did I perform well?" "All right." "Then can I add an autograph?" "Sure." "Yes." Li Mo was very happy. "I'll also perform well next time." She patted her chest and promised Jiang Machen. "Then I have high hopes for you," Jiang Machen said. Li Mo smiled and happily returned to Li Buozhong's side. Xianxia looked at him. "What kind of shady deal did you two make?" "Do you want to know?" Jiang Machen asked him. "Are you still trying to hide it from me?" "How would I dare?" "I'll tell you when we get back." "That's more like it," Xianxia whispered. "Time's up. Let the competition begin." The MC announced and everyone started moving. Xianxia watched as Xianxia and Yu Haoyuan rushed out. She looked up at Jiang Machen and asked, "Shall we run too?" Jiang Machen nodded and said, "Let's go." The two of them quickly ran out. Xianxia and Yu Haoyuan were running when they suddenly saw Xianxia and Jiang Machen overtake them. Xianxia looked back at them and smiled. "We'll be leaving first." Xianxia was stunned. How did they run so fast? Yu Haoyuan thought for a moment. This might be their ability. After all, they came in first in the test. Fei Jingyu saw Xianxia and Jiang Machen leading the way. He cursed them and ran away. Yu Ziming hurriedly followed him and ran forward with him. Led by them, the others also started running. Yu Xiaoyu watched as Wei Zhihong ran so far away in one breath. She was a little angry that he did not wait for her, but she was unwilling to call out to him. Hence, she mustered up her energy and ran towards him. Zhang Mingwei saw that her friends were all running so fast. She was so worried that she wanted to spend money to increase her physical strength. It was not that she did not work hard. It was just that she had not developed any athletic skills since she was young. Every time she ran 800 meters, it depended on the teacher's mood. If the teacher was in a good mood, she could barely pass. If the teacher was in a bad mood, she had to take endless makeup tests. Mo Xiaoxiao saw that she was frowning unconsciously and comforted her. "It's okay, Wei Wei. Don't be afraid. I've learned pottery before. It doesn't matter if we arrive a little later. Take your time. There's no rush." Zhang Mingwei instantly felt even more guilty. Why can't living people be like characters in games? As long as they are willing to spend money, they can buy anything they want. I have money. I'm willing to spend money just to improve my physical strength. Is this too much to ask? Mo Xiaoxiao laughed. It's not too much. It's a pity that you're not a character in a game. Spending money won't make you stronger. Give up, girl. The MC looked at their backs and said exaggeratedly in front of the camera, let's see which team will win the first match of the first episode of Best Partners. Let's wait and see. Xianxia and Jiang Machan arrived at the bus stop. They got on the bus and looked at the route on the mission card in their hands. Was looking at the route, they got on the bus. And looked at the route. Jiang Machan said. Xianxia nodded. He looked up and saw Xianxia and the others chasing after them. They waved desperately from behind the bus, wanting the bus to stop. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. He waved at Xianxia. Xianxia bent over and held his knees. He felt that he was really miserable. When they arrived at the city center, Xianxia and Jiang Machan followed the instructions on the mission card and reversed the bus. Then, they got off at Jenny Street. He looked around the shops and didn't see the Rose Garden Art Gallery written on the mission card. Xianxia looked at the passers-by. He walked in front of a blond young man with a backpack and asked him, "Do you know the Rose Garden Art Gallery?" The young man shook his head. He asked the girl who was standing next to him and waiting for the bus. The girl repeated his question and pointed him in the direction. Xianxia thanked her politely and looked at Jiang Machan beside him. We need to walk a little further. He looked at the variety of shops on the street in front of him and suggested to Jiang Machan eagerly, let's walk around. Otherwise, even if we arrive first, it will be meaningless if Fei Jingyu isn't there even after the painting is finished and the teacher has judged it. Okay. Jiang Machan agreed. It was rare for them to go abroad together. They were different from other people who came here specifically to film for the show. The two of them felt more like they were traveling at public expense. They had never been to this street before. It was not a bad idea to walk around and wait for Fei Jingyu on the way. If we had known, we wouldn't have run so fast just now, Jiang Machan said. That's different. Xianxia looked at him. If we didn't run so fast, we would have wasted all our time on the road. Where would we find the time to shop? Come, let's go in and take a look. Xianxia pointed at a shop. The two of them walked in together. It was a bookstore. There was a round table on the ground near the window, and young men and women were sitting on the chairs and reading. Xianxia and Jiang Machan looked at the books on the bookshelves and quietly left. They walked to the shop next door. It was an accessory shop. Xianxia wanted to go in, but Jiang Machan suddenly thought of something and pulled him back. Let's not go to this shop. Let's go next door and take a look. Xianxia was a little confused. Jiang Machan did not say anything and directly pulled him to the shop next door. Xianxia felt that he was acting strange and asked him, why didn't we go into the shop just now? Jiang Machan thought to himself, what other reason could there be? I was afraid that you would ask me about the ring or want to buy it. He was a little worried. Why was it only May? Why wasn't it June yet? He had waited for so long, but it was still not Xianxia's birthday. As he was thinking, he looked up and saw the name of the shop, Candy. Let's go. Jiang Machan turned Xianxia around and pushed him into the shop. I'll buy you some candy. Xianxia heard him and looked up to see the shop's name. He walked in happily. The owner of the shop was a young girl with a high ponytail and a white dress. When she saw them enter, she greeted them in Chinese. Xianxia looked at her and asked, are you from China? The girl smiled. Don't I look like a Chinese? You do. I'm just a little surprised to meet a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Xianxia looked at the drawing on the table for a while. After thinking for a while, he started to draw. He was very fast when he drew. Firstly, he often drew and was already familiar with it. Secondly, he had already thought of the whole picture before he started drawing. Not long after, Jiang Machan saw a girl appear on the drawing paper. Her head was slightly lowered, but her eyes were looking up, and she looked a little shy. Xianxia drew the girl's clothes and accessories according to the boss's drawing. Then, he started to draw the boy. The boy was obviously the one who had confessed. He looked at the girl in front of him nervously and expectantly. He clenched his fists and waited for her answer. After Yan Qingqi finished drawing the main characters, he added street lights to Jiang Machen's vertical lines. Then, he connected the horizontal lines together and made some adjustments. He drew a bench. He leaned closer to Jiang Machen and whispered, "Draw something on this piece of paper. Choose something you're good at." Jiang Machen was a little worried. After thinking for a while, he drew a swallow looking up at them on the ground where the boy and girl were standing. Yan Qingqi almost laughed out loud. However, as he looked at it, he found it familiar. Yan Qingqi recalled that the swallow that Jiang Machen drew was the swallow that he had asked him to draw for him when he came to visit. He said that he wanted to show it to Qi. Yan Qingqi looked at him. He didn't expect him to go back and practice it. He even drew it quite well. After Jiang Machen finished drawing the swallow, he felt that this was what he was best at. After all, in order to design the shape of the wedding ring, he had taken all the swallows that Yan Qingqi had drawn and made a copy on paper. It turned out that although this method was stupid, it was indeed effective. At least, he was now very good at drawing swallows. Therefore, Jiang Machen drew a standing swallow on the bench. He looked at Yan Qingqi and told him that he had tried his best. Yan Qingqi also knew that Jiang Machen was in the same situation as her singing. Basically, there was no way to save him. Therefore, she took the paintbrush and added some details. Just like that, the painting was finished. He looked at Fei Jingyu beside him. Seeing that he was still drawing, he took out another piece of paper and redrew a picture of a girl confessing to a boy. The girl pursed her lips and her eyes were wide open. The boy was a little surprised, but he couldn't help smiling. Jiang Machen didn't quite understand why he had drawn another one, and the boys and girls in this one looked different from the ones the shop owner had drawn. He asked Yan Qingqi, "What's this?" "Take precautions, just in case. Speak human language." Yan Qingqi looked at him helplessly. "It's better to be prepared. It's for face slapping." Jiang Machen still didn't understand. Didn't the shop owner already say the rules of the competition? Why did he draw another one? Moreover, he didn't follow the rules at all. However, Yan Qingqi didn't give him a chance to ask again. He raised his hand and said, "We're done." Fei Jingyu was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. He quickly lowered his head and drew the last two strokes. Not to be outdone, he said, "We're done too." The shop owner looked at the time and said in surprise, "Did you learn to draw before? You're so fast, aren't you?" "Yes." Fei Jingyu vaguely understood this sentence in English. He couldn't help but show off. "I've been learning to draw since I was in the 4th grade of primary school. I've also participated in some competitions and won some awards." "Oh." The shop owner exclaimed, "Then you must have drawn very well. Let me see yours first." The shop owner walked over and looked at the drawing paper on the table that he and Yu Ziming were sitting on. He picked it up. Fei Jingyu felt that his drawing was not bad. Although it was a little rushed in the end and he didn't have time to fill in some details, the overall quality was still very good. After the shop owner finished looking at his drawing, he put it down. "Not bad," he said. Fei Jingyu looked at Yan Qingqi proudly and replied, "Thank you." The shop owner didn't say anything. He turned around and walked over to Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi pushed the drawing he had drawn according to the request to the shop owner. The shop owner picked it up and looked at it carefully. Yan Qingqi waited for the shop owner's comment, but the shop owner didn't say anything. He looked up at the shop owner strangely. Fei Jingyu saw that the shop owner didn't say anything for a long time and felt that the shop owner was probably dissatisfied. Instantly, he felt that victory was in his hands. He looked at Yan Qingqi and deliberately said, "Why hasn't the shop owner said anything for so long? Is there a problem with your drawing? Brother Yan, if we evaluate it later and you don't pass, then we'll take our leave first. But didn't you just win the street painting competition 2 days ago? There shouldn't be a problem, right?" The last sentence was obviously sarcastic. Jiang Machen looked at him calmly. "The shop owner hasn't said anything yet. It's not your turn to talk." Fei Jingyu hurriedly put on an act and said, "Aren't I worried about you?" Yan Qingqi was about to tell him to save it when he heard the shop owner finally speak. The shop owner sighed and asked him, "How many years have you been learning to draw?" I forgot, Xianxia said. I started drawing when I was young. I can't remember the specific age, but I didn't learn professionally. He actually remembered that it was when he was 9 years old, 1 year after he was adopted. However, Jiang Machan was here. Xianxia didn't know if the original owner of this body knew how to draw when he was 9 years old, so he could only lie and say that he had forgotten. The shop owner nodded. You can draw like this without any professional training. You're very talented. He said, you draw very well. If I could draw like you back then I wouldn't have missed out on my girlfriend for 3 years. In order to secure first place, Xianxia and Jiang Machan took a taxi to the pizza restaurant. The host was already waiting for them. When he saw them, he immediately went up to them and said, Congratulations. You are first place on the first day of this episode of The Best Partners. Xianxia and Jiang Machan high-fived each other excitedly. They were very satisfied with this result. The host said, You can choose your favorite pizza now. Don't we have to wait for the others? Xianxia asked. According to past experience, there are always some people who finish very slowly, so you don't have to wait for them. After you finish your pizza, the rest of the time is yours. This was a pleasant surprise. Xianxia and Jiang Machan chose their favorite flavors according to the menu. They ate the cake while waiting for Uncle John to finish baking the pizza. Xianxia thought that they could walk around later. Jiang Machan also had the same idea. The two of them enjoyed their dinner happily. They picked up the cake and prepared to enjoy their free time. When they left, Liemo and Li Buizhong happened to arrive. Liemo asked in surprise, Are we second place? Yes, the host replied. Liemo jumped excitedly on the spot. Then he looked at Xianxia and Jiang Machan and asked, Are you guys leaving? Xianxia nodded and said, We've already finished eating. The host said that we can do whatever we want with the rest of the time. Liemo heard this and waved at them. I see. Goodbye then. Have fun. Okay. Xianxia could tell that she was deliberately trying to be cute. She couldn't help but smile. He and Jiang Machan left the pizza restaurant and walked around the nearby shops. They were worried that they would need money tomorrow, so they didn't buy anything. They took the bus back to the house they were temporarily staying at around 8 p.m. When they went back, they found out that the last place was not Wei Zhiheng and Yu Xiaoyu, but Fei Jingyu and Yu Ziming. Mo Xiaoxiao leaned over to Xianxia and whispered, Yu Ziming said that after you beat Fei Jingyu, he had a mental breakdown and it affected his performance. That's why he lost. Xianxia nodded and thought, then his psychological endurance is really weak. Victory and defeat are common in war. If he loses, he can just find a way to win it back. Why does he have to break down? However, on second thought, it made sense. A person like Fei Jingyu probably never considered the possibility of him losing. He had never taken him seriously. Now that he had slapped him in the face, he probably couldn't accept it. Xianxia didn't say anything and went upstairs with Jiang Machan. Before going to bed, they finished the rest of the cake. On the second day of the competition, there was no doubt that they came in first again. This time, after eating the steak at the steak restaurant as a reward, Xianxia and Jiang Machan used the remaining money to buy some small toys as a gift for the two children. The recording of Best Partners was different from the recording of other variety shows. He used a centralized recording method. After the first recording of the pilot and the first episode, everyone returned to China to rest for 3 days before the next recording. The next recording would have a total of 3 episodes, which would last until the end of May. Then, they would return to China to rest for 3 days. After the break, they would record the last 2 episodes. By the middle of June, they had finished recording. After the first recording, Xianxia and Jiang Machan bid farewell to everyone at the airport. Then, they got into the nanny van and returned to the company. This time, the program team booked a flight to land at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Machan had been away for a long time, so he had to deal with some urgent matters at the company first. He didn't ask Xianxia to wait for him. Instead, he asked him to go home and see the 2 children first. When Xianxia returned home, the house was very lively. Chi-Chi and Bo Yan were playing in the living room. The two of them were holding guns and shooting at each other. Xianxia looked at them from his mother's arms and applauded them. From time to time, he would throw his little ball between the two of them and laugh as he played with his two older brothers. Qiqi was about to give Bo Yan a fatal blow when he suddenly saw Yan Qingqi return. He immediately gave up on the final victory and ran to Yan Qingqi in surprise and hugged him. "Dad, you're back." Yan Qingqi hugged him and stroked his hair. "Yes, your father is back too. He's in the company now. You can see him tonight." "Really?" "Yes." Yan Qingqi rubbed his face. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do I feel that my little baby has become even cuter?" Qiqi heard this and his cat eyes curved into crescents as he smiled happily. Yan Qingqi let go of him and said, "Dad will go upstairs and put the things down first. I'll come down and play with you guys later." Qiqi nodded. "Okay." Bo Yan saw him looking over and said obediently, "Hello, Uncle Yan." "Hello," Yan Qingqi replied. "You guys continue to play." Jiang Machen's mother walked over to him with Yan Yan in her arms and asked him, "Is Xiaoma coming back tonight?" Yan Qingqi nodded and reached out to carry Yan Yan over. Yan Yan raised his chubby little hand and grabbed Yan Qingqi's collar. "Dad." Yan Qingqi hugged him and spun him around. Yan Yan giggled and waved his chubby little hand happily. Yan Qingqi thought he was cute and lowered his head to kiss him. Then he kissed Qiqi. Last year, because Yan Qingqi was pregnant, they didn't go out to celebrate Qiqi's birthday. Instead, they held a party at home and invited Qiqi's friends to join them. Qiqi had a lot of fun. The children chased after each other to put cake on each other's faces. In the end, they all became little kittens. This year, Yan Qingqi and Jiang Imo discussed. "Why don't we take him out to play? Qiqi doesn't want to go boating. Let's go to the amusement park. That way, he can go boating." "But Yan Yan can't go to the amusement park yet," Jiang Machen said. "We can go out with Qiqi first, then we can have dinner together. Qiqi's parents will definitely want to celebrate his birthday with him. We can ask your parents, my parents, Xingchen, and Qingxi to come over. That way, Yan Yan can also have dinner with us." "Okay, I'll tell the hotel in advance to decorate the venue." "Okay," Yan Qingqi said. When Qiqi went to school the next day, his classmates gave him a gift as soon as he arrived at the school gate. Qiqi then realized that his birthday was coming soon. Bo Yan saw his confused look and knew that he probably didn't realize that his birthday was coming. He knocked his head and said, "Little muddlehead." Qiqi wasn't angry. He asked him, "Yan Yan, where's the gift you prepared for me?" Bo Yan gave Qiqi a children's bicycle. He liked cars, so he felt that a bicycle was the best gift for his good friend. Bo Yan originally planned to give Qiqi a children's car, but Qiqi already had one, so he settled for the second best and bought a bicycle. To be honest, Bo Yan had originally chosen a motorcycle, but Bo Feng had rejected it. "This bike is so wild. It's more suitable for you to ride it. Qiqi is an obedient child and doesn't suit this style. Don't make other people's little soft candy into a little rock like you." Therefore, Bo Yan pointed at the motorbike lane and said, "Then buy this for me. You just said it's suitable for me. Good lad, you've even learned how to go with the flow." Bo Feng patted him on the shoulder. "You do have some of your dad's intelligence. Alright, I'll buy you one." Therefore, the smart Bo Yan bought Qiqi a birthday present and a new car for himself. In addition to giving Qiqi a bicycle, he also gave Qiqi a comic book that he had drawn. This was a habit that the two of them had developed ever since Qiqi gave him a comic book on his birthday. Qiqi happily accepted it and said to him, "You can come to my house to play when the time comes." "Yes." Bo Yan nodded. The other children also gave out their gifts and asked, "Qiqi, can we go too?" "Sure." Qiqi looked at them and smiled happily as she replied, "You can all come. We'll play together then." Everyone cheered and discussed what to play when the time comes. Yan Qingqi went to pick him up in the afternoon and saw him walking over with many other children. There were even school teachers beside him. Before Yan Qingqi could understand what was going on, Qiqi had already run up to him with a stuffed husky in his arms and said, "Dad, open the back door. I received a lot of gifts." Everyone helped me bring them over. That's amazing, Xianxia praised him as he opened the back door. Chi seems to be very popular with everyone. Chi was a little embarrassed and put the stuffed husky in his arms. The other children also ran over and put their gifts in. They had already given the gifts to Chi in the morning. However, because Chi could not carry so many gifts after school, he wanted to ask his father to come in and help him carry them. Therefore, they took the initiative to suggest, "We'll help you carry them down." Bo Yan's car was too heavy for the children to carry, so they asked the teacher to come over and help them carry it down. Xianxia would disguise himself properly before going out, so he was not afraid that the teacher would recognize him. He smiled and said to her, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chi is doing very well in school and gets along well with everyone. That's why everyone likes him. That's why he received so many gifts and can't carry them himself. Xianxia rubbed Chi hair and took him into his arms. The teacher put the car in the trunk. Bo Yan and the other children said goodbye to Xianxia, then waved goodbye to Chi and ran to their private car. Chi sat in the car and asked Xianxia, "Dad, can I invite my classmates over for my birthday?" "I've already promised them." Xianxia looked at his expectant face and replied, "Sure, but your father and I will take you out on your birthday. We'll have dinner with Grandpa, Grandma, Yan, and Auntie. So, can you ask them to come over tomorrow night to celebrate your birthday with you?" Chi thought for a moment and said, "Then I can celebrate my birthday in 2 days." He said in surprise. Xianxia thought that it was a good idea. He smiled and said, "Yeah, are you happy?" "Yes." Chi looked at him, hugged his arm, and leaned against him with a smile. After returning home, Xianxia told Jiang Machan about holding a birthday party for Chi at home tomorrow. Chi called Bo Yan and asked him to come over tomorrow night for his birthday party. Bo Yan looked for the class monitor and asked him to inform the other students. After spending Chi birthday with her, Xianxia and Jiang Mo were about to start their second recording. Chi was still in a state of excitement after his birthday, so he couldn't bear to see them leave. Xianxia hugged him and coaxed him for a long time. He promised that they would be back in 10 days. Chi reluctantly agreed. He counted with his fingers and pointed at the calendar, waiting for them to come back. In order to divert his attention, Mother Jiang kept teasing him with Yan. Chi couldn't take it, so he started playing with Yan. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Xianxia and Jiang Machan returned, they realized that their eldest son had long forgotten about their reluctance to leave and was playing happily with their youngest son. One ran quickly in front, while the other crawled behind him. Both of them were laughing so hard that their eyes could not be seen. Seeing that they had returned, Chi changed his direction and threw himself into Xianxia's arms. Yan chased after him and crawled over as well. He sat on the carpet and stretched out his hands to ask for a hug. Jiang Machan picked him up. Yan waved his hands happily in his arms and babbled. Jiang Machan picked him up and weighed him. Yan found this kind of up and down game very interesting. He hugged him and laughed out loud. He called him intimately, "Daddy." The two of them stayed at home for another 3 days before leaving to participate in the last recording of Best Partners. At the end of the recording, Xianxia could tell that Xiaoyu was indeed a grown-up. Since the second recording, she had deliberately restrained her willfulness. Even if she wanted to throw a tantrum sometimes, she forced herself to endure it. During the third recording, Xiaoyu even took the initiative to help others. Liamo was so scared that he jumped behind her old father, wondering if he was blind. In the last episode, the production team recorded it very emotionally. No matter what the relationship between the guests present was, they were all portrayed as good friends. After the recording, the other guests and the program crew flew back to China. Jiang Machan didn't go with them because of personal reasons. Xianxia naturally stayed as well. "Aren't you in a hurry to go home?" Xianxia asked. "There's no hurry," Jiang Machan said. "Anyway, you and I haven't taken on any new jobs, and we have nothing to do when we go back. Why don't we stay here for a few more days?" Xianxia felt that what he said made sense. "Then let's play for 2 more days. Anyway, there are no cameras following us now. We can go wherever we want." We won't be restricted. Yes. Jiang Machan looked at the map on the tablet and chose a small island. He said to Yan Qingqi with great interest, let's go there. Let's go see the sea. Okay, I haven't been to the beach for a long time. If the children are here, we can build a small castle with them. Although the children aren't here, I'm here. You can build a small castle with me, Jiang Machan suggested. Yan Qingqi looked at him and said sadly, classmate Jiang, at your age, a small castle is no longer suitable for you. You hurt my feelings, classmate Yan. Yan Qingqi smiled and sat next to him. But I can lie on the deck chair with you, bask in the sun, drink, and look at beautiful women. Look at what? Jiang Machan asked him. Yan Qingqi immediately changed his words. Look at you, drink and look at you. That's more like it, Jiang Machan said with satisfaction. Yan Qingqi felt that his jealous look was quite interesting. He leaned against him and accompanied him to watch the scenery of the island on the tablet. The two of them took a car and transferred to a boat to the island. Yan Qingqi looked at the endless sea in front of him and felt a lot more relaxed. Jiang Machan checked in. The two of them put down their luggage and went to the beach to play. For some reason, there was no one else on the island or in the hotel. Yan Qingqi was a little puzzled. Is this place very remote? Or is it the off-season? Why is there no one here? Jiang Machan shook his head. Who knows? Could it be that we're on an island that we're not supposed to be on? Yan Qingqi looked at him. Jiang Machan said helplessly, it's broad daylight. Can you not scare yourself? I just think it's a little strange, don't you think? I think it's pretty good. It's just the two of us. I'm very satisfied. Yan Qingqi felt that he was really blinded by love. He only wanted to spend time with the two of them and didn't care about anything else. But it didn't matter. He thought that he would deal with whatever came his way. He was not weak, and Jiang Machan had the halo of a protagonist. Even if they were on an island that they were not supposed to be on, it should be fine. Well, as long as you think it's good. Let's go. I'll accompany you to build a small castle. Although he said that, they were adults after all. Neither of them really built a small castle. Instead, they played in the sea. Although there were few people on the island, there were many activities that should be done, such as surfing, skydiving, underwater diving, and so on. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan didn't miss any of them. They were so excited that they even went on 2 more trips. Now I think there are benefits to having fewer people. Yan Qingqi walked to the shore while pushing his wet hair back. He looked at Jiang Machan and said with a smile, with fewer people, this island feels like it's owned by the two of us. We can play the activities that we like a few more times. Now you're not worried that you're on an island that you're not supposed to be on? Jiang Machan teased him. Yan Qingqi said with a smile, aren't we already on the island? What's the use of worrying? It's better to enjoy the blue sky and clear water. Done. Yan Qingqi put on the short-sleeved shirt and looked at Jiang Machan. He pointed at his clothes and asked, do you like it? Jiang Machan nodded. Yes. He held Yan Qingqi's hand and they stood in front of the mirror and looked at each other. Their short-sleeved shirts were similar. They were both white, but Yan Qingqi's shirt had a string of stars on the shoulder, while Jiang Machan's shirt had a swallow on it. Yan Qingqi looked at the very familiar swallow. You designed the short-sleeved shirt, right? Smart. Yan Qingqi pointed at the swallow on his shirt. It's too obvious. That's the effect I wanted. But why is there a star on my shirt instead of a house? Yan Qingqi was confused. According to Jiang Machan's meaning, there should be a house on his shirt. What Machan meant was the location of the North Star. So, the house belongs to your fans and the North Star belongs to you. Yan Qingqi was shocked. Then I'm special? You're not special. Don't you know that? Yan Qingqi couldn't help but smile and reach out to hold his hand. Does it look good? Jiang Machan looked at their clothes in the mirror and asked him. Yan Qingqi nodded and closed his eyes. It looks good. I wanted to wear this with you when we were in Country E. Thank goodness you didn't. Otherwise, your fans would have gone crazy when the show aired. Even if I didn't wear it, they would have been shocked. Yan Qingqi thought about their interaction and could only feel sorry for Sister Xiaojiao and himself for a second. Let's go. Jiang Machan had seen enough and pulled him out. Let's go outside. The two of them went downstairs together and returned to the beach. At this time, the sun was about to set. The golden afterglow was projected on the blue sea, making the entire sea look like a warm satin that was gradually changing colors. Yan Qingqi looked at the sea and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Yes. Yan Qingqi turned to look at him. We've watched the sunrise and sunset together now. Jiang Machan reached out and hugged him. Yan Qingqi leaned against him and sighed. It's like life, he said. From the beginning to the end, we've seen the beginning and the end. What are you thinking about? Jiang Machan lowered his head and looked at him. How old are you? You still have a long life ahead of you. It's just one day. The sun will rise again tomorrow. Yan Qingqi smiled. Then let's watch the sunrise together tomorrow. Sure, Jiang Machan said. Yan Qingqi held Jiang Machan's hand and walked along the beach. The sea breeze blew. Although it couldn't blow away the humidity in the air, it brought a trace of coolness. Yan Qingqi looked at the beach and the sea in front of him, as well as the sun that hadn't set yet. He felt peaceful. Let's take a picture, he said. It's such a beautiful scenery. It'd be a shame if I didn't take a picture. Jiang Machan didn't object. He took out his phone and took a selfie of the two of them. After taking the picture, the two of them continued walking. The sky gradually darkened. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan were walking and chatting when they suddenly heard a whoosh. He looked up and saw a firework exploding in the sky. It exploded into a rain of fireworks and fell into the sea. Yan Qingqi hurriedly pulled Jiang Machan. Fireworks. Jiang Machan looked at him with a smile. He nodded gently and looked up at the sky with him. After the first firework rain, a second and a third firework rain of different colors exploded in the sky and fell into the sea like shooting stars. Then came the star-shaped fireworks of different sizes. They brightly decorated the sky like jewels. Yan Qingqi's sharp eyes saw a spoon-shaped object in the sky on the right. Is that the Big Dipper? He asked. Jiang Machan nodded. Yes. The two of them walked along the beach under the lights for a while before returning to the hotel to have dinner. The moment they entered the hotel, Yan Qingqi saw a sea of stars. In the pitch-black hotel, heart-shaped candles were arranged to form a heart shape. The hotel's trees were decorated with fireworks, meteor sticks, and star lights. The warm light bulbs flickered, and the sound of a piano drifted over from afar. Yan Qingqi turned to look at Jiang Machan. Is this what you said you had to deal with at the front desk? Jiang Machan smiled and pulled him over the candles to the dining room. The dining room had already been decorated. It was a sea of blue and white roses. When Yan Qingqi walked past the sea of flowers, he casually picked a white rose and sniffed it. It smells good. Jiang Machan led him to the dining table and sat him down. The candlelight danced on both sides of them, illuminating the two of them. The waiter pushed a cake over and placed it between the two of them on the table. Jiang Machan looked at Yan Qingqi. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Yan Qingqi looked at the cake in front of him. It was square and seemed to be chocolate-flavored. There was a layer of chocolate crumbs and 2 sugar figurines on top of the cake. Yan Qingqi reached out and took the sugar figurines. He looked at them carefully and felt that they were probably made according to his and Jiang Machan's design. He asked, "Do you want to eat this too?" "You can keep it if you want." "Then I'll keep it." Yan Qingqi placed the sugar figurines on the plate and clasped his hands together seriously as he made a wish. His wish wasn't big. He hoped that his family would always be healthy and happy. He also hoped that he and Jiang Machan would always be happy. After making his wish, Yan Qingqi blew out the candles. He picked up the cake knife and cut the cake in front of him into 2 pieces. He passed one piece to Jiang Machan and kept the other piece for himself. He took a fork and took a bite. Jiang Machan asked him, "Is it good?" Yan Qingqi nodded. "Not bad." Jiang Machan smiled. "You guessed wrong about one thing." "What?" Yan Qingqi put down her fork and looked at him. Jiang Machan said gently, the decoration of the hotel is not what I just did with the receptionist. The cake in front of you is. Yan Qingqi was a little surprised. When did you learn how to make cakes? When I planned all of this. You've really impressed me. Yan Qingqi sighed. When I first met you, you didn't know how to do anything. Now, not only do you know how to cook, but you also know how to bake cakes. You're really amazing. Jiang Machan lowered his head and smiled, saying nothing. Not long after, the waiters pushed the main dishes in. Jiang Machan said regretfully, I wanted to make these for you, but I didn't have time, so I only made a cake for you. It's good enough that you only made a cake. Yan Qingqi was very satisfied. If you spend all your time cooking, who will accompany me to watch the sea? Besides, Yan Qingqi looked at him. You still have a lot of time. You can take your time to cook for me. You'll get to eat it sooner or later. Jiang Machan had always liked his gentleness and thoughtfulness. He nodded gently and said, okay. Yan Qingqi looked at the decoration of the restaurant and thought about the decoration of the hotel and the beach. He felt that Jiang Machan must have spent a lot of time and effort designing and rehearsing. This degree of painstaking effort made him feel a little touched, but also felt that it was not easy. He picked up the red wine and clinked glasses with Jiang Machan. Come on, let's have a toast to celebrate my birthday today and your successful proposal today. Jiang Machan picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with him. I have a gift for you. What is it? Yan Qingqi asked him. Jiang Machan asked the waiter to bring it up. It was a flat rectangular box with a very beautiful packaging. Yan Qingqi took it and wanted to open it on the spot, but Jiang Machan stopped him. You can open it when we go back to the room, Jiang Machan said. Yan Qingqi heard this and put the box on the table beside him. He asked in confusion, what gift? It's so mysterious. Yan Qingqi chuckled. Then I promise you, he said. Actually, I'm not very willing to share the fruits of other people's labor. I like to do my own things. I decide the outcome of the victory and defeat by myself. However, you're more important than my preferences, so I'm willing to change for you. I'm willing to share the fruits of your efforts and walk forward with you. No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side and support you. Jiang Machan leaned close to his forehead. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jiang. However, he said softly, if one day you have a career that you want to develop, you can let me know. I won't restrict you to Nanjing. I'll let you do whatever you want. Yan Qingqi laughed when he heard that. Then it's probably very simple. Until now, what I want to do the most, other than acting well and getting awards, is to finish my sketchbook properly. When Chi-Chi grows up and passes the age where she likes to read paintings, I'll show it to Yan-Yan. Then, when Yan-Yan grows up, I'll stop painting. When that time comes, I hope I'll be able to copy it. Jiang Machan looked him up and down. Then you'll have a difficult task. You're not short. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. If I can't do it, I'll wait for half of it. Jiang Machan couldn't help but laugh. How can you change it so casually? Anyway, it's my idea. I have the final say. Jiang Machan stood up with a smile. He opened the drawer and took out a dark blue rectangular gift box. I prepared another gift for you. To be honest, I didn't know if you would like the shares of Nanjing, so I prepared a backup plan. Yan Qingqi raised his left hand and showed him the ring. I always thought that this was today's gift. This is a proposal ring. How can it be considered a gift? Yan Qingqi reached out and took the gift box from him. What is it this time? As he asked, he opened the gift box directly, but he was stunned. Inside the gift box was a watch. It was different from the watch he had given Jiang Machan back then. This one was more fashionable. The blue dial had a faint silver light, and the surface was inlaid with a star-shaped sapphire. There was a kind of low-key luxury in it. Yan Qingqi took out the watch and said, I like this one. It looks nice. Jiang Machan took it and put it on his wrist. I'm glad you like it. If that's the case, my birthday this time was really worth it. I received so many gifts. Jiang Machan looked at him with a smile. Yan Qingqi held his hand and said, if you continue like this, I'll feel the pressure on your birthday this year. There's no need. Jiang Machan said, whether it's the proposal or the ring, I owe you. You don't need to give me these. You just need to celebrate my birthday with me. Is the requirement so low? The premise is that you must be there. This requirement isn't low. Yan Qingqi looked at him and smiled unconsciously. I've always been there for your birthdays in the past 2 years. So you must be there in the future. Yan Qingqi nodded. He was in a good mood and couldn't help but want to be intimate with Jiang Machan. He took his hand and kissed him. Jiang Machan hugged him and kissed him at the same time. The two of them looked at each other with smiles in their eyes when they separated, and then they kissed again. In the end, they rolled onto the bed. It was a natural thing. Yan Qingqi even felt that it was probably because the atmosphere was so good that the two of them didn't want to end this time. They hugged each other for a long time before finally going to take a shower. He lay in Jiang Machan's arms and talked to Jiang Machan while kissing. He felt tired but comfortable. In the end, he couldn't help but hug Jiang Machan and fall asleep in his gentle whispers. Yan Qingqi always woke up earlier than Jiang Machan. However, when he woke up and looked at the time on his phone, he didn't know how much time had passed before sunrise. Yan Qingqi accepted this fact very calmly. He even sighed with emotion that it was so easy for people to fall. However, he didn't care about falling. He thought to himself in despair. It was only for one day anyway. Therefore, Yan Qingqi continued to lie in Jiang Machan's arms with a clear conscience and looked at the ring on his finger. When Jiang Machan woke up in the morning and saw that he was still in his arms, he said habitually, "Good morning." Then he kissed him. Yan Qingqi didn't dodge and let him kiss him on the cheek. Jiang Machan wanted to kiss him again. Yan Qingqi quickly reached out to resist, but Jiang Machan held him tightly. The two of them laughed and played around on the bed for a while. In the end, Jiang Machan kissed him on the lips, but they didn't kiss. He just smiled and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Yan Qingqi looked at him and felt a little helpless. Jiang Machan held him in his arms and asked him, "Are you hungry?" Yan Qingqi shook his head. "Then let's lie down for a while. We'll go down for breakfast later." "There's no breakfast. It's lunch." Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan stayed on the island for a total of 4 days. During the day, they played on the beach and went back to the hotel to sleep at night. While lamenting how they wasted their time, they were very happy and satisfied. Yan Qingqi finally saw the sunrise. On the morning of the 3rd day, he leaned against Jiang Machan and watched the sun rise slowly from the sea. He felt satisfied and happy. He turned to look at Jiang Machan. The sunrise on the sea is really different from the sunrise on the mountain. Yes. But they're both very beautiful. Yes. It's good to have a vacation, Yan Qingqi said lazily. I want to stay on vacation forever. I want to go on my honeymoon now. When the time comes, we can arrange for a longer honeymoon. Okay, when the time comes, we'll free up some time and go out to have fun. We can choose a few more countries and go to a few more places. We can also go to the country, from the country to overseas. Yes. You say that. I really want to go now. Yan Qingqi looked at him. Then let's make it public as soon as possible. Then we can get married as soon as possible and go on our honeymoon as soon as possible, Jiang Machan suggested. Yan Qingqi rejected. Let's do it step by step. It's good for me and for you. Jiang Machan hugged him and let out a long sigh. I hope my fans can understand your good intentions. He looked at Yan Qingqi. Only you. If it were someone else who married me, I'm afraid they wouldn't have waited until now and would have made it public long ago. Only you consider the feelings of your fans every day. You're not in a hurry at all. That's why they're not suitable for you. Yan Qingqi smiled. You're such a big celebrity, and you're not a small-time celebrity. If you make it public without giving any notice, how can your fans accept it? There might be some extreme reactions. When that happens, society will criticize you for chasing celebrities. Why bother? We're already together. What can't we wait? Why do we have to be in a hurry? Why not give each other some time so that they can accept it better and I can also achieve some results? It's the best of both worlds. Why not? If it weren't for the fact that I don't want you to be labeled as me no matter what you do in the future, I would have made it public long ago. Jiang Machin said honestly, that time, you suddenly appeared on my birthday. When I asked the director for leave, I wanted to tell him that my lover was here. But when the words were about to come out of my mouth, the WeChat message I sent out in the end was that my family was here. At that time, I thought that one day, I would tell everyone about our relationship, after you have your own achievements. Yan Qingqi smiled. You're talking as if I've already achieved something. There will be. Jiang Machin was very certain. There will always be. I believe in you. I also believe in myself, Yan Qingqi said without any modesty. Jiang Machin kissed his forehead, pulled him into his arms, and continued to watch the sun rise quietly with him. When they left, Yan Qingqi was still a little reluctant. He sat on the boat and watched the hotel slowly disappear and the island gradually disappear. Suddenly, he said, this time, you spent a lot of money, right? Jiang Machin didn't say anything. He just smiled slightly. It was worth it, Yan Qingqi commented. I'm praising you. I thought you would think that it was too wasteful. That's not my philosophy, Yan Qingqi said confidently. I'm not a thrifty person. Making money is to improve the quality of life. You're so rich, of course you have the capital to waste. Besides, didn't we have a lot of fun? This money was well spent. Jiang Machin nodded. I think so too. After saying goodbye to the private island and returning home, Jiang Machin didn't stay for long. He had to leave for a month because of a movie that he had accepted previously. It won't be long this time. I'm just helping out with an important supporting role. I'll be back soon, Jiang Machin said to Yan Qingqi as he packed his luggage. Okay, go ahead. I don't have much to do recently, so I can accompany the child and wait for you to come back. Yan Qingqi helped him pack his daily necessities and patted him. Good luck. Do your best. Jiang Machin kissed him and said gently, okay. Yan Yan had been very interested in sports recently. However, due to the limitations of his age and body, he could only exercise by crawling all over the floor. Mother Jiang was afraid that he would bump into something, so she wrapped the edges of the furniture in the house and covered the floor with a carpet. Jiang Machin and Yan Qingqi were packing when they saw Yan Yan crawling in, followed by Qi who was playing with him. Qi saw them packing their luggage and asked them, are you going out again? Yan Qingqi took Yan Yan into his arms and said to Qi, only your father is going out. I'm not going out. I'll stay at home with you. Qi sat down beside him and asked Jiang Machin, when will your father come back? In a month. Jiang Machin touched his head. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machin were the main focus of this variety show, so the production crew knew to give them as much screen time as possible. The netizens thought that since they were partners, based on their age and status, Jiang Machin should be the one to lead and Yan Qingqi should listen to him. But when the show was aired, it was the opposite. Yan Qingqi was the one who led the way, Yan Qingqi was the one who decided to stay, Yan Qingqi was the one who set up the tent, grilled the fish, and even raised the flag. Jiang Machin was only responsible for calling Yan Qingqi to say that he was right. This script was not right. Is the production crew crazy? Why is Yan Qingqi the lead? Did they spend so much money to invite Jiang Machin just to be the supporting actor? What are you talking about? What do you mean by supporting? President Jiang is clearly just gently agreeing. Is there a difference? Maybe it's better? Don't go off topic. Is this what we're talking about? What's there to talk about? Is the original poster brainless? Do you think the production crew would be stupid enough to give Yan Qingqi a script for the main role and let Jiang Machin act as the supporting actor? Did Yan Qingqi save the director? Yes, Yan Qingqi saved the director. Is Jiang Machin's team stupid? Would they agree to such a script? It's obvious that there is no script. Yan Qingqi is good at this, so he took the lead. Jiang Machin is not good at this, and they have a good relationship. That's why he cooperated with Yan Qingqi the whole time. I agree with the original poster. Jiang Machin is rumored to be a rich man whose family owns a mine. If he doesn't act, he will go home and inherit his family business. He probably only hikes the mountains for tourist attractions. It's normal that he is not familiar with such deep mountains. That's right. Look at Xianxia's operation and analysis. He really knows how to navigate and set up a tent. Look at his speed. It's obvious that he's done it before. Look at Jiang Machen's movements. He definitely hasn't done this kind of work before. It's normal that he hasn't done it before. Does your son even have a tent? He probably hasn't even washed the dishes yet. Xianxia looked at it and replied in her heart that it was quite clean. It was just that she didn't like to wash it, so she didn't wash it often. Speaking of which, don't you think the two of them have quite a tacit understanding? It's more than a tacit understanding. It was a little sweet. I originally thought that since their identities were quite different, and they hadn't known each other for a long time, they would be polite to each other, and Xianxia would be a little more restrained. But in the end, it was over. All. Nothing. Yes. The two of them are really good friends. They get along very naturally. Yes. It's very natural. Moreover, Jiang Machen really dotes on Xianxia. He basically grants her every request. Stop talking to the person above. You're going to get the wrong idea. Shoo, let's be quiet. Xianxia. Stop being quiet. You guys have already posted on the forum. What's there to be quiet about? Xianxia exited the forum and went to Weibo to take a look. He saw that the City CP group, which he hadn't followed for a long time, was actually full. The CP fans in the group were passionately discussing. Did you guys see the part where she ate the fish? President Jiang ate it from Xianxia's hand. It's as if Xianxia fed President Jiang. Oh my god, I feel like I really ate it. Moreover, Xianxia only gave 1 or 2 bites to the others, but left the most for President Jiang. A marshmallow, sisters, isn't the most exciting part of this scene that Xianxia bit herself where President Jiang bit her? That's equivalent to an indirect kiss. You guys are actually studying who ate more and who ate less. Is that the main point? Ha ha ha, Sister Marshmallow is still the sharpest. And the part in the river. What kind of heavenly love is this? It's so sweet. The last time I saw this scene was in an idol drama. Our Xianxia and President Jiang's looks are the standard for idol dramas. Yes, I saw that many friends on Weibo's homepage are praising this pair. Looks are justice indeed. The same Weibo, the same homepage. Didn't you guys notice that #CityCity #trending has risen all the way to the top 3? There are so many new fans who have joined. So amazing? Yes, there are new fans who have joined ever since the show was leaked. After tonight's broadcast, a large number of new fans have joined. Some even asked for tutoring. Ha 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 ha, is our spring finally here? Let's go, City. Indeed, it was as the CP fans had hoped. After the trailer for Best Partners was released on Seattle-based video the next day, the City CP fans welcomed another round of explosive growth. The term Jiang Machen Xianxia once again became the trending topic and soared to the top. Even City entered the top 10 trending topics. Many details in the trailer were dug out. Catching fish, fighting in the water, roasting fish, feeding fish, and whispering to each other were all screenshots taken frame by frame. The public square was filled with the screams of City girls. Where's the producer? Where's the director? Where's the crew? Can you please film a domestic idol drama based on their looks? The most beautiful aspect of love is to play with you, laugh with you, and gently support your every decision. So sweet. The sweetest CP I've been chasing this year. City must be real. I believe it. Xianxia turned to look at Guanmei. Did you notice when the ring fell out? Guanmei shook her head and looked at the necklace and ring on his neck. It's quite nice. Did you buy it? If I really bought it, it would be easy. Huh? Guanmei didn't understand. Xianxia was a little worried. There were so many cis cannons just now. Could they have taken a picture? What should he do if he really managed to capture it? Without hesitation, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Machen. I accidentally revealed my ring just now. Be careful of yours. You mustn't let anyone see it. Jiang Machan had just finished filming and was resting in his chair when he saw the message. He replied, okay. Forget it. You should take it off. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you accidentally reveal it. Jiang Machan? I apply to reserve the right to wear the ring. Your application is invalid. Rejected. Yan Qingqi was very cold. If you want to wear it at home. Don't wear it outside. Is it that strict? Yan Qingqi explained to him. The main thing is that even if it's hanging on the necklace, it might still be exposed. Now that mine has been exposed, if yours is exposed too, it'll be too obvious. Do you want to announce it in advance? Jiang Machan sighed secretly. Of course, he was willing to announce it in advance. But then, all their efforts would be in vain. Okay, I got it. I'll take it off in a while. Okay. The plane is about to take off. I'll switch off my phone first. Talk to you when I get back. Okay. Yan Qingqi thought for a while. In order to comfort him, he sent him a kissing emoji before switching off his phone. He leaned back in his chair and thought to himself. If only one ring was exposed, it shouldn't be a problem, right? However, the direction of the situation was beyond his expectations. Yan Qingqi even thought that this batch of netizens was too outstanding. What pairs of eyes did they have? Piercing eyes. It all started when Sis Cannon posted a picture of the airport on Weibo. Just as Yan Qingqi had expected, they had indeed taken a picture of the ring hanging around his neck. Since the main body of the ring was in the shape of a swallow, Sis Cannon even gave it a close-up with the caption, "So cute." Soon after, the second episode of Best Partners was aired. This episode was about the competition between the 6 teams. In the previous episode, the production team had edited out Fei Jingyu's provocative words and Yu Xiaoyu's tantrum in the kitchen. They only kept the part where Yu Xiaoyu was angry while rowing the boat. Although it still caused a lot of dissatisfaction, because everyone's focus was not on her, it was over after they scolded her. This episode began with a painting competition between Yan Qingqi and Fei Jingyu. It was the same project, but a different combination. It was inevitable that everyone would want to compare the two. With this comparison, the gap between them could be seen. F***ck, Yan Qingqi is really good. He was already very good in the previous episode. This episode is even better. Fei Jingyu can't do it. Previously, his fans kept selling his image as the Prince of Painting. They even said that painting was Fei Jingyu's strength. I was still waiting for him to beat Yan Qingqi. Why is he being beaten by Yan Qingqi instead? Beat Yan Qingqi? Are you serious? In my impression, Yan Qingqi has always been the one crushing others when he participates in variety shows. No one has ever beaten him. Yeah, he's like a human cheat. It's a little fun to watch him for a long time. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who doesn't like Fei Jingyu's attitude towards Yu Ziming? They don't look like a couple at all. They're not even as accommodating as Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan next door. No matter what Yu Ziming draws, Fei Jingyu doesn't think it's appropriate. He only lets her draw a few strokes and then doesn't let her draw anymore. In comparison, Yan Qingqi even took the initiative to let Jiang Machan draw a few times. He's smiling the entire time and is especially gentle. Speaking of President Jiang, I just want to ask, did I fast forward? Jiang Machan was only responsible for drawing straight lines the entire time? What are you talking about? It's obviously a street lamp and a bench. The pole of the street lamp and the bench. 666, President Jiang is amazing. Enough. Does President Jiang not care about his face? Our President Jiang clearly drew 2 little swallows. Can't you see such cute swallows? I beg the person above to stop talking about swallows. Otherwise, it's me. I can't help but think dirty when I see swallows. Wait, this swallow looks really familiar. I think I've seen it before. Did Yan Qingqi wear it before? I don't care, I'm kowtowing. Director Jiang, although I only know how to draw straight lines, for you, I'll draw your surname. I don't care about anything else, but I'm sure Director Jiang likes Qingqi. Yeah, why didn't Qingqi wear the ring on his finger openly? Why did he wear it on a chain to hide it? There must be something special about the ring and he's afraid we'll find out. Director Jiang must have given it to him. Maybe Director Jiang has one too, but he hasn't revealed it yet. Maybe this ring is a pair. Previous poster, stop talking. This scene is too beautiful, I don't even dare to think about it. I can't sleep at night just thinking about it. F***ck. Sweet. I'm dead, you don't have to save me. It doesn't matter if Director Jiang has a ring or not, the swallow that Director Jiang drew is real. Anyway, what's in my mouth is my candy. No one can take it away, and I won't accept any rebuttals. Yeah, Ching Ching is locked, I'll swallow the key. Sob sob sob, today is also a day where I shed tears for Ching Ching Ching. Jiang Machan and Yan Qingqi were currently recording the show. Although their intention was to pave the way for the public release and attract CP fans, neither of them expected that Ching Cheng's popularity would soar with the broadcast of the show. After 3 episodes, it became a hot CP, and it even felt like a biological invasion. Seeing that more and more CP fans were becoming more and more ostentatious, Sister Smallhouse finally couldn't sit still. She was afraid that if she didn't do something, the fire wouldn't be able to be suppressed. Therefore, on the 4th episode of the show, she finally went on stage to confront the CP fans. She hoped that the CP fans wouldn't think too much and think that Jiang Machan and Yan Qingqi were just friends. However, the CP fans of Ching Ching were no longer the CP fans who couldn't fight back. After 4 episodes of the show and the introduction video, the CP fans of Ching 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 were the trend. When the CP fans attacked them, they attacked back angrily and questioned Sister Smallhouse. Did they say that they weren't friends? Do we really expect them to get married? It's cute when 2 people get along well. Is there a need to be so cute? It's obviously sweet, so why can't they say it? Didn't Director Jiang take the initiative to approach them? Didn't Director Jiang take the initiative to give them shoulders? It's not like we're making things up. We're just eating our candy. What does that have to do with you? Sister Pure Pink, you're being too nosy. If you're so capable, you should tell Mr. Jiang not to be in the same group as Yan Qingqi, not to talk to Yan Qingqi, and not to have any contact with Yan Qingqi. If you're not so capable, then everyone should mind their own business and mind their own business. As the saying goes, it's useless to say anything when you don't see eye to eye. Not long after, the 2 fan groups started fighting fiercely. Sister Little House was so angry that she slammed the table, thinking that she really shouldn't have gone on this variety show. Mu Linson said, the company must be crazy. Now that the 2 of them have been successfully tied together, everyone is AF** King CP fan. In the future, they can just wait to be sucked dry. Next door, Yun said, I was afraid that something like this would happen. I didn't expect it to really turn out like this. Director Jiang is really something. Why did she accept this variety show? Her and Water said, alright, we've already accepted it and broadcasted it. There's no point in saying all this. But are we just going to watch the city-based CP grow stronger? If this goes on, I won't be able to untie him in the future. But what can we do? We can't just stop them from being cute. We just had a fight and you guys saw it too. It's useless. Mu Linson said, at this time, brother should come out and kill the CP. He just has to say that their relationship is just average and it'll all be edited. Half of the CP fans will immediately die. Jia didn't want to go to work. Half of them will immediately die. Then, this half will be purified and turned into oats. Do you think that's a good idea? Next door, Yun said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't lack these fans. Does Director Jiang lack fans? Whether you lack fans or not, it's not the reason why you took the initiative to chase your fans to someone else. Since this matter has already come to this, instead of saying that it's impossible, why don't we think about how to purify and turn these CP fans into our fans? It'll be more practical. Then I guess Yan Qingqi will have to come out and kill the CP. Do you think he will? He's probably sitting there and enjoying the dividends right now. I still don't understand. Why did brother accept this variety show? Why did he record this variety show with Yan Qingqi? What is brother thinking? If he's kidnapped by the management company, he should blink his eyes. In the afternoon of parting, If this continues, I'm going to stop being a fan. Xianxia didn't want to go to work. Stop being a fan? Just because brother has CP fans, you want to stop being a fan? Then hurry up and leave. Who doesn't have CP fans? How can this be a reason to stop being a fan? I've lived long enough to see this. In the afternoon of parting. Previously, there were always people who were cute about the CP. It was just that they didn't enter the public eye and were secretly cute in the fan circle. This time, best partners directly made this CP popular. I wanted to say it the last time at the Gold Laurel Awards. If he doesn't want CP fans, why did he take the initiative to help Xianxia arrange her brooch? It's the same this time. Whether it was edited or not, he was the one who took the initiative every time. If he didn't take the initiative, would the CP of the CP be so ostentatious and think that they must be true love? He did this time and time again. Didn't he consider our feelings? Her love is at water's side. Leave the group. What do you want to do now? Make everyone turn from fans to haters? The ones who don't want CP fans are us pure fans. As for CEO Jiang, he's a celebrity and probably can't even differentiate between the fan circles. They only know that the people who like them are fans. What are CP fans? What are pure fans? What are career fans? What are acting fans? What are appearance fans? How would he know these things? It's your choice to be his fan. It's not that he's crying and begging you to be his fan. You're willing to be his fan because he moved you at some point and attracted you to him. That's why you're willing to spend money on him and spend time on his data. However, this doesn't give you the right to criticize his life. Her love is at water's side. To CEO Jiang, as long as the point that made you a fan hasn't changed, then there's nothing wrong with him. You have no right to criticize him. He's not your doll. Can you expect him to always do things according to your requests? Even if he's a doll, he still needs you to hold his hands and pose for him. CEO Jiang doesn't know the situation in the fan circle. He's just interacting with his friends normally. How would he know that a casual action of his would cause the CP fans to imagine 1,000 images in their minds? He's just making friends normally. What's wrong with that? Don't you make friends yourself? You can make friends, so why can't he? Xianxia didn't want to go to work. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. We're all family. What's there to argue about? Her love is at water's side. I'll say one last thing. Whether you want it or not, Xianxia and brother definitely have a good relationship. If you can accept it, then stay. In the future, don't say in the group that you're no longer a fan or that he's not taking the initiative. If you can't accept it, then it's not too late to leave the group now. As long as you don't become haters, then we'll be strangers when we meet in the future. If anyone becomes a hater and still spouts nonsense online, then don't blame me for falling out with you. Sister Erin, don't be angry. It's just a parting. It's not sincere. Don't be angry. That's right, Sister Erin. Of course, we support brother. Everyone gathered together because they like brother, isn't that right? However, at this moment, the system showed that parting in the afternoon had left the group chat. There was a moment of silence in the group. Xianxia steamed some rice and cooked a few dishes while waiting for Jiang Machan to come home. Jiang Machan went to pick up Chi from school. Chi hugged him happily when she saw him coming home. She told him about what had happened to her in school recently. She also told him that his painting won the first place in class 2 days ago. Chi opened her school bag, took out the painting, and handed it to Jiang Machan. He had painted 2 puppies playing with each other under the sun. Although the painting was still very young, it was very childlike. Jiang Machan looked at the painting and felt that although Chi was not their biological child, she looked surprisingly like Xianxia. He thought that this might be the so-called fate. Chi, you're awesome, he praised her and added, you look like your father. Chi smiled and asked softly, can I get a puppy? Chi, you want to get a puppy? Chi nodded. Puppies are very cute. Can I get one? Jiang Machan thought for a while. You can, but not now. Chi blinked and looked at him in confusion. Jiang Machan explained to him, Yan is still young and needs to be taken care of by his family. Even if we get a puppy, we might not be able to take care of him. Besides, we live upstairs, so there isn't much space. It's okay to get a puppy, but if you like a big dog, it won't be convenient. Can we get a puppy when we move? Chi-Chi nodded. Sure. He just wanted to get a puppy. As long as he could get one, Chi-Chi didn't really care whether it was now or in the future. Jiang Machan touched his head. Chi-Chi, you can see what kind of puppy you like first. I'll take you to pick one later. Okay. When Jiang Machan and Chi-Chi went back, Yan Qingqi had just finished cooking the last dish. Chi-Chi ran over to him excitedly and said, Dad, I won first place in our class's drawing competition. Really? Yan Qingqi was pleasantly surprised. Chi-Chi is so awesome. Dad will celebrate with you tomorrow. How are we going to celebrate? Chi-Chi asked. How do you want to celebrate? Chi-Chi thought about it and said honestly, I want to go out and play. Let's go to the amusement park. Okay. Yan Qingqi touched his hair. What are you drawing? Let me have a look. Chi-Chi found her drawing and handed it to Yan Qingqi. She whispered to him, I just told my father. He said that I can have a dog in the future. Yan Qingqi looked at her drawing. It was a drawing of two puppies playing with each other. He nodded. Okay, I'll let you pick a puppy you like. I like the white one, the small one. I'm going to call it Snowball. You've even thought of a name. I just thought of it in the car, Chi-Chi said happily. Jiang Machan saw that the two of them were talking about raising a dog. He went upstairs to change into his pajamas and then went to see Yan Yan. Yan Yan was playing with Aunt Zhang. Although Aunt Zhang didn't know that Yan Yan was Jiang Machan and Yan Qingqi's biological child, she had taken care of Jiang Machan and Chi-Chi. Therefore, she was very attached to the children of the Jiang family. Seeing Jiang Machan come in, she smiled and said, Young master, you're back. Okay, thank you. Don't mention it. She looked at Jiang Machan. In the blink of an eye, young master has a family and a child. Time flies. Jiang Machan also felt that time had passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he already had 2 children. He carried Yan Yan from the bed. Yan Yan obediently let him carry him and looked at him with his eyes wide open. Jiang Machan held him and swayed him up and down. Yan Yan was so happy that he started dancing. Aunt Zhang looked at him and smiled. This child is more lively than Chi-Chi and more active than Chi-Chi. Their personalities complement each other. They're suitable to be brothers. Jiang Machan thought about his own childhood. He didn't seem to be so lively. He felt that Yan Yan might be more like Yan Qingqi. He couldn't help but feel happy. He had always felt that it was unfair that he couldn't make Yan Yan and Yan Qingqi share the same surname. Now that he saw that Yan Yan was more like Yan Qingqi than he was, he felt comforted. After dinner, Chi-Chi went to play with Yan Yan as usual. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan read director Kong Cheng's script, Waiting for Spring, which was sent to them by Li Buozhong. Different from most of the military dramas Yan Qingqi had watched, the male lead of Waiting for Spring, Yan Ling, was not the traditional image of an honest and hard-working soldier who grew from a nobody to a soldier king. Yan Ling's image was more of a young genius. Yan Ling's father, Yan Jifeng, was injured in the Special Forces selection. Later, he retired from the military and returned home. Therefore, since Yan Ling was young, he had hoped that Yan Ling could fulfill his dream and become an excellent Special Forces soldier. Yan Ling had an outstanding appearance. He was cold and aloof, but he was also very sharp-tongued. He had been trained by his father since he was young and was very good at fighting. He also knew that he would join the military in the future. However, because he had grown up in such an environment, he had always been confused and doubtful about whether he should join the military. Everyone in the Special Forces was outstanding and hardworking. Yan Ling felt a sense of urgency here. He had always been used to standing at the top, so he began to train even more diligently. However, this time, he was unable to widen the gap between him and everyone else. He was still the best, but there was a possibility that he could be surpassed at any time. Yan Ling began to carry out missions with his teammates. Although he was aloof and sharp-tongued, he was the one who gave everyone a sense of security other than the captain. Therefore, everyone tolerated his imperfections and respected his character. They would even joke around with him. Yan Ling felt a sense of comfort that he had not felt for a long time in this place, so he did not mention anything about leaving. However, he was gradually forgetting his doubts about whether he should join the army. When the weather turned cold, Yan Ling received a mission. This mission was different from the previous ones. This time, there was an arms dealer smuggling across the border. This time, Yan Ling had almost witnessed the death of his teammate. He had saved his teammate and killed the arms dealer. His heart was in a state of panic as he returned to the rest of his teammates. He slept for a day and thought for another day. He looked back on his journey and finally saw the trials and hardships of his journey. Before he entered the military, although he felt that everyone was used to him and felt that he did not fit in with the others, because he was in an open environment, he did not need the attention and recognition of others. This was because he always had the care and recognition of his parents and the affirmation and praise of his teachers. Therefore, he lived a peaceful life. However, the relatively closed environment of the military suddenly sealed him in here. That was why he felt a psychological gap. After comparing himself to Ma Jun, he felt unbalanced. Later on, when he entered the special forces, because everyone's skills were similar, they did not take special care of each other. Therefore, they received the same treatment and there was no difference. His unbalanced mentality slowly adjusted. At this time, Yan Ling realized how difficult it was to hope that people weaker than you would understand, care for, or even affirm you. This was because they might not understand at all. You were already so strong, why would you still need their affirmation? However, humans were social animals. A social life required the attention and affirmation of others. Therefore, only those who are as strong as you will understand you, affirm you, and strive towards a new goal with you. He finally felt relieved at this moment. He let go of his grudge against Ma Jun and the class leader and turned the pent-up anger in his heart into a sigh. It was also at this moment that Yan Ling finally found the reason why she had come here. She decided that she would continue to stay here in the future. He thought that compared to the routine work outside, he still preferred the thrill of fighting and carrying out missions. He enjoyed every victory and was happy for every mission's success. He had been in the army for a long time and felt that it was not easy to be a soldier. He also knew that there would always be some things that needed someone to do. It needed someone with the ability to do it. He had never been a carefree person. He was used to being at the top, used to being envied by others, so what he wanted was never to be ordinary. Yan Ling felt that if it was possible, at least someone would remember his name after he died. If it was not possible, at least his death would be meaningful. Life was easy for him, so he wanted something more valuable. He wanted to be able to make a qualitative change in some people while he was alive. Even if these people did not know about it, as long as he knew, it was enough. The last scene of the drama was when Yan Ling opened the dormitory's curtains. A ray of sunlight shone on his face, and he finally smiled happily. Downstairs, his teammates called out to him, "Yan Ling, wake up. Come down when you wake up. The flowers you raised have bloomed." Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts after reading the script. Perhaps it was because Yan Qingqi had the same surname as Yan Ling, but as he watched, he could even put himself in Yan Ling's shoes. He experienced the changes in his state of mind under different circumstances and sighed with emotion about his loneliness and confusion. Jiang Machen was a little surprised. It's not that there are no such films with strong people as the protagonists in the military. It's just that most of them focus more on the plot and conflict. These strong people will not have the psychological changes that Yan Ling has. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a protagonist. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people are more likely to be confused. Everyone is also an ordinary person, so it's easier for them to understand. However, they forget that strong people also have their own pain. It's just that if they don't talk about it, no one will notice it. I think this might be intentional by the scriptwriter. Yan Qingqi looked at him. This drama's target audience is ordinary people, but Yan Ling's identity is not an ordinary person. He's a person who is close to being a genius, and people will feel a sense of distance from him. That's why the scriptwriter added a series of psychological changes to him. Don't you think that the few problems that he faces are actually the most common problems that modern young people encounter? Yan Ling entered the military because of his father. It's just like how students nowadays apply for their own majors because of their parents' preferences. However, they themselves don't know if they're suitable for this major. Yan Ling's thinking in the military is that he doesn't know if it's right or wrong for him to enter the military. It's just like how young people nowadays can't find the meaning of their lives and work. They constantly ask themselves, should I really do this? Why did I choose this profession? Later on, when faced with Ma Jun, it's also a common thing in our lives. In the end, Yan Ling found the meaning of entering the military and decided to stay in the military. He finally revealed a sincere smile. This is the best ending for Yan Ling and for everyone else. So do you plan to take on this role? Jiang Machen asked him. Yan Qingqi smiled. I haven't acted in this kind of role before. To be honest, if I could, I would also like to be a genius. However, I don't want to experience so many psychological changes like him. I still want to maintain my character and make myself happier. Jiang Machen smiled. Although you're not a genius, you're already very good, okay? Humans always hope to be better. Just like who would complain about having too much money? Jiang Machen chuckled. Yes. Anyway, all the logic in the world shares your surname. Yan Qingqi felt that he hadn't heard this sentence in a long time. He actually missed it a little. The two of them quickly decided to take on this role. Yan Qingqi called Li Buozhong. Li Buozhong said embarrassedly over the phone, it's just that the pay might not be very high. That's okay, Yan Qingqi said. Anyway, I don't lack this money. Li Buozhong was very happy. He told him a time and place and asked him to come over to do the makeup and see how it turned out. At the same time, the broadcast of Best Partners had reached its climax. Other than Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen, who were the most popular, their popularity skyrocketed. M.O. Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei, this pair of best friends who didn't fight and supported each other, exceeded the audience's expectations. As they perfectly satisfied the expectations of the women in front of the television, they became the second most popular duo. Some people even lamented, it's not easy to finally meet a pair of best friends who don't fight. Li Mo also made a successful debut with this variety show. Her and Li Buozhong's duo made many people see her and her father, which triggered a lot of topics. She didn't hide her identity as a fangirl throughout the entire process, which made her closer to the netizens. She was called the role model of the fangirl world by everyone. Yang Xinhe and Yu Haoyuan's duo seemed a little dull compared to Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen. However, they were still young and had a lot of opportunities in the future. Even though the production team had already helped Fei Jingyu cut out a lot of unfavorable scenes, Fei Jingyu didn't become popular. The main reason was that Jiang Machen and Yan Qingqi were in the limelight and almost overshadowed everyone else. The second reason was that the netizens didn't like his attitude towards Yu Ziming. Most of the people who watched the show and were enthusiastic about it were women. What women wanted was a boyfriend who understood and loved them, not a boyfriend who needed to be accommodated every day. Fei Jingyu and Yu Ziming's duo was supposed to sell the sweethearts of young girls, but Fei Jingyu didn't show it. He wanted to become popular too much, so he only wanted to show off and completely forgot that he had a girlfriend. In comparison, the netizens even said, those who know will know that they're a couple, but those who don't will probably think that they're just friends. This duo isn't as sweet as Jiang Machen and Yan Qingqi next door. Did the production team get the tags wrong? Like him, Yu Xiaoyu also didn't become popular. Yu Xiaoyu's persona was a growth type. Indeed, because of the huge changes in the later and early stages, she successfully cleared some people's minds. However, there were still some people who didn't buy her. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yu Xiaoyu and Wei Zhiheng created a sense of disintegration from the start of the show. Yu Xiaoyu was a newcomer, and Wei Zhiheng had a certain level of fame, but he wasn't popular. Therefore, many people simply skipped over them and went to watch other people. With such a result, some people were happy, and some people were worried. Some people tried to post long-winded comments on Weibo to clear their names, and some people began to increase the investment of the internet water army to guide the direction of the discussion on the forum. However, these had nothing to do with Jiang Machen and Yan Qingqi, because they had already achieved the effect they wanted. Everyone already knew that their relationship was very good, and the couple ranking was firmly at the top. Under such circumstances, Xianxia went to the audition for Yanling's makeup. The director and scriptwriter were very satisfied after looking at her makeup photos. The director said in advance, "Filming this show will be very difficult. You have to go into the army to film it. It's a closed-door shooting." After the makeup was done in the morning, the crew of Waiting for Spring officially announced that Xianxia would be playing the male lead. Xianxia reposted the official Weibo post with the caption, "New role, new start." His popularity was at its peak, and his every move was closely watched. Soon, the forum began to discuss Waiting for Spring. "Damn, I thought it would be an idol drama with such a title, or a literary drama, but it turns out to be a military-themed drama. Is Xianxia planning to change his style? What style is he changing? He hasn't even finalized his style yet. I checked the information. This director is awesome. He's the best director for military-themed dramas. Xianxia's resources are enviable. He's always had good resources. I feel that every step he took since his debut has been very stable. I've already said that Nanqing is supporting him. What misunderstandings do you have? Small popularity depends on support, big popularity depends on fate. There are many people who can't be promoted. He's so popular now, so it means that he's destined to be famous. I'm envious. It's not that I want to say this, but Xianxia's conversion rate is really high. Basically, every drama or variety show he takes on has a high return rate. It's considered a talent. The scariest thing is that he even took a year off. He didn't film for a year, but he didn't fall behind. The stock is reliable. That year, it was all thanks to Meng Luo and Lin Yang. The big screen and the small screen. Let's Fight was very popular, so it didn't have much of an impact. 666, if only our brother could be as successful as him. Yeah. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Xianxia officially joined the crew of Waiting for Spring at the end of October and started filming his new drama. On the day of filming, Xianxia found out that Liamo was also on the set. Liamo tilted his head and asked him with a smile, "Are you surprised?" Xianxia nodded. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "I wanted to give you a surprise," Liamo said. "If I told you too early, it wouldn't have had this effect." Xianxia smiled helplessly and asked her, "Who are you playing?" Liamo was a little embarrassed. He pointed at him and said, "Act as your girlfriend." This time, Xianxia was really surprised. There were not many female characters in this drama. There were only a few, and they did not have many scenes. Yanling's girlfriend, Peng Xiaoai, was one of them. Xiaoai and Yanling were high school classmates. Xiaoai had liked Yanling since they were students. She finally confessed to Yanling in college, but Yanling did not have any feelings for her. After Xiaoai was rejected, she was not discouraged. She took the initiative to chase after Yanling. Even after Yanling joined the army, she would still visit Yanling regularly. When Yanling returned home from vacation, she would play with him. During the period when Yanling's mentality was unstable, he went home on vacation. Looking at Xiaoai, who had been chasing after him, he was a little puzzled and asked her, "Aren't you tired?" Xiaoai thought for a moment and said very seriously, "I'm not very tired. Liking you is my own business. When it comes to relationships, it doesn't mean that you will like me just because I like you. I'm just working towards my own goal. After all, other than you, I haven't met anyone else who has made my heart beat. Moreover, you see, I'm standing next to you now. This is very good." Yanling did not say anything. It was not until the two of them parted that night that he said to Xiaoai, "Waiting for someone can be very tiring. With my current profession, even if we are together, we will only spend less time together. If you are sure that you can wait, then we can give it a try." Xiaoai looked at him in surprise. She was stunned for a moment before she nodded vigorously and said excitedly, I definitely can. I'm the most patient person." She hugged Yanling under the night sky and then ran up the stairs of her house happily. Peng Xiaoai could be said to be a very ideal female character. She was lively, cute, sweet, and considerate. She could accompany Yanling to watch a movie without saying anything when he didn't want to talk. She could also find ways to make Yanling happy when he was unhappy. She respected Yanling's every decision and was willing to stand there and wait for Yanling to come back. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan had also discussed this role. They said that if this drama could be a hit, then whoever played the female lead would benefit. Peng Xiaoai's character design was really good. Even if she didn't have many scenes, only a few dozen, it didn't affect her character design at all. However, Yan Qingqi didn't expect that it would be Li Mo. Seeing his surprise, Li Mo quickly told him the whole story of how he got the role. I knew Uncle Kong when I was young, but I thought he was just an ordinary friend of my dad. You don't know, my dad is very popular, so he has quite a lot of friends. Some of them even come to our house for dinner. I'm in my second year of university this year, so I can act. I just wanted to act in a few movies to train myself, but my dad didn't like the script I chose. Uncle Kong said that he hadn't decided on the female lead yet, so he said I could try. Then how could I agree? Li Mo said, I haven't acted in a movie before. I only acted in plays in school before. I definitely can't be the female lead. I said no. But Uncle Kong said it was fine because the female lead didn't have many scenes, and the acting requirements weren't high. He just needed the actors to be young and beautiful. Then I read the script, and there really weren't many scenes, so I agreed. But I didn't expect my dad to recommend you to be the male lead. Li Mo's expression was a little strange. Brother, do you believe me? I'm only a fan of the younger sister. What do you mean? Yan Qingqi didn't understand why he suddenly said this. I mean, I'm not a fan of the girlfriend. Li Mo was very depressed. If I were a fan of the girlfriend, this would be called a dream come true. But I'm a fan of the younger sister, so this is a little awkward. Although Yan Qingqi often browsed the forums and knew that there were different groups of fans in the fandom, he really didn't understand the different attitudes of these different fans. Li Buozhong usually looked very kind and amiable. However, when he was in the drama, he seemed to be a different person. He portrayed Yanling as a strict father who placed his hopes on his son because he failed to become a special forces soldier. However, Li Buozhong was a father himself, so he noticed some details that the scriptwriter missed. After Yanling finished his training, he would put a cup of hot water on the table for Yanling. After Yanling fell asleep, he would open the door to see if Yanling was asleep. After he left, he would even clean his room every day and help him hang his quilt on the balcony. These small details instantly showed Yan Jifeng's love for his son and made the character even more vivid. It was Li Mo's first time seeing her father act. She was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although she knew that her father had acted many times, she didn't expect him to be so good at acting. She originally thought that he was a bronze star, but she didn't expect him to be a king. Li Mo looked angrily at her father, who was acting with Yan Qingqi. She felt that her father was too mean. How could he hide so many little secrets from her? She had to dig them out layer by layer. Did he think he was an onion? Probably because of her father's presence. Li Mo gave 120% of her skills when she acted with Yan Qingqi. She was young and good-looking, so she had the advantage. Plus, Peng Xiaoai's attitude towards Yanling was similar to her attitude towards Yan Qingqi. Therefore, she basically just had to control her emotions, add some gentleness, and not let Peng Xiaoai's liveliness become noisy. Yan Qingqi couldn't help but praise her for being in such good condition for her first time acting. Li Mo said sincerely, that's because this role is easy to play. If it was the other way around and I played the role of you chasing me, I would probably panic. Yan Qingqi looked at her and carefully evaluated Li Mo's future development. She was good-looking, knew how to work hard and learn when it came to acting, and was also a second-generation celebrity. Although Li Buozhong had retired, his connections were still there. If he wanted to help Li Mo, he would always be able to. Moreover, although Li Mo had a straightforward temper, she knew how to be patient and was willing to listen to him and Jiang Machan. If Li Mo could sign with Nanqing, it would be a good choice for both her and Nanqing. Li Mo saw him staring at her without blinking and was so scared that she took a step back. Brother, what do you want? Do you want to? No, I don't. Li reflexively. Yan Qingqi was stunned for a moment. Liamo finally realized that she had done something stupid. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. Brother, what do you want to ask me? Say it again. I just want to ask you if you've signed with an agency. Do you want to sign with Nanching? Liamo pointed at herself and said in surprise, Can I? Xianxia nodded. You have good conditions. Of course I'm willing. Liamo said happily. However, just as she calmed down, she remembered Li Buozhong's advice. Wait, I have to ask my father. You don't know this, but my dad is very strict with me in this aspect. When I applied for the art school back then, my dad reminded me every day that this circle is a big divat. He told me to be obedient and to report everything I do to him. He really treats me like a child. Then I see that you're quite obedient, Xianxia said. Liamo sighed. What can I do? I'm just a sweet little girl. Xianxia reached out and patted her. Go on, little girl. Go ask your father if he agrees. Okay, brother. Wait for me. I'll tell you when I come back. Liamo said and ran away. Li Buozhong obviously agreed to sign with Nanching. After Best Partner, Liamo was continuously offered an olive branch by other agencies. However, Li Buozhong was rejected by Liamo. He met Jiang Machin again this year and recorded a show with Jiang Machin. He thought highly of him. If Liamo had to choose an agency to sign with, he would definitely lean towards Nanching. After all, Jiang Machin and Xianxia were both from Nanching. The two of them were very comfortable to get along with. Li Buozhong didn't expect Liamo to be very popular. He just hoped that Liamo could do well and sign with Nanching. Perhaps it would trouble Jiang Machin, but he only had one daughter. If he couldn't find an agency that he could trust, he would rather Liamo never sign with it. Li Buozhong's original intention was to wait for Liamo to graduate before asking Jiang Machin if he could help contact Liamo to sign with Nanching. He didn't expect Xianxia to suggest this idea first. Li Buozhong asked him, Will it be very troublesome? Xianxia shook his head. It's not troublesome. That's good. I'm relieved that she can sign with Nanching. With you and Emochin watching over her, I don't have to worry about her every day. She's a girl and I don't have to worry about her every day. Xianxia could understand Li Buozhong's worries. After all, which parent didn't worry about their children? Especially in a place like the entertainment industry. Don't worry, he assured Li Buozhong. Nanching is a very humane agency. If Liamo doesn't want to sign with us, you just have to communicate with your agent. If that doesn't work, you can come directly to me or Jiang Machin. Liamo nodded. Okay. But, Xianxia looked at her. You have to behave yourself. Don't throw tantrums. If you become like Xiaoyu, I won't be able to help you. Liamo couldn't believe it. Brother, you're comparing me to Xiaoyu. I'm so sad. I want to stop being a fan for a second, no, a minute. Xianxia and Li Buozhong couldn't help but laugh when they heard her words. The sky was blue and everyone was in a good mood. After filming in the city, the crew moved to the military base for a closed-door shoot. Xianxia's strengths were fully displayed here. His skills, physical fitness, and shooting accuracy were just like Yan Ling in the drama. When the other actors looked at him, they felt that they didn't even need to think about it. They could already put themselves in his shoes. Director Kong and the scriptwriter were also very surprised. Xiaolu secretly asked him in private, You used to be a soldier? Xianxia shook his head. No. Then with your skills, shooting accuracy, and physical fitness, I'd believe you if you said that your real name was Yan Ling and your stage name was Xianxia. Xianxia thought that he was quite humorous. He smiled. Maybe this is my fate with this role. Xiaolu nodded emotionally and patted him on the shoulder. I'll tell Director Kong later that we have to treat Teacher Li Buozhong to a meal. It's a good thing that he recommended you. Otherwise, I'd probably regret it for the rest of my life if I missed out on someone as compatible as you. In March, Jiang Machin's previous film Moving Flowers and Receiving Dreams was officially released in China. This film had won an award at an international film festival, so it had a good reputation and the pre-sales kept increasing. As the lead actor, Jiang Machen naturally had to go to a roadshow to promote the film. However, he left a ticket for Xianxia and they watched the premiere together. Moving Flowers and Receiving Dreams told the story of Lin Yunhui, a teacher, who woke up and prepared to go to work as usual. However, his wife asked him at the dinner table how he was doing with his design. Lin Yunhui said that he was a teacher, so how could he draw designs? However, his wife said that he was obviously a designer. Lin Yunhui thought that his wife was joking with him, so he didn't take it seriously and left home to go to school. However, he wasn't a teacher at the school. Instead, his boss called him and asked why he didn't come to work today and why he hadn't handed in the design draft. Lin Yunhui was surprised. He didn't understand. He was obviously a teacher, so why did everyone say that he was a designer? He searched for clues in his doubts and finally found the truth that shocked him. The movie was full of climax after climax, with wonderful twists and turns. Under Jiang Machen's interpretation, Lin Yunhui perfectly and vividly presented a pitiful and sad image that refused to admit defeat. The audience couldn't help but change with his emotions in the story, and finally sighed. Xianxia sighed with emotion for a long time after watching the film. He felt that life was like a dream, and dreams were like life. What was true and what was false and what was true. While he was sighing with emotion for Jiang Machen, there was good news for Wulin in the Fog. Wulin in the Fog was successfully nominated for the Golden Goose Film Festival. After the official announcement was released, the audience was in an uproar. They reposted the lucky draw on Weibo and prayed for Wulin in the Fog. Xianxia was also a little surprised. Although he made this film to win an award, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised that it was actually nominated. He looked at Jiang Machen. Why do I feel that it's not so real this time? Jiang Machen smiled and hugged her. It's normal. When I was nominated for the Best Actor award for the first time, I also felt that it was unreal. I'll get better after a few more times. Xianxia leaned into his arms, but she still couldn't believe it. His excitement came a day later than everyone else's. The next day, Xianxia woke up earlier than usual. He ran on the treadmill for a long time before he stopped. He sat on the ground and felt his heart beating faster. He couldn't tell if it was due to his increased heartbeat after exercising or the joy of knowing that he had been shortlisted. Perhaps it was something else entirely. However, when he realized that he was only one step away from his goal, he couldn't help but feel a sense of homesickness. For the first time, Xianxia began to worry seriously. What if he didn't win the award this time? If they didn't win the award, would they still have to delay their relationship going public? Xianxia sat quietly on the ground and thought for a while. Then she went back to her room to take a shower. Jiang Machen was woken up by him. He looked at his watch and realized that it was time for him to get up. As soon as he sat up, Xianxia walked over and sat down in front of him. Good morning. Xianxia kissed his eyebrows. Jiang Machen smiled and kissed him back. He asked him, why are you up so early today? I can't even hug you. He knew that Xianxia had woken up around 5 or 6 o'clock. He hugged Xianxia and wanted him to sleep a little longer. However, Xianxia didn't agree like he usually did. He only kissed him and asked him to continue sleeping. Jiang Machen was used to accommodating him, so he let go of him obediently. He fell asleep again due to drowsiness. Xianxia looked at him. When Jiang Machen first woke up, he always looked like a lazy big dog. He looked very approachable and made people want to get close to him. Hence, he went up to him and hugged him. He said softly in his ear, then I'll let you hug me now. Am I arguing with you about this? Jiang Machen said. He hugged him back and asked, is it because of the nomination? Xianxia nodded. He looked at Jiang Machen and said honestly, I'm actually a little nervous. Nervous? Yes, I'm a little worried. I was nominated, but I didn't win anything. He looked at Jiang Machen and said, when I acted as Meng Luo, I had just entered the entertainment industry. At that time, I only wanted to make money. Did I put in any effort for Meng Luo? I did, but it was just putting in the effort. Including his nomination, I was in a very sudden state of shock. That feeling was like a pie falling from the sky. It was so beautiful that it was unreal. So although I wanted to win an award, I didn't feel too sad if I didn't win it. But this film is different. From the beginning, I wanted to win an award for this film. It was indeed nominated for the main competition. But the higher you climb, the harder you fall. I was afraid that this film wouldn't win anything. I was afraid that I would sit on the chair again and only be able to applaud others. Of course, I know that I've been very lucky all this time. Even if I failed this time, I still have a lot of opportunities in the future. But the desire to win and lose made it impossible for me to calmly face the possibility of failure this time. That's why I thought about it a lot this morning. He looked at Xianxia. I've decided that regardless of whether I win an award or not, this year, we will announce it to the public. Xianxia didn't expect him to make such a big decision. You've thought about it? Xianxia nodded and said, a person's hard work can determine the direction of some things. This is what it means to rely on one's own strength to turn the world around. But there are also some things that are determined by the heavens and cannot be controlled by one's will. For example, luck. Actually, winning an award also depends on luck. If I don't win an award for the rest of my life, will we not announce it for the rest of our lives? Since we have to announce it eventually, and we've already done the groundwork last year, and the situation this year is so good, why don't we do it this year? Since there are enough CP fans and it's easier for others to accept it, we can announce it directly. Xianxia smiled and hugged him. He patted his shoulder and said, you're too nervous, so you put too much pressure on yourself. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. Although I want to announce it, I'm not in a hurry. 1 or 2 years won't make a difference between us. He lowered his head and looked at Xianxia. He coaxed him softly, you're a very outstanding person. You're also very talented in acting. Even if you don't win an award at the Golden Geese Film Festival, there are still other film festivals and domestic Golden Laurel Awards. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and don't win an award for this film, the next film, and the one after that will also win an award. The groundwork that has already been done won't be taken back, and it won't change either. Our relationship is very good. This is something that everyone already knows, so it doesn't have to be this year or next year. Xianxia looked up at him. Xianxia's eyes were filled with gentleness. He said, if I wanted to announce it, everyone would already know by now. If you didn't have the ability to win awards and popularity was your ceiling, then I would have announced it long ago. But once you have the ability and ambition, then announcing it will become a kind of restriction on you. Everyone won't see your hard work and progress, and will only put my mark on you. And after this, if you win an award, they will only give the credit to me. This is unfair to you. Let's do it this way. Xianxia reached out a hand. Let's make an agreement. If you don't win an award this time, then I'll wait for you for 5 years. Within 5 years, whether it's an award for a television drama or a movie, if you win any of them, then we'll announce it. I don't believe that the person I think highly of won't win an award within 5 years. Then what if I really don't win an award? Xianxia asked him. That won't happen, Xianxia said gently. You're Xianxia. There's nothing in this world that you can't do. Xianxia looked at him, and his heart was touched. His panic and nervousness not only stemmed from his own gains and losses, but also from whether or not they could win an award this time. This would directly affect whether or not they could announce their relationship publicly. He watched as Xianxia paved the way for their relationship. He felt that Xianxia wanted to announce their relationship openly in front of everyone. He wanted to satisfy him, but he was also worried that he wouldn't be able to. If an award could be won by perseverance and hard work, then even if he had to walk down countless stairs by himself, he would continue to walk down them. Because he knew that as long as he continued walking, he would be able to get what he wanted. However, winning an award wasn't something that could be solved by the will of man. That was why Xianxia felt so nervous. He had never been afraid of any challenge, but he also knew that he couldn't win against God's will. Under this kind of self-imposed pressure, it was rare for him to be weak. In April, Xianxia, Fu Mingji, and the other main cast members attended the Golden Geese Film Festival together. Fu Mingji asked him, "Are you nervous?" Xianxia smiled. "I've already been nervous, so I'm not nervous now." He was telling the truth. Before he left, Jiang Machan seemed to be afraid that he would be too stressed, so he talked to him for half the night. He comforted him about his past and told him about the unfairness of the awards ceremony. Anyway, he wanted to prove that if he did not win an award, it would not be his fault. It would either be due to bad luck or the judge's poor judgment. Xianxia was so amused that he laughed. He liked Jiang Machan's concern for him very much. He hugged Jiang Machan for a long time and the two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other for a while before they slowly fell asleep. Therefore, Xianxia was in a very good mood and did not feel too pressured. After all, Jiang Machan had already helped him to shift the blame to everyone else. He was the only one who was innocent, just like a white lotus. However, Xianxia still felt that even if Wulin in the Fog did not win the Golden Geese Film Festival this time, it would still win awards at other film festivals. It was not for anything else but Fu Mingji's golden reputation. Fu Mingji was a famous award-winning director in the industry. Everyone said that she had grasped the lifeline of winning an award. She did not have many works, but the quality of her works was very high. Xianxia was willing to believe in her ability. The day before the official award ceremony, Jiang Machan sent Xianxia a video call. Xianxia pointed his phone at the city outside and asked him, "Is it good?" Jiang Machan nodded. "It's mainly because you're good-looking. You're really getting better and better. You're saying sweet nothings like 'How are you?' or 'Have you eaten?' as easily as you open your mouth. It's mainly because Teacher Yan taught me well. Even Teacher Yan doesn't act like this." "Then shouldn't you reflect on yourself, Teacher Yan? You dare to ask the teacher to reflect on himself? Student Jiang, you're quite brave." Jiang Machan smiled. "Looks like you're in a good mood. It's all right. After all, you helped me throw away all the blame. Even if I return empty-handed, it's because others are blind. It has nothing to do with me." Bah. What are you talking about? It's inauspicious." Jiang Machan looked at him. "Hurry up and get rid of it." Xianxia had no choice but to play along and spit 3 times in a row. "Is that enough?" "That's more like it." The two of them chatted for a while, and it was time for Xianxia to sleep. Only then did Jiang Machan hang up the video call. He sat on the chair and felt that Xianxia's movie being nominated this time made him even more nervous than his own movie being nominated. He even couldn't help but call Mother Jiang to ask if there was a temple nearby that was more efficacious and for him to burn incense and pray. Mother Jiang, on the other hand, Xianxia was calmer than him. He even had a good night's sleep. The next day, he walked the red carpet with the crew in high spirits. When Sister Yan Mai saw Xianxia's photos on the red carpet, they couldn't sit still. They couldn't help but scream. How could he be so handsome? The forum was also very concerned about the Golden Goose Film Festival and had already started a post. When they saw Xianxia's photos, their eyes couldn't help but light up. The male star is the best on the red carpet this time. Damn, that suit is so handsome. That dragon is so handsome that I'm blinded. He's handsome too. It's probably to show off our country's characteristics and at the same time, it's also the theme of the movie. But it's really too eye-catching. He's too handsome. Jiang Machan sat in front of the computer and looked at Xianxinqi's photos. He stood beside Fu Mingji and smiled. He was young and energetic, just like the dragon on his sleeve. It was as if he could soar into the clouds when there was a storm. He looked at Xianxinqi. He hoped that he could lie in a pool beside him, but he also hoped that he could soar into the sky and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat he wanted to hide him away. It was enough for him to know how good he was, but he couldn't bear to do so. So he hoped that he could have a wider world. But now, when Xianxinqi was about to face the storm and decide whether he could soar into the sky, Jiang Machan looked at him and only had one thought. If it was possible, he hoped that the storm was just loud thunder and small raindrops. He was willing to block the lightning tribulation for him. He was also willing to become the cloud under his claws and help him soar into the sky. Jiang Machan still remembered that after the anti-fans incident, in the quiet living room, he once said to Xianxinqi, "You won't encounter those man-made setbacks and hardships. I won't let you encounter them." But now, he hoped that he wouldn't encounter those setbacks and hardships that were determined by fate. He hoped that he could live proudly and confidently forever. He hoped that he could always be the Xianxia who could make the world follow his surname. He used to think that when you liked someone, you would be willing to give them everything you could. But now, he finally understood that when you loved someone, you would be willing to give them everything you wanted, even if they didn't need it. He looked at Xianxia on the screen. Before the gentleness in his heart could overturn, it was already wrapped up in worry. He couldn't help but feel nervous for him and pray silently in his heart. The moment his phone rang, Jiang Machin quickly swiped the answer button. He heard Xianxia's happy voice on the other end of the phone. In the relatively quiet environment, it exploded in his heart like fireworks. He said, "Jiang Machin, thanks to your auspicious words, I've won the award." April 15, 2001X, was a day that all the Little House, Yumai, and Xianxia fans would remember deeply. Because on this day, their two brothers were officially together in public. At this juncture, Wei Lan would always take the lead. Sprinkle flowers and give your blessings. It has to be a long time. Sun Sun was an insider and was friends with Jiang Machin. He and Xianxia were regular guests who had filmed the show together. Hence, he was the second to send his blessings. It's too much to sprinkle dog food at this time. Qin Xianlang was a little confused. He sent a WeChat message to Xianxia and asked, "You two are together?" Xianxia replied, "Yes." Qin Xianlang felt that it was a little surreal. When did this happen? Xianxia was wondering how to put it. Then, Qin Xianlang asked her, "Could it be when you two were filming Best Partners a while ago?" Xianxia sent him an emoji of a tight little round face. Qin Xianlang, you're really good at hiding things. At this moment, he finally reacted. No wonder I always felt that you and Jiang Machin were very close. It turns out that the two of you have such a relationship. Xianxia. Then you've misunderstood. Our relationship is not that simple. Forget it. I won't ask too much about your personal matters. Jiang Machin is a good person. You two are quite compatible. I hope that you two will continue to be together. Thank you. Under the lead of Wei Lan and Sun Sun, the other celebrities also began to send their blessings to the two of them. As a mutual fan of the two of them, although Li Mo had vaguely guessed in this direction before, he still felt a little emotional when he saw the two of them go public. Li Buizhong looked at her and asked, "What's with your expression?" "It's a mixture of sadness and happiness." Sadness? Outstanding guys are all together with other guys. As a girl, I'm very worried about my future. Then happiness? My two brothers are so good. Of course, only they can match each other. An ordinary girl like me doesn't deserve to be with such outstanding guys. Li Buizhong. I don't understand the thoughts of young people these days. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ningwei were stunned for a second. Mo Xiaoxiao, so Brother Yan and Brother Jiang are together? Zhang Ningwei said. I think so. Mo Xiaoxiao thought back to the time when she asked Xianxia what type of girl Jiang Machin liked on the mountain. Xianxia had given her an answer. Now that she thought about it, not all of his answers matched with hers. Mo Xiaoxiao misunderstood. I remember. Didn't I ask Brother Yan what kind of girls Brother Jiang likes? Yes. Now that I think about it, Brother Yan's answer fits perfectly with his own. So? Can't you see it? Brother Jiang must have hinted to Brother Yan before, but Brother Yan didn't realize that Brother Jiang liked him, so Brother Jiang took the initiative to chase him. Zhang Ningwei sent an emoji and thought about it carefully. I don't think so. You don't think so? Mo Xiaoxiao asked. Zhang Ningwei thought about the time when he bumped into the two of them whispering. Xianxia's reaction was obviously bigger than Jiang Machin's. I think they both vaguely realized that the other party liked them, but they weren't sure and didn't want others to find out. Therefore, when you asked him this question, he probably guessed that if you asked this question, it meant that you or someone around you liked Brother Jiang. They haven't confirmed their relationship, so he couldn't tell you that Brother Jiang already has a boyfriend, nor could he casually tell you about Brother Jiang's sexual orientation. He could only answer that way and tell you that Brother Jiang likes to take the initiative, so you don't have to waste your time on this matter. Mo Xiaoxiao thought about it. What you said seems possible. Now that I think about it, Brother Jiang has always been very proactive with Brother Yin, right? Yes. Wei Wei, are you sad? Mo Xiaoxiao asked carefully. That's right. Jie immediately added, although reality shows don't represent a person's true personality, we can still see some things. Yan Qingqi does know a lot of things and is very powerful. Moreover, when she's with brother, she's very harmonious and will subconsciously accommodate him. With brother's background, he has seen all kinds of people. The reason why he chose Yan Qingqi must be because Yan Qingqi has his own strengths. But Yan Qingqi is a man, someone whispered. So? Erin asked her. It's already 201x. Same-sex marriage is legal. Are you still discriminating against gays? That's not what I meant, brother is being responsible by doing this, Jie interrupted at the right time. He likes boys, so he openly announced it and admitted his sexual orientation. He won't lie to a girl's feelings. I hate people who clearly like boys but still want to find a girl to cheat her into marriage. That's right. The other girls in the group echoed. Just like that, under the group management led by Erin and Jie, although most of the fans in the group were unwilling to accept it after listening to it, they reluctantly accepted it because of the foreshadowing of best partners and Yan Qingqi had just won an award. There were also pure fans like Mu Linson who were still unwilling to accept it. However, after she said a few words, she was suppressed by Erin and realized that the situation was already under their control. Therefore, even though they were unwilling to accept it, they were unwilling to stop being fans. They could only endure it for the time being and wait for the future. Of course, there were also some young fans who could not accept it and even stopped being fans. However, because Jiang Machin was an actor, most of the people who liked him were either because of his works or because of his face. Moreover, his resources did not rely on fans and popularity. Therefore, there were fans who stopped being fans, but the number was not large. Compared to the huge number of fans and the passers-by who became fans because he frankly announced his sexual orientation and relationship, it could only be said to be insignificant. Xiaolu quickly understood the situation through the professional fans or old fans who were in contact with him. He thought to himself that it was fine. Just like Jiang Machin's fans, although some of Yan Qingqi's fans could not accept it and did not understand why he was with Jiang Machin. They felt that he knew that Jiang Machin's fans had never liked anyone, but he still wanted to be with Jiang Machin. He was simply looking for trouble, so they were angry and stopped being fans. However, most of his fans still accepted the situation. How should I say? Although this is a sudden matter, everyone's relationship. Mr. Jiang Machin. Jiang Machin. 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 Actually, thinking about it carefully, ever since Big Brother debuted, all his resources had been obtained by himself. He had never relied on us. Therefore, Big Brother was already very powerful. We should also be more powerful. At least, we should be like Big Sister Milky Way next door. We should have the ability to fight against Small House. Only then would we be worthy of Big Brother who had always worked hard. Anyway, I won't stop being his fan. Mr. Jiang is Nanqing's big brother. If anything happens to their relationship, Nanqing will definitely side with Mr. Jiang. Then, without the support of his fans, won't my brother be too pitiful? That's his own choice, his own responsibility. Even if he's with Wei Lan, it's still better than being with President Jiang. Winter doesn't wake up early, F***CK, who are you? Wasn't this name change a little too fast? Come on, President Jiang and Wei Lan should still be President Jiang. Do you really think that Big Sister Milky Way is more gentle and virtuous than Small House? That's because we don't have any conflict with Wei Lan. Wei Lan is also willing to help Qingqi, that's why Big Sister Milky Way is still considered gentle to us. Look at those fans who have been attacked by Big Sister Milky Way. Which one of them isn't crying bitterly? Besides, President Jiang is at least a gentle and reasonable person. If he really breaks up with Qingqi in the future, it's fine for us fans to fight amongst ourselves. Wei Lan, that little tyrant, will take matters into his own hands. If he fights with Wei Lan, that would be scary. What kind of power is behind Wei Lan? How can Qingqi afford to offend him? Coffee and milk tea without sugar, send off little brother Wei Lan. Little brother is already very good to our big brother. Don't drag him into this. Winter doesn't wake up early. I didn't say that little brother Wei Lan isn't good. Little brother's relationship with Xianxia is already quite good. There's no need for any other relationship. Autistic leaving fans, I just casually mentioned Wei Lan. You guys don't have to take it seriously. Willow fluttering, so who are you? When did my group have such an ID? Has this girl spoken before? Xianxia, it's me. I'm just a little disappointed. That's why I want to stop being a fan and change my name. To be honest, I can accept him being with anyone. Even if it's an 18th tier female star, I don't want it to be President Jiang. Delicious smoothie, forget it. If it's an 18th tier female star, you should stop being a fan and leave the group. Why are you still changing your name? Between President Jiang and an 18th tier female star, I still choose President Jiang. President Jiang is at least decent and has a good personality. Yu Xiaoyu fulfills your requirements. She's even more than an 18th tier star. After best partners, she'll be an 18th tier star. I'll give her to you. Don't harm my big brother Xianxia. Winter doesn't wake up early, ha 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 ha. Xianxia, do you want Yu Xiaoyu? Xianxia. Why are you so cruel? Silently eating melon, in comparison, isn't President Jiang better? It's just that his fans are cruel. President Jiang himself doesn't have anything to be picky about. No sugar in coffee and milk, what's done is done. Let's not make things difficult for ourselves. If we can accept it, we'll continue to stay in this group and support Big Brother. If we can't accept it, we'll leave the group. As long as we don't become haters, we'll just treat it as if fate brought us together. If anyone does anything to let Big Brother down, don't blame us for being merciless when we meet again in the future. Xianxia, I've thought about it and decided not to stop being a fan for now. Although I'm angry, we have fewer fans than Little House and we're not as good at arguing as them. If we stop being fans, Xianxia will be at their mercy. When that happens, I'll probably be tortured again. It's better to stay and guard against them. Don't understand philosophy, ha 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 ha. Xianxia, you're changing your mind too quickly. You should think this way. Some of us were unhappy when we heard the news. Wouldn't Sister Little House be even more unhappy? If they're unhappy, shouldn't we be happy? Hard to travel, ha 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 ha. Sister Philosophy is right. Sister Philosophy is clearly very knowledgeable. No sugar in coffee and milk. As the group leader, she finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the girls in the group were gradually accepting the truth. She secretly blessed Yan Xianxia in her heart. No matter what, he had to be happy. Yan Xianxia's flight back to China was scheduled for the third day because he was invited to shoot a magazine on the second day. When he got off the plane on the third day, Guanmei took the initiative to let Yan Xianxia use the VIP channel. She didn't even need to think to know what the situation at the airport was like. He had received an award and made his relationship with Jiang Machan public. At this time, if Yan Xianxia were to use the normal channel, unless he really transformed into a swallow, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the encirclement of fans and reporters. After exiting the VIP channel, the two of them were about to get into the nanny van. However, as soon as the door opened, Yan Xianxia heard the sound of a car behind him. He reflexively turned around and saw that the car was somewhat familiar. Yan Xianxia thought for a moment and then remembered that it was one of Jiang Machan's cars in the garage. He walked towards the car and saw that the door of the front passenger seat was already open. Yan Xianxia opened the door and looked inside. Jiang Machan smiled at him and said, "Get in the car." Thus, Yan Xianxia straightened up and gestured to Guanmei. Then he sat in the front passenger seat and closed the door. "Why are you here?" Yan Xianxia was a little surprised. "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" "I wanted to give you a surprise." "Well, a little," Yan Xianxia said. Yan Xianxia thought for a moment and said softly, "You should have investigated me before we met, right?" Jiang Machan didn't expect him to ask this. He wanted to admit it, but he was afraid that Jiang Machan would feel that he was invading his privacy. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Yan Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. This is normal. If I were you, I would do the same. It's good that you're not angry." "I'm not angry." Yan Xianxia looked at him. So, you should have noticed that there are many differences between the information you investigated and mine. Xianxia nodded. Aren't you curious why? I'm curious. Then why don't you ask me? Xianxia looked at him and said gently, because you have the right to keep your privacy. He hugged Xianxia and spoke clearly with a hint of peace and calmness. Everyone has their own privacy. Since you've hidden this side of you and don't want others to see it, you must have your own reasons. If you're willing, if I can know, you will always tell me. Or if we've been together for a long time and become an old married couple, you'll be willing to let me know when we talk about these things. For me, as long as it's clear that you won't hurt me, that you don't have any ulterior motives for being with me, and that you like me, that's enough. The rest belongs to you as Xianxia's individual rights. I respect your rights. Xianxia looked at him and thought that he was very smart to have such thoughts. You're really open-minded. Xianxia smiled. To be honest, I'm not a very curious person. Compared to many things, I care more about the results. Just like now, we don't know why you have Yan, but I don't care why. I only know that we have Yan. This result makes me very happy. He looked at Xianxia. You're not a shy person. There are many things that you're willing to share with me even if I don't ask. You haven't told me the reason for this matter, which proves that it's not a secret that you can easily share. The two of us, including this year, have only known each other for 4 years. It's not a long time, but it's not a short time either. It's not long enough for me to feel that I have the right to ask about some of the secrets that you want to hide. If we had spent more time together, in the 6th, 8th, or 10th year, I might have asked you if you were willing to tell me. But now, I don't think I have the right to do so. I'm really surprised that you're so strict with yourself. Xianxia put herself in his shoes and thought for a moment. If it were me, I might wait for you to tell me yourself one day. But I definitely won't think that we haven't spent enough time together. I'll just think that I'm not trustworthy enough. I hope that one day, you can trust me completely. That's all. That's normal. Xianxia looked at him. So you're Xianxia, and I'm Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. You're right. He knocked on Xianxia's leg and asked him, can you still hug me? Are you tired? If you're tired, I'll go down. Xianxia hugged him tightly and held his hand. Don't go down. Didn't you want to tell me your secret? Just say it. I'm listening. Xianxia leaned into his arms obediently. Then I'll tell you. Don't be surprised. Say it. We're in this era, and you're an actor. You must know the word time travel. Xianxia was shocked. You're not from this era? Xianxia raised his head and looked at him. If you're prepared to tell me, am I from this era? He moved away from Xianxia's arms and straightened his body. He looked into Xianxia's eyes and said seriously, you can think of it as a parallel era. I'm from another era. That era is similar to this one, but it doesn't have people like you. It's just like how I don't exist here. Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia continued, my real name is Xianxia, but it's a name my adoptive father gave me. After I gave birth to Yan, I told you about his expectations, right? Xianxia nodded. Xianxia said, that's right. As for me, I'm an orphan. Like Chi, I grew up in an orphanage. However, I wasn't as lucky as Chi. Chi met you very early on and was taken away by you. You gave him a home, which is very enviable. I was almost 8 years old when I left the orphanage. I was taken away by my adoptive father. My adoptive father is very powerful. If we were to use the current world as an analogy, his position is equivalent to the current head of the Wei family. Xianxia nodded. He thought to himself, no wonder when I gave birth to Yan and mentioned Yan's surname, Xianxia said that I've never been adopted before, so I don't know how sensitive and scared adopted children are. So that's why. Xianxia's tone was very gentle, with a hint of happiness as she reminisced about the past. There was an unconscious warmth in her words. My adoptive father was a very cultured person. If you only look at his appearance, you won't be able to tell that he started in that kind of environment. My adoptive mother was very gentle and beautiful. She was a young lady from a big family. They were very good to me. They used their actions to teach me how to love and be loved. I also learned a lot from my adoptive parents. Because I liked them, I wanted to be outstanding in everything. I was very smart, so I almost did it. Later, my adoptive parents had a child. They were very surprised and pleasantly surprised, but they were afraid that I would mind. I told them that my adoptive mother was very gentle, so she took the initiative to ask me if I wanted a younger brother or sister. If I didn't want one, then she didn't want one. She also comforted me, saying that at her age, it was actually not suitable for her to have a child. It would be better if she didn't have one. However, I couldn't bear it. I said that it was okay. It was good to have a younger brother or sister at home. She then made a promise with me that I would always be her favorite child. Xianxia lowered her head and chuckled. Her eyes were a little sore. You've always said that I'm good at raising children. In fact, I learned from her. I've experienced everything that Chi went through. When I look at Chi, it's like looking at me when I was young. That's why I want to be good to Chi. I want to take care of his feelings. Because that's what I wanted when I was young. My wish came true, so I hope that he can be like me. I hope that he can learn how to love and be loved from you and me. I hope that he can grow up with confidence, friendliness, generosity, and health like a normal child from a normal family. He will. Xianxia said softly, he already is. You've taught him very well. He's already much more outstanding than many children from other families. He looked at Xianxia. He only felt that fate was indeed a very magical thing. For Xianxia, when he was a child, he felt love from his adoptive parents and learned how to love and be loved. Later, he came here and met Chi, who was also adopted. Therefore, he personally taught everything he learned to his child without holding back. He lowered his head and kissed Xianxia. So I'm very grateful. I'm grateful for this fate, and I'm also grateful to you. Thank you for appearing. Thank you for falling in love with me in this world. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. The way you speak now can be printed and published as a textbook. You don't even blush. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Xianxia looked at him. When I married you, I never thought that I would have such a relationship. Perhaps you don't believe it, but you're the first person who made me feel what it means to be in love with someone. That night, I saw you standing under the night sky. The light shone on your body, elongating your shadow. The distance between us was only a few steps, but I felt like I had walked for a long time. Along the way, all I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat. It was deafening. That was the first time I realized that this was what it felt like to be in love with someone. Xianxia quickly recalled that night. It was Xianxia's birthday. It was the night he went to see him. So you fell in love with me on that day? It should have been even earlier than that. It's just that I didn't face my own feelings before. On that night, I finally realized it clearly. Xianxia nodded. It seems like that day was very important. Not only was it your birthday, but it was also the day you made it clear that you liked me. We had yin together. Xianxia looked at him. So you want to set the wedding on September 30th because? Because that day is my real birthday. Then let's set your birthday on September 30th, Xianxia suggested. No need, Xianxia said. I'm not so domineering as to take over someone else's body and erase their existence. Although I don't know why I took over this body, it's not easy for anyone to come to this world. So I hope to keep Xianxia's birthday. At least I'll remember that he once came to this world, and I'll remember that I didn't belong here from the beginning. This answer was not what Xianxia had expected. To him, since he had already transmigrated into this person, it was normal for him to live in this person's place. And in the process, this person would inevitably be replaced by him, because people were used to living according to their own habits. This was not a deliberate replacement or erasure. It was inevitable and helpless. However, Xianxia used his gentleness to silently leave a place for this person in his life. He lowered his head and smiled, respecting the gentleness that belonged to Xianxia. All right, then we'll do as you say. Your birthday won't change, but we'll add one more. Every year on September 30th, your real birthday, I'll celebrate it for you. Xianxia felt that this was not bad, but he asked, are we still holding the wedding on this day? Yes, Xianxia said with certainty. So our wedding anniversary is also on this day? It can also be on the day we get our marriage certificate. We can celebrate it twice. Xianxia thought it was a little funny. If we count it this way, I think we can celebrate many holidays in a year. Can you remember all of them? Don't worry, I remember everything related to you. Xianxia laughed silently. Then it's settled. We'll hold our wedding on September 30th this year. 1 month before the wedding, we'll show our marriage certificate. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia lowered his head and kissed him. Xianxia hugged him and kissed him for a while. Then he stood up and left his lap. I'm going to take a shower. Wait a minute. Xianxia pulled him back. I have 2 questions. What? If you're not the original Xianxia, then when did you transmigrate over? Am I your first love? Xianxia looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. I thought it was something else. Mr. Jiang, you're a 30-year-old man. You're asking me if you're my first love. Do you think you're a 13-year-old junior high school student? You just need to answer my questions. Do you think I'm a newbie when it comes to relationships? Xianxia asked him back. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Xianxia was much more experienced in relationships than he was. He didn't forget that in the beginning, it was Xianxia who took the initiative to get closer to him, not him. Okay. Xianxia let go of his hand. Go take a shower. Xianxia looked at him calmly, letting go. He didn't ask any more questions, nor did he show any disappointment. He turned around and took 2 steps forward. When he almost reached the bathroom, he turned around and saw that Xianxia was still sitting on the bed. He couldn't tell anything from his back. Xianxia sighed. He felt that he was becoming more and more soft-hearted. He turned around and walked back. He knelt on the bed and hugged Xianxia from behind. He leaned his head against Xianxia's head and said happily, do I look like a newbie when it comes to relationships? Xianxia turned his head to look at him. Xianxia smiled and tilted his head to kiss him. I didn't say that I'm not a newbie. You have to know that some people seem to be skilled in relationships, but in fact, they're just inexperienced newbies. They're just bluffing on the surface. In June, Wuling in the Fog was officially announced to be released on July 13. Xianxia also began to promote the film with the crew. He had been in the limelight recently, so it was inevitable that he would be the focus of the reporters' attention. Xianxia replied to all the questions about the movie. As for the questions about him and Xianxia, he only chose a few to answer briefly. Fans and passers-by with sharp eyes noticed that the ring on his neck had been put on the ring finger of his left hand. This small detail immediately led to countless associations. Some people even posted on the forum and asked, has he already proposed? Otherwise, why would Xianxia suddenly wear a ring on her left ring finger, especially with such a unique shape? The city-based CP fans were even more surprised when they saw Xianxia in the close-up of the ring. Everyone screamed ah when the movie premiered. Xianxia and Xianxia went to watch it together. Fu Mingji's scenes were very beautiful, so beautiful that every appearance of Wen Yao was like a painting. Xianxia's gorgeous appearance, with the help of makeup and the camera, actually gave off a kind of coolness, just like the sword in his hand. Xianxia had attracted a lot of fans for his looks and acting skills because of this movie. Everyone was talking about the movie excitedly while looking forward to his next move. However, no one expected that his next move would be so big. On August 30th, Xianxia posted a message on Weibo at 9:30 a.m. The words were very simple, thank you for coming to my side. Thank you for liking me. There were only 2 pictures, one was of 2 marriage certificates stacked on top of each other, the other was of 2 people sitting in front of a table and looking at each other. The identical rings on their ring fingers were very eye-catching. Without a doubt, as soon as this Weibo post was posted, Weibo collapsed. Only the bystanders were left shouting in the forum. Holy shit! Xianxia and Xianxia have registered their marriage. This speed. Flash marriage. F***ck. How did they get married? Didn't they break up? Ah, go and watch. Xianxia is showing off his marriage certificate. Go where? Trash Weibo collapsed again. Every time you break down at this time, the technicians come out and take a beating. So what's going on? Have they registered their marriage? Wasn't it only announced in April? Why are you guys getting married? I'm heartbroken. My idol. You can be gay, but you can't get married. F***ck, isn't it only 4 months? How did they get married? Xianxia can't get married with a child, right? The goo king, Xianxia. I told you that he must have put a goo bug in Xianxia. So are you really going to get married? I never thought that they would be the first couple to get married this year. Did you see the ring? The ring that Xianxia was wearing was actually a pair of rings. Xianxia has one too. I didn't see it. Sister, send a picture. Trash Weibo hasn't uploaded it yet. I didn't take a screenshot either, but I think there's one next door. Ring. Ring. This pose is to show off the ring on purpose. Picture, the main point of this picture is the ring, right? It's the ring, right? To show off the ring, director Jiang purposely wore it on his right hand. That's crazy. It's like forcing people to eat dog food and forcefully showing off the ring. I don't know why, but it's inexplicably sweet. This is actually a pair of rings. I thought that only Xianxia had one. So, after filming Best Partners, the two of them really got together. I remember that Xianxia first wore this ring when Best Partners was broadcasted. It was only photographed at that time. Who knows if they had it before? They didn't have it before. Xianxia didn't wear much jewelry before. After this ring was photographed, they stopped wearing it. They were probably afraid that their relationship would be exposed. So when Xianxia Swallow and this ring were talking about it for so long, no one noticed that there was a little star on the ring? It's too small. The ring itself isn't big, and the star is even smaller. It's blocked. So Xianxia Swallow was drawn for Xianxia. This can be concluded, right? Now no one will tell me that it's because the swallow is easy to draw. I wanted to complain at that time. If it's easy to draw, why not draw a sparrow? It's not like to Mr. Q hasn't drawn a sparrow before. Ha 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 ha, the person above is very awesome. Good news. Weibo is done. Xianxia reposted it. Everyone immediately went to Weibo and saw Xianxia repost, "You're welcome. Loving you is a very happy thing." Heart, yes. Xianxia replied, "However, my wedding is a big event for my family, so my parents will probably invite many business figures. I hope you don't mind." It's okay. It's normal. After all, given the Jiang family's status in City X, Xianxia's wedding was not only a big event for the Jiang family, but also for the entire business circle. Xianxia never thought that their wedding would be a small one, let alone that their wedding would only be attended by each other's relatives and friends. There shouldn't be many people here. Xianxia thought for a moment. We have few relatives and friends, so there won't be many people present. My mom and your mom seem to have already made arrangements. Yes, so we don't have to worry about these things for now. Then what do we still have to worry about? Xianxia asked him. Xianxia thought for a moment. Why don't we go and see our little flower boy? I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Xianxia walked to the wardrobe, opened it, and took out 2 sets of clothes. The small suits that Chi and the others wanted to wear 2 days ago have already been made and sent over. I put them away and said that I would let Chi try them on when she came back from school. However, Wei Lan interrupted me and I forgot about them. Now, I can let Chi and Yan try them on. Chi and Yan were practicing scattering flowers in the living room, and Xianxia was their teacher. Come, you two walk to one side again. Yan, pay attention to your brother. When he starts scattering flowers, you should follow him. Yan nodded. Yes. Chi pulled him back to the starting point. Xianxia played some music, and Chi and Yan began to walk forward with small baskets. When they walked in front of Xianxia, Chi began to take out flower petals from the basket and scattered them. Yan looked at Xianxia, raised his little hand that was not holding the basket, and waved at her happily. Xianxia looked at him beaming with joy and held his little hand helplessly. Baby, didn't I ask you to look after big brother? Why are you waving at me again? Chi laughed at the side. Yan turned to look at him and laughed with him. You're still laughing. Chi poked his forehead. You're wrong again. That's right, Yan retorted. Wrong. That's right. Yan would never admit it. Chi puffed up her cheeks and pondered for a while. Then, she took Yan's hand and said, Yan, listen to me. I'll pull you away. When I let go of you, you can scatter the petals out of the basket, okay? Yan nodded obediently. Okay. You're quick to agree, brave to agree, and unrepentant. Xianxia obviously knew Yan very well. Then let's do it again. Chi pulled Yan back and did not forget to remind him, remember to scatter the flowers. Scatter the flowers. Yes, scatter the flowers. Xianxia played some music, and the two of them started walking again. When they walked in front of Xianxia, Chi let go of his hand and reminded Yan softly, you're going to scatter the flowers. How do you scatter them? Yan turned to ask him. Like this. Chi grabbed a handful of petals and scattered them. Yan followed suit and scattered a handful of water as well. Yes, Xianxia said excitedly. Like this. Yan, continue. When Xianxia and Xianxia went downstairs, they saw the two babies in their pajamas practicing scattering flowers in the spacious living room. Yan turned to look at Chi from time to time to make sure that his brother was still scattering the flowers. How long will it take? Yan muttered softly. We have to wait for the music to finish, Chi answered him softly. Yan puffed up his cheeks. He felt that this game was not fun at all. He turned his head and saw Xianxia and Xianxia. His eyes lit up, and he stopped scattering the flowers and ran towards them with the small basket. Daddy. Xianxia and Xianxia moved in the spring of the following year. Yan was growing up, and their original house could no longer accommodate the two boys. They chose a small 3-story villa with a courtyard. The scenery was beautiful, and both of them liked it very much. Xianxia asked someone to install a seesaw, a slide, a swing, and a trampoline in the courtyard. Xianxia took Chi and Yan to the pet shop to choose their favorite pets. Chi had always wanted to raise a puppy. His goal was very clear. I want a white puppy, small one. Yan agreed. Yes, white puppy, small one. Xianxia asked them, do you want 1 or 2 puppies? Yan and Chi looked at each other. Xianxia suggested, let's get 1. You two can take care of it together. Chi nodded. Okay. Yan said, okay. Xianxia looked at him and smiled. Are you Big Brother's voice recorder? Why do you say whatever Big Brother says? Voice recorder? Yan did not understand. It means that you say whatever I say. When I say okay, you say okay, Chi explained to him. Yan said, oh, and giggled. Xianxia did not understand. He asked Yan, what are you laughing at? I'm Big Brother's voice recorder, Yan said happily. Xianxia did not understand why he was laughing. He asked Chi, do you know why your brother is laughing? Chi nodded. He had watched Yan grow up. He was the one who had spent the most time with Yan in the family. He was also the one who had the smallest age gap with Yan. Therefore, he was the one who understood Yan the most in the family. He thinks it's a game, Chi said. He thinks he's playing a game because he's become something else. Xianxia nodded. I see. The two babies heard woof, woof, woof and meow, meow, meow when they entered the shop. They were instantly happy. They ran to the little animals happily. Xianxia followed them and reminded them, you can only choose 1. You can't choose more than 1. Chi nodded. Yes, I'll only raise 1. Yan repeated, yes, I'll only raise 1. The two of them looked carefully in front of the cage. Then, they saw a Samo puppy. It was white and small. Chi-Chi was instantly attracted to it. Chi-Chi looked at Yan. What do you think of this one? This puppy is very cute. Yan did not like puppies. Therefore, he said politely, it's cute. Then we'll settle on this one? Chi-Chi asked for his opinion. Yan nodded. Okay. Chi-Chi quickly called Yan Qingqi, Daddy, Daddy. Then he pointed at Samo and said to Yan Qingqi, we want this puppy. Yan Qingqi looked at the Samo he was pointing at and was a little surprised. He thought that Chi-Chi would buy a teddy bear or a Pomeranian. Why did he choose a Samo? Was it because they had a different concept of small? Samo will grow up. It will grow up very big. Yan Qingqi tried to remind him. But I'll grow up. I'll grow up very big too. Chi-Chi was very reasonable. Yan Qingqi thought to himself, you're thinking too much, baby. Your growth rate is much slower than this puppy's. Before you grow up, it will grow up. Chi-Chi walked in front of him and asked expectantly, can I? Yan Qingqi nodded. There was nothing wrong with it. Although it was not what he thought, raising a dog was for Chi-Chi to be happy. It was fine as long as he liked it. Yes. Yan Qingqi patted his head. As long as you like it. Yan was not to be outdone. He said, Yan likes it too. End of chapter 192. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.